We're now being recorded. Looks like we got. Yeah, I do that. There you go, sir. You. Perfect, thank you. Hello, good morning. Hey, good morning, how are you? Thanks. Oh, there you are, okay. I didn't hear you, Connie. You didn't say anything when you stepped in there.
Okay, very
There
good.
you-
Sorry, just,
There you go, now I hear you.
yep, just here now. Thank you.
Perfect, okay. So I'm gonna switch my output here. All right. So go ahead. Okay. Friday, 8:30. We're gonna shoot for this time. But today is an exception. We have a special event today in this room, so we're gonna be done by 2 o'clock. You get your name? Reminds me of Ghostbusters. You have glasses? You have to have the accent. Like the New York accent. That's actually mine. That's me. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm sorry, first name again, sir? Let's write it down. John. Sorry? J-O-N-G. First name, John. 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 Cool. J-O-N-G, John? Yeah, J-O-N-G, John. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, 6. Miss Connie is online with us. So the first thing I'm going to tell you guys, the first announcement I'll make to you guys, right, is that you can take a deep breath and then exhale. There is no exam in this class. There's no test. Right? So it does a couple things, and it's a double-edged sword. It is a double-edged sword because it'll either like make you go relax, oh okay, or it'll free you up to really absorb the information without worrying about an exam. It's a double-edged sword. So you gotta, and I'm hoping, I'm telling you this ahead of time so that you will be more willing to absorb the information versus trying to memorize it. Because it's the whole point of OSHA 30, right? Is we'll start with this, right? It's what I like to call the EE to ER relationship. What does that mean? It's the employee to employer relationship. Without that relationship, OSHA does not cover. That's why, like, oh, does OSHA cover, like child labor, like your own kids working? It's like, well, I mean, do you employ them? No, that's not what to do. They're not gonna cover by OSHA. They're not gonna come into your house and go, oh, this is not safe. And the site, it's all industrial, basically. Think about the word O is what? Occupational. So it has to be job related. If it's not job related, then it's OSHA just doesn't cover it. But who might cover it? Well, it might be a criminal, right, offense. It might be a civil liability. It could be a number of other things that other departments or other installations of government govern. I'll just put it that way, right? So what does this mean for you guys? Well, it means that this class is OSHA 30 is, if you think about there's actually two types of OSHA, the tens, it's the teens, right? Tens. So there's an OSHA 10 and an OSHA 30, right? So there's two cards. Now, what is the difference, right? Well, this is the hours. So OSHA 10 hours and OSHA 30. So what we spend more time doing what? It's really meant for OSHA 30 is meant for managers, for supervisors, for anybody above that, right? So today you're gonna get this introduction. Well, I don't think we're gonna get to the inspections module until tomorrow morning, so that's fine. So what I'll do before lunch is I'll show a video since Bob will be leaving by then. I have a Simon Sinek near 10-minute video on neuroscience. And why am I going to talk about neuroscience? Well, guess what? What does neuroscience pertain to? The human brain. And guess what operates occupations? The human brain, right? So it would be a worthwhile delve into neuroscience, because if we can understand the reward centers of our brain a little bit and how to apply the correct amount of genuinity, accountability, right, into a system, into a culture, you create a better culture, right? That's my belief. Because here's the one thing that you could all agree with me, right? Probably most of you, right? Is that there's still today a severe lack of leadership in corporate America at many levels, right? Different levels. There may be some great supervisors, managers you run into every now and then, but overall corporate responsibility is at an all-time low. I mean, COVID kind of shook that up a little bit, but prior to that, it was kind of like CSR was really. You in the come on. Pick a spot, yeah. The things will open that side if you want to go that way. But I sign in sheet, please. Yeah. Also, I gotta get you a training guide too. Whatever. You can pick. There's no distance restrictions now. Although I will say we have the new Delta variant coming out, and CDC recommends masking guidelines, which for me as an OSHA instructor, I like to embody guidelines so that I can be an example, right? So that's why I still am supporting the Lakers even though they lost, right? Still a Laker fan, diehard. Right, we'll win next year, right? Yeah. All right, so Clippers, on the way out, right?
We'll see.
Yeah, well, they won last night, which is but I mean, how can they sustain that for much longer without their star? Anyway, right? So we'll see, right? So all right, so it's 8:34, and I like to just kind of do a quick little intro, right? So here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, you know what? That screen turned off. Let me turn the mic off. Hang on. Yeah, I forget that I have to switch to this input for it to actually stay on, or else it'll automatically turn up. All right, so we're gonna do an intro. I want you to give us your name, and when I say name, I mean you can tell us if you prefer being called a certain way, like Chico, whatever, no problem. I like Reg. Name. If you were in the military, then you can give me your branch and your job code or your job, job. And then if not, then the company you work for and your last job title or your last role. I like saying role better because it explains more than just job titles. You know, job title could be administrator. Okay, what does that do, right? So last role. And then here's the thing, right? I want you guys to give me a, see, here's, this question is tricky because, you know, if you were an active safety, you know, anything, if you did that, please mention it. That way we can highlight, right? If you had an active safety role in the company, right? Whether you were a coordinator or some sort of whatever safety capacity, right? And then, so, you know, name. So if you have both, I mean, gonna give me a quick recap of your most, so that your branch of service and your last employer, right? And then of course, if you had any safety role, and then I like to include, please include one fun fact about you, something that you want us to know about you. I love doing this because, you know, it gets us really to show that side of us that, hey, you know, no one might know unless someone asks, right? I'll start with the guy that I think I saw show. Well, who was there first? You were first? Okay. All right. We'll go on that side then. Start on that side. Oh, you were here first? Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, then we'll go this way. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
John, right? Right.
I probably retire a few more weeks. I'm still in the reserve.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're still in. Okay.
I'm getting 60, and I'm gonna be retired for 24 years.
Oh, full 20, huh? Nice.
Yeah, it's an all good year. Actually, I got in 83, back in 83, so almost like 40 years. So I had a break in service.
So you were reserved the whole time?
I had some
Active?
active
Deployed?
and,
Oh, yeah. Okay. You were activated.
mostly reserve.
You were activated at some point for the big
Yeah.
wars. Yeah. The big skirmishes. I want
It's
to say.
like, sometimes they call for the IRR or whatever that on the spring.
Right,
out
right.
there. So I wasn't there, but I was completely out and then came back in 2003. But anyway, so
Probably there, that's like,
about that you asking safety. Okay, I'm a culinary NCO, which is I'm a cook. I had this for about 10 years, and I have like a food safety and sanitize, all that kind of stuff. I've been
sanitize,
training.
okay.
Yeah, I've been training for that. Something kind of similar to OSHA. It's a health. It's about health and what else? Whatever.
Safety.
Safety.
Yeah, health and safety, yeah.
Kind of similar, but
Well, the
when
food
we
is
go to
different.
field-
If food has a different world, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
the food is a kind of we deal with the cleanup and
Yeah.
safety, like the food poisoning and all that. So
Decontamination and all that,
Yeah.
decom, so yeah.
I'm a staff sergeant right now because I'm in charge of my unit. So whenever I go, there's a E7, E8, but
Yeah.
mostly I'm actually in the
Goodness,
front. So what I look for, like sanitize everything. Because we don't want no germs around or people get sick
Right.
from the food poisoning and all that. So
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect. And then a fun fact. What's a fun fact about John that you want us to know about you?
What was it?
Oh, a fun fact about you.
Oh, about me?
Yeah.
Fun fact?
Yeah.
About my job or
Whatever,
myself?
yeah, whatever. It's
What
whatever
have
you
you
want us to know about you. Like it could be
Well,
something that happened in combat, something that happened, last week, whatever. What's a fun
Fun
fact
fact.
about? Yeah,
well,
it's very
you're talking about
open
fun
for
fact,
this
but
reason.
I have a little bit of PTSD, so you talk about fun. Actually,
I love how you looked at it that way though. You
know.
saw it, I was like, hey,
I have anxiety, depression, all that, and also I can't go to sleep at night because I have to prep for the breakfast when I go to field. I go out there for like sometime 30 days, sometime
That gives you anxiety.
60
Yeah,
days
like, yeah.
anxiety.
Oh man.
I have to get up at 2 every morning,
Prep.
for the prepping for breakfast, and it's killing. And then I have that kind of routine bringing in home, keep going for a whole year.
Yeah.
I still have that kind of, because I can't go to sleep at
Right,
night.
right. Oh yeah. 'cause
I
you
always
can
get up
still-
at 3. Can you believe that? It's very
great.
difficult to leave.
Sometimes
Yeah,
sometimes you
so
don't want to get the 3, like,
The
man, I
VA
can
gave me
sleep
the
through, you know?
sleeping pill.
Hey, you know what they say, the early bird gets the.
Gets the
Well,
worm.
it's not a good thing, but the thing is that I wake up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
It's not that
Yeah,
good.
it's not that kind of idea.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully, I think through some time here, you can find something that will kind of like
Yeah.
divert that energy over to something, and then
So what I do is I kind of exercise,
that's great. Exercise
Yeah,
is
I go
great.
out there, not so much, but try to keep them busy. Yeah.
All right, thank you, John. Appreciate that. I guess we'll go this way around because we just kind of just did a little circle, so no problem.
My name
John.
is Jonathan, 22. I'm not in military, no military history. So I used to work for a rental car company, and under that company, Fox Rent a Car, I worked at
Or Fox
a
Rent a
auto
Car.
body shop, and I was an office administrator there. But I originally applied to be a repair technician there, but I was an office administrator for like 3 years. Just ordering parts, making POs, making estimates, assessing damage, stuff like that.
Assessing damage, right? So you were probably, I don't know, kind of I mean, you didn't necessarily have an active safety role in the sense of employee responsibility on the job.
But
But
if someone was injured, like on the floor, they would have to come talk to me.
Oh,
They could
okay.
file that.
Oh, so you do that? Okay, so you
And
did.
then,
Yeah, okay.
and then
There you
HR
go.
can handle it from there.
So you probably had some experience with actual OSHA paperwork too, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. That's good. So that was a Fox run. Okay. And then your fun fact. Give us a fun fact about yourself.
I don't know. I'm not much of a fun person.
Oh, come on. Hobbies. It's
I like to mess with my car, I guess.
you're a
I
car
have
guy.
92 Mustang that's like catbacks, kind of loud.
Car. Oh
It's
yeah.
not
So
the best. It's got some fat tires on it. It's lowered.
hey, no, that's cool, man. So what's your opinion on like the Plaid S whipping the butts of like all these like combustion cars?
I don't agree with it because Ford is starting to make this new Mustang called the Mach-E.
Mach-E, I saw one
and
recently.
It looks like an SUV.
Yeah, it is.
All
It
it
is.
has
Yeah.
is just the same tail lamps and an emblem. That's it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not the same.
Yeah, why do you call it a Mustang, huh? Like, yeah.
I can see it though for the world.
Yeah, okay, they're okay.
Better, you know?
All right. No, as far as racing goes, you think it has any like future in like, you think it could ever
Mach-E?
do no, like let's say who is it? The Le Mans, like an electric car doing a Le Mans. That'd be a
Well,
trip.
I mean, they already have the Mach-E kitted out for track already. They already have a track version of the Mach-E.
Yeah,
so
see, like
we could
swap
probably go.
battery swap. What do you do? It's like like
Yeah.
that'd be crazy.
Torque battery, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that'd be crazy. All right, cool. That's a fun fact. Hey, and then sir, your name?
My name's Alex.
Alex. Okay, I'm gonna give you a name tent because that way I don't have to keep asking.
Sounds good.
Plus, it's good,
I don't have any military background either.
Okay.
Um,
So last employer,
I was employed as an engineer, civil engineer,
solar engineer,
civil,
civil.
so associate engineer.
Okay.
I was doing wastewater treatment plants for
Okay.
industrial companies like Coca-Cola. We would help them design wastewater treatment.
Did like
Or the-
ESG programs, probably like environmental.
Yeah, environmental
Part of it, okay.
stuff, yeah.
So you were basically, I mean, did you ever work with EPA or anything like that, or any inspections?
We work more closely with sanitation districts.
Sanitation. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
right. That,
So
yeah.
public
SD.
works
Oh
and
yeah.
stuff like
Okay.
that.
No, you're right.
And OCSD, so
Got it.
OC sanitation district.
To the district, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We did have to go in sometimes into manholes, so we did have a little bit of OSHA.
Confined space,
Yeah,
permanent confined space training. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's perfect. Okay. Awesome. So you did have some safety. Okay. So I mean, environmental stuff is pretty closely safety related. But the relationship of environmental, right, is that if you think about the employee to employer relationship, right, the environmental is the employer environment relationship. Get that right? It's if I'm hurting the environment, I'm in trouble. If I'm hurting people, I'm in trouble. Right? That's the idea behind it. And then give us a fun fact, Alex.
Most people don't know this, but there's a lot of Jewish people in Mexico, so I'm Mexican and Jewish.
Oh, okay. What area would this spread out, or is it
It's
certain
spread
area?
out, but there's centrally in Mexico City.
Centrally Mexico City. Okay, well, like there's a big population of. Okay, interesting. What do you think? What do you think prompted is it like was it from
Spain.
to Mexico
Yeah.
type? Oh, okay. Okay, all right. It's interesting. That's interesting. That's a cool fun fact actually. But that's more of like a about your origins, right? Okay, that's cool. Awesome. Thank you for that. All right, we'll go this way. So I got Connie on, oh, you know what I should do then? I should do this, right? Move her over, you guys can see her. There you go. This. Oh. No. Yeah, you could, yeah, you can see it. I don't know if you know what I'm gonna do
I can.
is I'm going to stop the share. There you go. And do that.
Good morning.
All right. So now you can see yourself in the back little thing right there, right? Okay, so Bob, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bob. In the Army, I was E4 in the JAG Corps. So when you would get in trouble, you would come in and see. So I was involved after the safety thing went wrong. Then the JAG Corps would take over. I was in the Patriot unit. So if you guys are old enough to remember Gulf War #1, it was the Scud Busters.
Yes.
That's the unit that I was in for the Patriot missiles.
remember.
And thank you for making me feel very old. I really appreciate that. But that is actually how I paid off college. So very appreciative of that program. And a fun fact for me is I know how to juggle
Oh,
Nice.
over many boring overnight deployments and duty station. I would juggle. And I have a, yeah. So
pretty good
that's how I-
eye coordination
That's how I
there.
entertain my
Oh,
kids.
wow. That's cool.
Yeah, and I hope it wards off Alzheimer's eventually, but yeah, I know how to.
There's a lot of studies on neuroscience right now. They're saying that yes, keeping your brain activity high wards off Alzheimer's. Yes.
Full vision.
Yes, correct. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You keep using your brains, keep reading, keep learning. That's the way to fight off the Alzheimer's. Trust me on that. That's not just. I'm starting a new podcast July 1st, and it's called Financial Fundamentals, and it's going to talk about stock psychology of money, cryptos. I'm going to talk about that too, but I'm also going to talk about neuroscience and the effect of this, how it affects the psychology of how we handle money and how this is geared for like a younger audience, geared for like middle school, high school kids, college. It's really intended to kind of just get them playing with the ideas. So that's where this is. Now another question for you on this is, do you know how to do a Rubik's Cube too?
I do not.
Okay, I was just curious because my wife's pretty good with juggling too, and then I was wondering if there's a correlation there. But she was trying to teach me. I didn't get it. I couldn't get the Rubik's Cube. She can do it in like 3 minutes. She knows the formula, the answer. There's a solution. There's an answer to the problem. It's like,
I would just switch the stickers.
yeah, pop them out, right? And then put them
Yeah.
back together again. Yeah, that's what I would do too. Awesome. Okay. All right. And next is our lady in the room.
Hi, good morning. My name is
The
Janine.
lady on Zoom, lady in the room. See?
I wasn't in the military.
Okay.
I'm a veteran's wife.
Okay.
Uh,
It's possible. Hey, that's still dealing with a lot too. It's
Yeah,
possibly better.
actually,
Yeah.
I am his caregiver. He was in the Marine Corps. And the last company that I worked for was Robert Wayne Footwear Shooteria.
Okay. I hear the red commercials all the time on the radio.
Yeah. And I was the inventory supervisor.
Inventory supervisor. Okay. Okay.
So I did audits and we would get on ladders, tall ladders.
Okay, okay.
and stuff, So,
Active safety role. That's being, and you have to have some training for that. I'm sure they had to give you some training for that.
yes.
That's a requirement. We'll talk about that. Okay. Good. And then fun fact.
Well, I just retired from being a basketball mom, so now I'm just a fun grandma.
Okay. Oh, grandma. Congrats. How many?
I have 3 grandchildren.
Wow. You don't look like you should have grandchildren yet, but congratulations. So yes, we signed you. Okay. All right. Great. So we got Miss Janine. We got a couple more on this side here. Oh, I'm gonna make sure I get Mr. Alaro there. All right. Hello. All right.
Look very pretty, Amanda.
I was James.
All right, Bubby.
My job there was, I went in with a SEAL contract, but that didn't work out. So then they shipped me off to Japan and became a logistics specialist / search and rescue swimmer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So my last job, I just graduated with a bachelor's in mechanical engineering.
Okay. Awesome.
My last job was a research assistant, which was in collaboration with my school, Cal State LA, and JPO.
JPO. Awesome. Nice. Look at
and
wow.
Basically,
Impressive.
we we researched forest media.
Oh.
So, yeah, I don't know how much detail I can go with that.
Well, yeah, well, it's a pretty expansive topic, but you know, but okay. So would you say, did you have any active safety roles? Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there was. But
Well, in the
what was your-
military for sure.
right? How about the GPL or anything like that? I mean,
JPL,
dealing with
well,
rockets.
We couldn't do much during the pandemic. We had to work from
Oh.
Zoom.
Okay, got it. So that's
I was
kind of
at
okay.
home.
So you were
I
really
was pretty
mostly
safe.
you were pretty safe at home, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, got it. Okay, so were you ever on site? Did you ever get up on site?
No, nobody was.
Wow.
Or
And then-
only certain.
so you're done with the program now, or are you still back in?
Yeah,
or-
I'm done with
Okay.
that. That's why I'm
Making sure.
trying to get
All
a
right,
job now.
all right. That's cool, eh? It's still a cool experience, you know. I envy my son. My son's he's a scout now, but as a Cub Scout, he was actually taken on tour inside of JPL by like a private
Yeah.
like group of scientists. and,
Nice.
like, yeah, I was like,
That's cool.
I was like, I was one of like, at least my son got to see it. That's cool.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Thank you for that. Is that your fun fact? You have a fun fact too?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is
sure. I'll share.
Please.
I was able to donate bone marrow to save a 6-year-old boy's life.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thanks for that.
was
That's
compatible.
awesome, man. Yeah.
So
That's-
that's a hard thing to do.
That's
Yeah.
you know, saving someone's life. That's by not really affecting yours by that much, right?
It hurt.
I heard but that much. That's why I said that much. You know, but you know, but the exchange, right? That exchange. You know,
Yeah.
talk about that neuroscience. You know what he just did right there when that happened. That's a set. You know, you get a rush of serotonin into your system, and it's a sense of pride. It's a sense of pride you get. That's serotonin. So you know, in the workplace, it's recognition. If I recognize you for doing a good job, you get serotonin through your body. You feel good, and guess what's going to happen? You're going to want to do it again. You're going to want to be recognized again. So you if you want the behavior to repeat, you have to recognize the behavior so that way it repeats. Right? So that's, you know, that's awesome. I love hearing about that. Thank you for sharing that. And last but not least,
Hello, Alvaro Laurin, United States Navy combat veteran, last 6 months deployment, casual Spain in combat zone, operation and triggering the Jonathan battle group, 6 feet, that went to report. This experience was the oldest gas from the vessel at the time. It's been commissioned since the so that's the with the best things since.
oh wow, so you did, okay. That's all military you're discussing. Okay.
I
Still need training for that, I'm sure. Okay.
worked my way up as a fireman and apprenticeship program about the red lights. I would save people's lives. I was sadly mistaken. Somehow I ended up working with the lungs and guts of the orders to people to the gas room technicians.
Wow.
But I worked my way up on the sound security, equipment monitor, operator on the way, control station supervisor, and for I'm confess my sins. I helped get rid of hazardous material illegally that went over the fantail at night.
Oh.
Those hoarding rags that the wipers
Night ops.
yeah. When we put in to court, we just want to go home. So it costs thousands of dollars to like properly dispose of them.
Okay, oh, got it. Like,
So if
here you
you're
go.
away 10 miles away from shore. That's the old.
Well, luckily the military is not covered by OSHA or the EPA or anybody, but the DOD actually. So
Fun fact, guess you should go watch Space Jam 2 because I worked on it for 2 days.
oh, nice. What did you do?
Report.
Oh, you did sound. What did you do?
We were filming across the street from USC 2 summers ago. I was there for 2 days. I saw the whole green screen.
Oh, the filming the set, the green screen set. Was it what was it outdoor set or
English.
what was it? Oh, you were working. Oh, that's awesome, man. Space Jam. What was? I mean, you like the movie overall? I mean,
I actually never seen the original.
no, I didn't see the yeah. That's, I mean, Space Jam. I mean, it's come on. It's Michael Jordan and Looney Tunes. I mean, how cornier can you really get? And Michael Jordan can't act for crap. I mean, it was an icon movie. You know what I mean? Like just like this is meant to be an icon movie. You know, but Awesome. Yeah, I still I want to watch it because I did watch the original.
The original director got fired. Someone, the wannabe paparazzi leaked out footage on set to TMZ. So they moved the production to the backyard of Warner Bros. Original director got fired.
It's crazy.
Yeah, see, I mean
That is a fun fact.
that's a pretty fun fact. So then, you know what? That shows you, right? You know, nothing's sacred in Hollywood, man. You know, you mess with big wigs, you get the boot. You know, right at the door. You know, they don't care. They'll show you out. They'll got security and like, okay, get out of here. You know. All right, so for me, Connie, Miss Connie, don't forget the Zoom, lady on Zoom. Okay, so please go ahead and give us. Oh, I'm gonna switch it back to the. There you go, so you can see what you're. So yeah, give us name, military, last company. Did you have an active safety role, and then a fun fact.
Very good. So Connie Dar, I am retired Army Reserve. And like the other gentleman in the room, yes, deployed several times. The last one, 2010, 2011 in Iraq. We were the reserve unit that brought the troops home, the 50,000 man and woman drawdown. So I'm very, very proud of that. It's the very same unit I walked into at the beginning of my Army career and as a PV nothing. And they were the ones who provided me with the slot for Sergeant Major. And I volunteered to go with them. They put me on orders a year in advance and I coordinated our deployment training. My last company was with Dignity Health Hospitals.
Okay.
This was a short-term project. My job title was administrative coordinator, but there I took on the project to train their staff in a new electronic health record. And first time I'd ever worked in a hospital environment, so that was very eye-opening. I also feel that our healthcare providers are just as cherished as everyone also feels now after going through COVID as our members of the military. I mean, it definitely takes dedication and sacrifice. Initially, I would not have answered that I took an active safety role, but we had started the training and we had ensured we'd gotten everyone scheduled. COVID hit. That required a great deal of accommodations being made in spacing people in classrooms that we originally had them shoulder to shoulder.
Right.
So that required additional scheduling of training to accommodate smaller classrooms. And we still successfully exceeded the minimum percentage which I was working for, which was 98%. We did in fact train 99.6%. Unfortunately, that training and the rollout of the new software for the hospital only occurred this past June 1st. So they had to keep themselves informed and educated and ready to go as soon as they could give it the go. So that was a very, very interesting, very gratifying opportunity. My fun fact is that I have been a vegetarian for over 25 years.
Nice.
And it really, what do I want to say? As far as a lifestyle, I'm not a true vegan, but I am vegetarian. I had no problem letting go of red meat or white meat in any form or fashion.
So like that's like even like fish, no fish either. Like,
No, I do eat fish. I do eat cheese, eggs, milk. I'm good with that.
White meat, pretty much.
But
like land,
yeah.
land meat.
Oh yeah, the meat is not an
that's
issue
awesome.
at all.
My
Yes,
question, I got a question here. What's your blood type?
I am O positive.
Really? Oh, positive.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Okay. I was reading this book called Eating Right for Your Blood Type. And a blood type O thrives on a high protein diet.
Yeah.
So
Well, there are other sources of protein.
Agreed.
Yes.
But they're saying that, like, high in iron proteins is actually really good for a blood O, but no, blood type O. But that's the author's opinion, right? It's not,
Yes.
it's not medically backed.
Yes.
You know, so, but it's interesting to know. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate
you.
that. Okay, so I'll give you a little bit about me. Actually, while I do that, I'm gonna hand these out, just the card, just for us to see, and also my business card. So I'm gonna drop this on here. So you can take a look at the OSHA card while I give you my business card. So a little bit about me. My name is Reggie Lau, or Reginald Lau, right? So I'm the head instructor here, chairman of the board of directors. And so, oh, the OSHA card. Here you go. Hold on. Take a look at this. This is my original OSHA 30 card when I took the class. So, and I'm gonna show you another card. This is my OSHA. This is the OSHA card that is actually my trainer card, which expires. This proves to you that I'm. Oh yeah, you take a look at the card right there. So that OSHA 30 card, okay, while you're looking at it, is what you're gonna get at the end of this training. Okay, so military branch. The highest I ever got was JROTC. I became like a staff sergeant, JROTC. So I never got into the military. I don't have a D214 or anything like that. But I still can pronounce the phonetic alphabet, no problem. Right? So no problem there, right? So my last company, well, I'm still working. The last employer I worked for, was JP Morgan Chase Bank. JP Morgan Chase Bank, Wells Fargo. I was in finance for about 10 years. I actually ran my own company in finance after that. I did life insurance and securities business, if you've ever heard of World Financial Group. Prior to that, I was in a logistics family-owned business, so trucking company. You know what B2B is? Business to business. So imagine I'm a sales manager for this business trucking company, and I go business to business to business, knocking on the door. Hey, do you want to use our trucks to move your stuff? And I was doing this in 2008, 2009. Imagine what was going on during that time, right? So, you know, my success rate was real low during those times. So, but I learned a lot. You know, it's funny, right? You learn from your failures more than you do from your successes, as I've been told, as I've been shown. So, active safety role, yes. Logistics, supply chain, absolutely. While we never got to actually develop the SOPs, we had used programs and everything like that. We just kind of threw it all together. We didn't have time to develop it ourselves. Plus, we were running literally just a cross dock system for our warehouse, so we had minimal needs. But as far as recently, I did have site inspection audits for companies to make sure that they have proper compliance with Cal OSHA. So that's also part of my active safety role, right? Fun fact. Here's my fun fact, right? So our entire family, like my wife and I, we love to snowboard. So I'm a snowboarder. We can go to the snow, so we like the snow, right? We don't have to be buried in the snow. So, but our kids, we started my 13-year-old now. We started having snowboard since it was 2 years old. We actually took the snow boots, not the snowboarding boots, but the snow boots. Took out the lining of the snowboarding boots and stuck those snow boots into the snowboard boots without the lining, so it would fit in the bindings, and then let him push them off and then like run them around. So that's and then our second child, we also got him. He's 8 now. We got him also when he was 2 years old, and then I have a daughter. She's 4 now. We got her when she was also 2 years old on a snowboard. So we did the same thing for our kids since we were small. They were small. So my 13-year-old is pretty good now. He can take Big Bear. The top of the mountain, and the number 9 side, not number 8. Number 8 is the Geronimo side. That's the scarier side. That's the side I like to take. So, but I'm a big snowboarder. That's my fun fact, and and also I like to invest. I actually I left my hat in the car. I was gonna wear it. It says invest on it. So, I'm a big investor in the sense that telling people, hey, look, you don't need to have $20,000, $30,000 start investing. You can start investing with $5 a week. Literally, you could spread $1 a week in each company and enjoy the gains of that company for your $5. Right? Math works even though it's still small, right? But as you move the decimal place, right? That's more fun.
Right.
to the left, right? As you move it over to the left, to the left, to the left, that's when it starts becoming really fun. So that's crypto. That's yeah. The price, the price of admission is the volatility. That's what you got to understand about crypto. And that's another thing too. We'll discuss. So once you start becoming, once you have a grasp, right, of who you are, and you know, and you have a grasp of how others work, then you can be a leader. You can be a safety manager. Not a problem. It's easy. It's easy when you're at that first principle thinking level, right? If you know what that means, right? At a first, if you're an engineer, you know this, right? First principles, right? First principle. If you can think that way, then safety is a lot easier. Okay. All right. So let's jump into the intro. All right. The intro is the slide deck here that I have. I'm gonna move you back over here. All right. I'm gonna share the screen now. So this first video I have here is actually going to be. This was, you know what? I was disappointed. I was disappointed to find out that I guess it makes sense. OSHA did not make a 50-year video. I was like, oh man, I was looking forward to that. What they had a website under OSHA.gov. You click on it and it's just pictures of like the last 50 years of OSHA. They didn't really do. This was the last one they did a video of. I mean, it's a lower quality video. I apologize. I mean, I'm apologizing for OSHA. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm not OSHA. I'm not employed by OSHA, but this video is a low quality video, but it's a really good video. What I want you guys to see is the visuals of what was happening right back then, and then what we're trying to do. What's the whole point of OSHA? And it's mind-boggling to me that OSHA is only 50 years old. It's mind-boggling. Like, how come we didn't have an OSHA like at the beginning of the century? Right? But see, that's the reason why we're doing it now, because the more we talk, okay, here's anybody know the reason why common sense isn't common anymore?
Oh, no.
Why is common sense not common anymore? Right? No one can really verbalize that, right? Here's my theory. My theory, the reason why common sense isn't common anymore is we don't talk to each other anymore. We expect everybody to just GTS it. What is GTS it? Google that stuff. Google it, man. What are you asking me for? Google it. Google what manners are. Google what, you know, you know what I mean? That's you know, like we don't show you anymore. I don't want to take my time to show you. That's why common sense isn't common anymore, because we don't take that time anymore to really talk. And we should talk. That's what we should do. We don't.
I don't feel compelled to talk like that anymore because it usually leads to conflict.
No. In the workplace, yes. I'm talking about in the workplace. I'm more so referring in the workplace. Like it's a must. Like with your kids, you must talk, right, about that. In the workplace, you must, right? You must talk about sense, right? You can't just expect that. I can't tell my kids to go Google it. I shouldn't. I should be showing them like how, right? Like, you know, mentor them, like, you know, monkey see, monkey do, that kind of thing, right? That in the workplace, that's how it should be too. Put that connection together, right? When you become a manager, you're an industrial parent. Bottom line, you gotta think that way, right? Because that's how you will place a higher value on people's lives over the output that they give, right? So watch this video, try to gather, take one thing from the video that we can discuss, right? And say, hey, look, this is what I you know, this stood out to me in the video. Okay, so, and I made it this small because if I made it any bigger, it would be really like pixelated. So that's why it's, you know, it doesn't matter if I go to YouTube or anything like that. There's no better, the highest quality is like 240p, like literally. You know what that means, right? So here, I'll play the video. It's a good video.
I always looked upon OSHA as ensuring Americans a new right in the Bill of Rights, the right to a safe and healthful workplace. The convergence of known disasters, the Black Lung, the environmental episodes that we involved in, it's time to come.
There are workers today that are alive because of passage of the Occupational Safety and Health Act.
The bill could not be signed unless it had bipartisan support. Democrats and Republicans working together. We were under heavy pressure to get OSHA going in a hurry. We did, for the most part, get things going. We took some pieces of paper, we put flesh and blood to them, we developed in Washington and around the country, a network of dedicated safety and health people. One of the most striking things we found when we first went into the textile mill was a direct relationship between the level of cotton dust and this disease we know as brown lung.
We got ready to issue a cotton dust standard, and the economists in the administration wanted it watered down. And I talked with President Carter about it. He encouraged us to issue a standard that would really protect the health of workers.
One of the most important things OSHA has done is the right to know hazard communication standard, giving workers and the public information about the chemicals that were being used, which enabled action to use chemicals in a way that limited worker exposures.
The Reagan administration issued an emergency health warning to workers. This one deals with asbestos, and it cuts by 75% the amount of asbestos fibers that workers may be exposed to.
The Labor Department today began public hearings on the potential health hazard of vinyl chloride. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration issued new safety standards today to prevent grain elevator explosions. Coming out of the construction industry, I know that the more inspections on a project, the better project you have at the end of the game. Not the same rust the workforce, and solve problems in the workforce change.
We've got healthcare being the biggest industry right now in the country. And with that, we've got problems of back injuries, chemical exposures.
My vision for the Department of Labor is to provide good jobs for, and I mean everyone, from business officers to construction workers. Good jobs, they're safe jobs.
What our company has learned over the years is that an effective safety and health makes us more competitive in a global economy. It has enabled us to save on our workers' compensation costs and has boosted employee morale. At the end of the day, many more fine shipbuilders are returning safely home to their families because of our strong safety and health program.
Everybody in our country has stopped health and safety of workers, and it's critical that we get a handle on these problems because they are the forerunners of environmental problems that will affect us all.
A Phillips Petroleum Plastics plant blew up, injuring more than 80 people and scattering debris as far as 6 miles away.
The blast at the BP refinery in Texas City was the worst in this country in 15 years.
Catastrophic events are powerful reminders that thousands of workers across our country continue to face risks at work. Every day in America, 12 workers are killed on the job. And every year in America, more than 3 million workers are seriously injured, and many more than we know are sickened by exposure to toxic agents. These injuries, these illnesses, these deaths are preventable. This isn't only OSHA's challenge, it's the nation's challenge.
I've worked with lawyers that clearly see that an effective safety and health program makes their company more competitive in a global economy.
We all have to figure out how to come together to address these problems to make sure that workers are protected from the new hazards.
We must continue down the path we started 4 decades ago toward a day when no one will ever have to give up their safety or their health for a paycheck.
So, all right. Who wants to say what they got from the video?
The economic benefits and provide a safe and healthy workplace.
Right.
Can sometimes be obscured by rhetoric, but
Yeah.
clearly they see the opposite.
Right. That's you know, that's if you think about business in general, what is it there to do? What is business there? What is capitalism there to do? Make a profit, right? Generate revenue, make a profit, right? So what do some executives, owners, decision makers do when it comes to making profits? Do they sometimes sacrifice labor over that? Like, you know, because if I'm waving a wand, or in this case a mouse or a pen, right? That, you know, I can say, oh, well, I want to reduce the workforce by this much because we need to make this number work, this number fit here, right? So, okay, well, that's workforce. Okay, so you have to make the other people work as much harder. What's that gonna do, right? One, morale will go down, right? Two, injuries will go up. Right, that's kind of so it's like that. Perfect. Anybody else?
Workers have rights.
Workers have rights, absolutely.
There's injury,
Talk about that right now. We're talking about this intro section, talks about a high level overview of all the rights. And then we're going to dig deeper in why those rights are there. Awesome. Okay. So anybody know why it's worthwhile to be OSHA compliant besides not getting fined by OSHA? Less injuries is one. Sure. That's happier people work harder. Isn't that a very, very accurate statement? I mean, it's almost hard to disagree with that statement, right? Happier people work harder. So that's where the neuroscience comes in, guys. And that's what I'm telling you. Neuroscience here is paramount, right? You have to understand what makes us tick, right? And if we can understand that, and we can understand what makes us work happier, well, we need to create an environment that fosters that. That's what I agree. So one thing, I don't know if you guys caught this or not, about being OSHA compliant, right, is that it's a way to become competitive in a global environment, right? What does that mean, right? If I'm from another country and let's say I want to do business with this company because they make a certain product or they have a certain resource that I need to do my business, right? So am I going to go? Well, it doesn't have to be out of the country. It could be within the country, right? It'd be like, well, am I going to do business with a company that's going to, one, maybe potentially not produce my required needs for my business because they're not efficiently running their business in whatever shape or form? You see what I'm saying, right? That's kind of the question of the day, in a sense, for a lot of employers, right? So you always got to think about this, and I'll write it in red, because it is very, very important to understand, right? You want to pay now or do you want to pay later?
Johnson.
And what does later mean?
More money.
More. Think about the last time you missed your registration on your car. Like you missed a date. What happened? Like, oh crap, man, I gotta pay 40 more bucks. And this in California, it was like 80 more bucks, right? To if you miss registration, right? So your car, of just your vehicle every year, right? Registering your car. You can't, drive. Have you ever? How long? Here's a funny question. How long have you ever driven your car without it being properly registered?
2017.
See?
No, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's the funny thing. Yesterday, I went to get an operating permit for that vehicle. I thought the registration would be like $600 or something.
Like,
it's like $100.
Yeah.
And I just go back tomorrow when I get my smart.
Well, you're lucky there, because for me, right, when I didn't register for a couple of years, they ended up making me pay like $400.
No, yeah, I had to do that for my other car. I missed it by 1 year and it was $200.
Yeah, I missed. Yeah, so yeah, exactly right. You miss it for more than a couple of years. They double it and then they make it. So that's the effect of paying later, right? Pay now, pay later. That's my point in saying that. So the reason why I wrote this, right? DOD and DOL, and then you see here the Department of Labor, right? So it is. So you're gonna know OSHA belongs to the OSHA is under. I don't know my pen. This isn't my pen, is it? Gotta change it. So OSHA belongs under DOL, right? So what's under DOD, right? Every other military branch. So that's why this line right here, anybody that was ever in the military, there's already a wall. It's called the firewall, right? It's called the firewall of civilians are soft, in a sense. Like, in general, when you compare them to military people, right? When there's a comparison, right? So if I'm a manager, right? I'd like to have somebody who is in the military because they can instill, this framework of leadership. Framework. I say framework. Okay. Does that make him a good leader? Not necessarily, but it does prime an individual to have that exposure of structure and order and leadership, right? That's that. But also it could be a double-edged sword. That's why some companies don't want to hire somebody who's in the military, because what happens, right? Maybe they're too rigid, maybe they're too demanding, commanding, whatever the case may be, right? So there's that. That's why if you're aware of that, you're on both sides. And I'll tell you what, there's another thing about employers. If an employer, if me as an employer, if I saw a resume that had veteran on it, right? First, I would take a look and see if I understand, the job codes or whatever are on there. But if not, then I would just take a look at, my first impression is, okay, this person comes highly disciplined and they understand structure. That's the first thing an employer thinks about when they think about military. So you could probably, if you've never been in the military, you want to, now that we've done this whole convergence of veterans and youth career collaborator, right? You can borrow a little bit from that side, and then military people can borrow something from the other side. You got to balance out. That way, you're more relatable on both sides. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You cover that full spectrum. You don't alienate people from the military, and you don't alienate people that are civilians, right? I happen to found this kind of like happy medium. I understand the idea and respect it as service, right? And so, you can connect with people who are in the military. So I mean, I was in JROTC, and maybe I have that predisposition. I'm talking about this because it's important that when you apply leadership in the workplace, it matters, right? When you are that person people look to, then you have to be that person, right? And I wanted just to show you this because, right, if you think about military and civilian, right, life, it's very different. There's that hard line. So anybody who's been in the military that's been in combat, I respect it so much, because it's just that's you wrote a blank check to the government to your body, pretty much. Here you go, government. What do you want to do with me? That kind of thing. That's big. That's huge. Okay, so all right. Speaking of that's huge, now let's talk about rights, right? Because that's the thing, right? Now, when you're in the military, you almost have you have some rights, but they're diminished. I think. Would you agree with that? Like some level, right? They're like you get kind of, especially if you get basic training. You get kind of like it's kind of a diminished sense of your rights. Okay, they can't kick you or physically abuse you now, of course, but. So we got to scale that back like 100 times when you go to OSHA. Come on back, all right? So OSHA, we're gonna cover these 6. Why is OSHA important? What rights do you have? Employer responsibilities, that's a big one, okay? We're gonna be talking about employer responsibility as a total topic. What are OSHA standards? So if you ever hear the word regulation or standard, they are pretty much regulations and standards. They're pretty much synonymous. Okay, we're going to talk about this book as well. So, how are inspections conducted? We're gonna do a quick overview, and then tomorrow we'll go over the full slide deck for that, and also where you can go for help. I have a section here. There's actually in your book, and I'll point you to where that is in your book, where you can go for help. All right, as far as that. Okay, so topic 1. Let's get into why is OSHA important to you? Well. Still in 2018, 19 and 20 numbers are still being collected. It's still being gathered, you could say, right? But in 2018, there's still 5,250 workers that were documented that died on the job. This is all the companies reporting to OSHA, right? Or the reporting to OSHA or inspectors that had reported to OSHA. So both, right? So an average of nearly 14 workers die every week. That's every day, right? 100 a week plus. Now, this next bullet point where you see 961 Hispanic Latino workers, this is more a highlight to, let's talk about English as a second language, right? For a lot of individuals, I mean, that's a pretty broad group, right? If you think about employees in America where English is their second language, right? What would you say? Would you say is there a majority, minority? What ends up being their job what ends up being their job, right? If you're at first, if you're a new entrant to the country, what is your usual job? If your English is your second language, what is your laborer, right? Laborer. So a lot of laborers tend to work outside. So this is that number. And again, when you're talking about laborers that English is not their second language, you have to strengthen your ability to communicate to that group of individuals, because one, it's an employer responsibility, because it falls on the employer. We'll explain that. That's what that points to. Right? 2.8 million serious workplace injuries and illnesses were reported by private industry employers. Meaning to say, so if you divide, okay, here's a crazy number for you guys. If you divide, where's my calculator, and 2.8 million, right? So 2.8 million people. So if I divide this by the number of hours in a year that are worked, we're gonna find out how many people get hurt in an hour. You follow me on that metric?
Yeah.
So 2,000, if I divide this by 2,000 hours that we work in a year, that means that 1,400 people get hurt every hour. Hurt, serious injury, right? It could range from someone getting their finger cut off, like amputated, right? Losing a tooth, getting a very deep cut somewhere, right? An hour. That's crazy, right? That's a crazy metric, a statistic to really think about. So 2018, but see, here's another crazy metric for you guys. 1970, 38 people were dying a day compared to 14 a day. So we reduced it by nearly 3 times, which is great. We're on the right track, right? We're reducing the amount of injuries and death. Whereas in 72, there were 10.9 incidents per 100 workers, but now it's 3.5. When they give you that number, 10.9 incidents per 100 workers, that's full-time equivalent workers, right? So they'll take part-time workers and kind of lump them together and make their hours full-time and get that metric. It's an average. Yeah, 10.9 per 100 workers of full-time workers, right? So that's because if you look at it's a harder number to look at when you look at a larger number. You want to see it. You want to see the number for smaller batches. That way, it gives you a better understanding, because not all workplaces have 3,000 people, right? Not all workplaces have 500 people. I mean, workplaces have more like 150, right? So you can take that number 100 divided by 10 and get 10 workers. So you get one incident per 10 workers, right? You could see that metric. Right? So that's how the math plays out. All right. So now, history of OSHA. Quick little history. 1970 is when it signed, right? President Nixon signed the OSHA, right? OSHA stands for Occupational Safety and Health Administration, right? An agency of Department of Labor. All right, so that's all occupational, so just on the job, right? So April 28th is the birthday, 1971, of OSHA, which last April 28th was the 50th. Like I said, I guess they didn't have time to make a video or whatever, and maybe they couldn't possibly do it, but that video is still a good video. So the mission of OSHA. I know we always hear about OSHA and it sounds like they're a big bad wolf and they come and bust people and issue citations, right? Yeah, they do that. But guess what? As people, we only hear the bad stuff. You don't even hear the good stuff they're doing. You don't even hear the lives they're saving, right? From bankrupting an employer that was hurting 1,000 employees. You never hear about that. Right? So that's what OSHA's mission is, to assure safe and healthy working conditions for working men and women. So what do? They set and enforce standards by providing training, outreach, education, and assistance. Right. So for instance, this is a training center for general industry. Right. So we do job and health safety training as well. I actually I'm an independent trainer, but I can go to companies and provide on-site training for them, do audits, safety audits, and things like that, for making sure. I don't do testing because I don't have the equipment, but I know how to do. I can refer them to somebody that does do testing because I have that network, right? So things like that. So, but safety is a very big industry. Safety is an industry on its own, right? like it when it said scam likely. All right, good. Thank you for telling me that. I'll turn the ring off on that. All right. So OSHA's missions. They don't just want to bust people, they want to stop people from hurting employees. That's the bottom line. So we want to provide training programs to increase knowledge about occupational safety. Now, oh, I was saying that safety is its own industry. If you're the kind of person that likes little to go on in the workplace and you like to make sure things are correct in the correct order, like if you have a high level of OCD, safety might be a good career for you. You need a high level of attention to detail, right? One, two, and you have to have kind of, if you're working in a higher danger environment, like for instance, like an oil refinery plant, the place where they make gasoline or whatever, right? Like that. That's, of course, there's more pay for people that are just safety people that just make sure that people don't catch fire, like kind of thing like that. So, but the higher the danger, the more the pay. But if you're looking at a career, let's say logistics and supply, you worked in the warehouse before, right? At some point. No, you did, right? EHS managers for a, how big was it? How many employees were at your warehouse, you say?
Oh, gosh.
No?
No. It wasn't a big
Under
one.
50?
Probably about 100.
Oh, that's still sizable. It's still sizable. I mean, it's not a medium size, it's a small size company, but it's still sizable in the sense of a OSHA program, right? So an EHS manager for 100 employees could still get paid close to 6 figures. Trust me on this. I'll tell you why, and I'll explain to you in the next slides why they can still get paid about $100,000 a year for that kind of a job, just for safety, right? In a warehouse with a lot of moving parts, right? A lot of ergonomics, right? We'll talk about that. So, topic 2 about rights. Okay, so rights. You have a right to a safe and healthy workplace. That is just bottom line. That is the first rule of OSHA, right? You as an employee, you as a person that is hired to work at a workplace, right? Like at a construction site, right? For instance, right? You have a right. You have a right to know about chemicals or hazardous chemicals, right? So anything that can hurt you, you can't be like, oh, hey, how did this bottle of formaldehyde get here? Kind of thing. That shouldn't happen, right? Like reporting an injury to an employer, that's a right. I shouldn't be afraid to go, hey, look, I busted my thumb, right? To my employer. I shouldn't be afraid to do that. Complain or request hazard correction from employer. I shouldn't be afraid to go, hey, employer, can you fix this bridge where, if you put your foot on it, it's gonna fall right off, and then if you should go, walk over there to get to the other side, you gotta fix that, So hazard correction. Training is a right. You can't make somebody go, okay, figure it out as you go along. That's not, employers can't do that, right? Hazard exposure and medical records. So now we require employers to maintain records, right, of hazard exposure and any type of events that happen on the job, okay? Filing a complaint with OSHA, that's also a right. Participating in an inspection. And then the last one here is very important. Be free from retaliation for exercising your safety and health rights. So someone telling you, oh, hey boss, I got to report this safety issue. If you do, I'm gonna fire you if you do. That's a threat, right? You can't do that.
Can they get fired though?
Yeah. Well, they have, right? But see, it's a difference. It's a form of it, right? So you have those rights. I mean, we'll talk about that. When you're trying to exercise these rights, and we'll break these down, then that means that an employer has a responsibility to make sure to address them properly. And if they don't, you have to go the recourse of litigation. Actually, that's with the employment law. In California, right? This is one thing that you guys got to know, right? Who's favored more in California, the employer or the employee? In courts, employee. If you go to Nevada, not the case, right? There's just, I don't know what it is exactly, but that's how the flavor of law seems to play out in different states, right? So why do you think a lot of companies have exited California? Because it was the employee, it's too expensive to operate in California, right? There's too many protections, there's too many restrictions, too many, right? We're out of here. Too many tax. There you go. That's probably the number one. It's taxes, right? So this is the reason why OSHA. So here's the thing, right? This is a Fed OSHA class. You gotta know this is a Fed OSHA class. One, we are in California, right? So there's actually Cal OSHA that supersedes Fed OSHA here. But why are you getting this Fed OSHA? We didn't want to limit this training for you to be stuck in California, so we're giving you federal. But I am doing a little bit more and giving you the Cal OSHA inspection process. That's tomorrow. That's really beneficial because if you can go to a company with the knowledge already familiar with how Cal OSHA inspections are conducted, you're going to be a rock star because you could secure a position, especially in a company like JPL. I mean, I'm sure they already got it covered. I'm not talking about them specifically, but a company like them, or maybe a company that provides any services as a vendor to JPL, right? They would need to be compliant, right? So that's kind of where, you know, your value is in your ability to prevent this for your company, right? That's your value as a safety professional, right? So you're understanding why it is important to pay now versus paying later. Right, that's where you come in. That's where you come in, and that's where you actually make your money. Because if you save the company from being fined or from hurting people, which increases what workman's comp claims, yada yada yada, all that stuff, right? Then that is your income right there. That's your income right there, right? So let's go over briefly go over. So I'll go over this later. Actually, the poster and all that. I'll go over it later. Don't worry about this right now. So let's go to safe and healthful workplace. I see here a question from Connie. She was saying that I do see doing apple to apple comparisons for 100 work. It's like I mentioned, Connie. It's they do, you know, they take the larger metric and then they take the decimals out to get the smaller number. So, but as far as the 100 workers comparison, it's 100 full-time equivalent workers. So there's still, I'd have to do a little more digging on what they really mean by 100, the full-time equivalent workers. So that's what I see over there. Okay. All right. Perfect. So go ahead. Go ahead. No, yeah, go ahead. If you feel need the restroom, you don't have to ask me, right? It's not high school. They don't a hall pass. That's fine. I mean, if you did say, you need, yeah, totally good. Okay. So safe and healthy workplace. So OSHA was created, like I mentioned, right, to provide those rights to ensure that employers don't hurt the employees. That's the bottom line. Okay, so knowing about chemicals. So in 2015, there was a change. They changed what they used to call MSDS or material safety data sheets, and now they just dropped the M and now they're just called safety data sheets. I just remember that. But if it's still called MSDS, then you know that it's maybe it's an outdated one, but it's still an SDS, right? That's what you want to know about that.
Whenever we so I do like SWIPs, stormwater protection plans for the company who would do that. So we would have to include that in their manual.
Correct.
It was something I created, the SWIP manual. And
Nice.
All those SDSs.
You have to make sure they were all a part of the SDS were a part of that SWIP. So that way,
so that they
compliance.
know what type of hazardous materials they had in case there was a spill or something and it went into the storm.
There you go. Right. Like so they know exactly that's exactly. So that's a requirement. So it mirrors the requirement for workplace where if it can affect the employees, right, then there is a regulatory requirement to have the notifications at the work site. So it's very, very similar, but you're just doing it for emergency response.
Exactly.
Right.
We also have to have like if we saw hazardous materials that wasn't in a spill containment area, we'd have to tell our client that they needed to create some sort of spill containment so that it could be approved by the city. Pretty much.
Were you guys consultants for companies? Yeah. Oh, okay. Private consultants. Okay. Yeah. That's another thing too. There's there are Cal OSHA consultants, right? And then they provide a free service for consulting where they won't issue citations when they first do their consultation. But the downside of that is they will give you a timeline to fix problems, and then if they come back for the follow-up and there's still issues, they will cite you, right? Versus a private company doing it, you're kind of like, okay, well, which is between us, we're not gonna tell the government, we don't care, you're probably paying us money, so nothing happens.
We're pretty much like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot more companies opt for that, right? With good sense, right? They want, they don't want a record to show up at Cal OSHA going, oh, hey, you guys were doing this, you guys were doing that, because we didn't know. That's a fear for a lot of employers or for a lot of executives or owners. That's a fear. It really is. Because if you invite the popo to your house, it's like, okay, what are they gonna do? They're not there just to have fun and drink punch, right? They're gonna want to issue citations, right? So this is very important. So record keeping. Okay, so there's a record keeping rule. If you have more than 10 workers, 10 employees, then you have to keep a log of injuries and illnesses at the work site. So for that, did you have that at the work site? Because you have more than 10. You have more than 10.
Yes.
It's called an OSHA 300. So it looks like it's in your book, and it looks in your training guides somewhere, and I'll point you up. So if you look, actually, while we're talking about this, right? Go past the OSHA slides, and you're gonna see something that says OSHA 7500, Introduction to Safety and Health Management, or you should. Hopefully it's all there. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty way past. It's like more than half of the book, probably more than half of the actual training guide. So before the project management slides, you're further. Yeah, you're there. So back up a little bit. You want to start over here by the front. This is the front. Okay. So yeah, back up. Yeah, you're there. Back up more down. Keep going. Yeah, you're there. So back up to this page first. Keep going. More. Keep more. Yeah. So past that. Yes. Perfect. That's it. Yeah, right here. Yeah, that's right. So you start at this page, right? So I wanted just to make sure you see it. This is where it starts. So, but if you flip through the to show you the OSHA 300, you're gonna have to flip a few more pages. Maybe like I'm gonna say like they're not page numbered. I apologize for that. We should make an effort to page number them better. But there's probably about 10 pages until you get to the OSHA 300. It looks like this. OSHA's 300A form. Okay, you see, yeah. He's got it. Keep going a little more. That's the complaint filing. Yeah, keep going a little more. It'll be over by there. Yeah, so that's the form that needs to be posted annually. Well, it needs to be updated annually, that is. So meaning to say, in your company, if there are any injuries or illnesses, actually, and if there's not, you still need to have it shown that there's zero. You would want to show zero for injuries and illnesses on the job. It's something to be proud about, I would say. All right, so that's your OSHA form 300. I'll give you, just keep an earmark on this section right here, like hold this part so that way you can come back. I'm gonna reference it through the intro. So that's the OSHA 300A. Complaint or request corrections. So workers may bring up safety and health concerns, and OSHA will protect you. That's, you have those rights. A lot of times people don't understand what their rights are. All right, so training. So training, we talked about it. We need to provide training that that people can understand. So okay, read this bottom bullet point here, right? It says training must be in a language and vocabulary workers can understand, right? Understand what? Health, safety and health standards that employers must follow. Okay, so they have to follow this, and so they have to train you on different topics. So here's like a good rule of thumb to understand for OSHA, right? If it can hurt you or cause anything, like if it can hurt you or cause death, well, guess what? You got to provide training. That's a very simple rule of thumb, right? And you have to provide training that people can understand, that's in their language. We're the only country that caters to other people's languages versus other countries where you're SOL if you can't speak our language, right? But yes, we have so if you have a Spanish speaking audience or employees that are Spanish speaking, then you better have a really good translator that can do the job, that can translate whatever the main person is saying. If the English person that's conducting a training, then you need that Spanish person to provide, unless that person can do it. So that's good. Got that. Examine exposure and medical records. Okay, so that means employees. Let's say you come to the job, you're hired on for a job, and you're going to be doing anything that deals with bullet point 1: metals, dust, lead, cadmium, silica. Before I do the job, after I get the training, I can go, hey, can I see the records for the exposure records for these? You have that right. It's like, well, the employer can't say, well, get to the work rate, go do your job. No, I want to see the records first. And they have to provide you the time and access to see the information. For what reason? Well, you want to know what you're getting into before you do it. And that's what OSHA says that has to be available for employees, right? So that's examining exposure records, filing a complaint. You have a right to complain with OSHA. Now, first and foremost, though, right? What's the best way? What's the best way to deal with a problem, right? Is to talk to your employer, right? The best way to deal with a problem is to talk to the person that you're having the problem with, right? That's also, that applies in life too, right? So workers may file a complaint, confidential. Now, let's say you did try, the employer was like, no, there's no problem. And you're like, no, there's a problem. It's like, the employer's like, no, there isn't. Okay, so now you're going back and forth. Now you have the right to file a complaint with OSHA. Now, you can request your name not be revealed to the employer. It's up to you. I mean, I think most of the times you want to file an anonymous complaint. But if you do file a complaint, you have the right to find out what OSHA did, what action they took, and if an inspection wasn't made and why. Well, I think you'll definitely get the result of if an inspection was not made. I'm not sure if they'll tell you why though. But I'll scale back on that one. But I think they will tell you why if they didn't do it. Like, oh, we didn't inspect it. I'm pretty sure they won't have to tell you why. So your next right is to participate in an OSHA inspection. Now this right is more so for the employer, right? And what do I mean by that? Well, for OSHA, the requirement here is the highest level of authority that can allow the continuation of an inspection. That's what they say in the text, right? So what does that mean? So that means you have to be either the EHS manager, you have to be the owner, company owner, the CEO, whatever, to say, okay, let's continue the inspection once an inspector shows up at your door, right? So that's what they mean by participating in OSHA inspection. And what it does mean is that you should not let an inspector inspect by themselves. Why is that not good? Why wouldn't you want an inspector to inspect an area by themselves? Well, okay, that's a really good one, actually. That's what if he gets hurt, right? But the main one is, what if he documents not correct information? What if he falsifies the information? Right? You want to see what they see. You want to record what they record, so and so, right? You want to witness what they're witnessing, because that way there's no skewing of the truth, right? That's just good common sense if you really want to look at it that way, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's what the law, the text says, is that you can participate in OSHA inspection. The inspector can't say, no, you can't come with me. That's what it says. So workers can find out about the results of the inspection. Abatement measures. What's an abatement measure? An abatement measure is what we would call the fix. How do we fix it? Right? What is that fixing method? That's what abatement is, really the fix, if you want to put it that way. What did you do to fix it? What abatement measures did you take? Right? That's how you would put that. And you can object the date set for violation to be corrected. Now you have to they give you a timeline, right? Depending on the kind of violation, they give you a timeline to fix it. And if you don't fix it, right, then you can object to those dates. You can say, well, okay, well, on this date, on the date you gave me, you can't possibly come here because blah, blah, we're fixing the floor and there's no one allowed here because, that they're fixing, but so you have to change the date. You can object to dates being set. All right, so the next one, being free from retaliation. Right, so here's a statute of limitations for you. You have 30 days to contact OSHA if you feel that your rights have been violated. Right, if you have been punished for exercising your safety and health rights, you shouldn't wait too long to make a complaint to a lawyer. Right, so that's what but if you feel like if you got fired because you're trying to exercise your safety and health rights, like I tried to report an issue and then I got fired before I was able to report the issue. Right, that's a problem. Right, 30 days. Okay, so that's the right to be free from retaliation. Okay, now let's talk about employer responsibilities. Now, let me preface this for you and then we'll explain it further down the line. So if an employer, here's a question for you guys, right? To be an employer, to be considered an employer, do you have to be the person that hires or fires the person? No. Yep, perfect, good answer. All right, I could simply just tell you to take a break and I'm now considered an employer. That's the extent of the law. It's a very extreme example, but I'll connect the dots for you later. Right? But that still applies. Like if I can tell somebody to take a break, by law, I can be considered an employer. A supervisor and up can be considered an employer. Okay, under OSHA. All right, so providing training required, keeping records, providing medical exams when required by OSHA. This is if you have to put on respirators, right? And anything with the full faceplate, pressure, all that, that's a medical exam. You don't give somebody a respirator if they have a pre-existing respiratory condition, right? That's the thing. And then not discriminating against workers that try to exercise their rights, right? You can't discriminate that. Posting OSHA citations. So if you got a ticket from OSHA, you have to post it. You have to actually like put it next to the OSHA poster or put it next to the area where it happened. That's a requirement. And then employers have to pay for most PPE and provide it. Okay, so that's the employer responsibility. Now, here are some employer musts. Okay, so this is a reporting requirements, right? Reporting, recording. So employers have to report each worker death to OSHA, right? Very hard to sweep a body under the rug on the job. Very hard, right? Report each worker related hospitalization, amputation, or loss of an eye. Do you guys know getting your teeth knocked out is considered an amputation? Guess why? It doesn't grow back. Your teeth don't grow back, right? You can get a prosthetic limb, you can get prosthetic teeth, right? It doesn't grow back. So that's another one for you right there. Employers have to maintain injury and illness records. So if somebody gets hurt on the job, the employer's responsibility is to maintain it, right? So now, if you are noticing on the job, let's say you're a worker and you are noticing that the employer is not doing their employer requirements, this is an entry point for you. You can start going, hey, no one's handling this program. You should just give the job to me and I can handle it. If you want to do that, of course. But that's sometimes at a job site that has more than 10 employees, there's that record keeping requirement. And if no one's doing it, now the company is left vulnerable, right? Just that's how you can argue for it. Then you can say, well, you need to give me that job, pay me a little more money. I can run the safety program here and then make sure that if OSHA ever buzzes our door, then we're prepared, right? That's kind of confidence. That kind of confidence will keep that will create job security. Right, that's another thing. There is no such thing as job security. You have to create job security. You have to actively create it. It's an active participation in your. You can't sit on a job and go, oh, my job's not going anywhere. No. All right. So next one is inform workers on how to report an injury or an illness to the employer. You want to train people on the proper ways to report. You don't want to leave it to like, oh, guess did you guys guess how to report? No, I want to train you guys. I want to make sure you understand what needs to be reported, right? You know, you report, do you have to report cuts and bruises? No. Do you have to report deep slices? Yes. Like that. There's these different things you have to report. So allow OSHA access to records. Making records available to workers and allowing OSHA access to the records. So again, if anybody needs to see the records of these bad things, the skeletons in the closet of the company, they have to be available, right? I mean, I don't say skeletons like not that sense of like, you know, really bad stuff, but I mean like just the injury and illness stuff, right? And you have to, again, post annual summary. So every year you have to update and then create a summary for what happened in the year previous. All right. So what are OSHA standards? OSHA standards are rules that describe the methods that employers have to use to protect employees from the hazard. So again, rules, some rules are already stated, some rules are not yet stated, right? Some rules, because here's the thing about OSHA, they're not going to know what you're doing until they get there. Think about it, right? Do you think OSHA, if they got a complaint from OSHA, do you think they know what they're gonna see once they get to the front door of SpaceX? Like, do you think they're gonna know with a certainty? They may not know exactly what they know the complaint, but they don't know what they're gonna be dealing with when they get there. So there are some rules already set up. This book, we talk about the standards, right? You ever heard the phrase "throw the book at somebody"? Hey, let's throw the book at them, right? When you do it literally, it still hurts, right? But see, when you do it the other way, where does it hurt? It hurts the pocketbook, right? So that's what they're trying to do. When they throw the book at you, they want to find out ways to maximize your pain, right? Because if you are creating this pain for employees, then we got to find a way to get rid of you, get rid of the company itself, so that way people don't get hurt. So that's what the standards are. So if you hear the word standard or regulation, they're really synonymous. So we're covering general industry, all right? So if you have done anything in construction, maritime, agriculture, those are more specialized, right? And if you have, let's say, a construction background, and you want to do construction safety, then you're gonna need to get construction OSHA 30, right? That's just, if you ever heard of the CSHT, right? It's a construction safety and health technician, right? They need to have an OSHA 30 construction, because they need to know all the rules and regulations that covers construction. Right? So this is general industry, right? Most of the anybody here did construction before though? No, not kind of, but like a temporary short stint, or
Yeah.
that was a job. It was like a small job, right? So yeah, so I imagine most of you will be working in general industry type facilities, right? So we're in a warehouse, building, where it's already fixed. You know, you're not going to be like building something new, right? So this is general industry. So let's talk about standards. So what do standards do? Standards, right? So regulation, standard, right? Standards really, what they do is they limit the amount of exposure, require the use of, or require employees to monitor. Standards, right? So those are requirements, right? So standards are requirements. All right, so we will cover this more in the inspection section of the slides, but you can go to OSHA. I'll go over the handout right now here after I cover this part. Okay, so how are OSHA inspections conducted? Now, if you were ever interested in a career in inspection safety, right, you can go to Cal State Dominguez Hills, and there's a 2-year certificate program to become a compliance safety and health officer. And those guys make like $125 a year, easily, right? But you're gonna be working. You're gonna be working because I can tell you right now, if you're a police for OSHA, what do you think police need to do? They need a police. And guess what you need to do to police in the police's eyes? You have to issue tickets. Right? So that's you have that. Here's the thing about Cal OSHA. They get no money from Fed OSHA. California is left to their own means, right, to figure out how they fund Cal OSHA. Now they get their cut from the Fed, their budget, right, every year based on whatever, but California has to decide how to allocate that to their DOSH, Department of Occupational Safety and Health. Right, so that's the DOSH. So with that, right, so that means that what do inspectors got to do? Well, if I don't, we'll talk about this in inspections, right? There is a minimum requirement, and once I show you the dollar values for the citations, it'll make more sense. But co-shows, they call them co-shows, right? The CSHO, right? So that's who shows up at your door, and then OSHA will conduct inspections without advance notice. They're not going to call you, hey, we're going to come by tomorrow. Get ready for us. That's not how OSHA works. They want the element of surprise is key, right? Because they want to be able to see you in the act, or at least in the imminent danger act, right? Now, there is another thing called imminent danger. Imminent danger is a little different, right? Let's say, well, first of all, what is imminent danger? What does imminent danger mean? It's going to happen, right? Something's going to happen right now. Someone's going to either get hurt or someone's going to die. Imminent danger. So if an inspector sees that situation, the only way they're going to be able to gain access to that is to tell the person, hey, look, I see an imminent danger situation. May I please inspect that area? And that's the only notice you have. And guess what? You can't say no to an OSHA inspector. You shouldn't say no. You shouldn't say no, right? Because there's legal implications when you say no and they see an imminent danger. They'll have a way to like call on bigger force, I guess you could say, like that if you decline at that time. Just like imagine getting pulled over by police, right? If you resist arrest, what does that give them the ability to do, right? Use force, right? If you resist arrest, right? They can take you out and put you down on the ground, like don't resist arrest, right? It's the same idea with imminent danger. If they're gonna try to pull you over and give you a ticket because of an imminent danger situation, if you try stopping the process of getting a ticket, that's worse for you. Okay, so that's what the second bullet point really means. So also this third bullet point is, anybody know about insider trading? Like what that means? What's insider trading?
Yeah, that's when you see information.
It's not public, right? Non-material public information, right? So material non-public information that gets shared. So here's the thing about OSHA inspections. They are private information. So if you happen to overhear, and then like you tell the company, right, that they're getting an inspection, you can go to jail, and you're going to receive a fine, right? So they treat that the same way. All right. So different types of OSHA inspections. Okay. So this is also the priority in which they want to inspect it. Okay. So meaning to say, yes, the imminent danger is top priority because I want to prevent a death before it happens. I want to prevent an injury, right? So second on that list is, well, it already happened, so we have to inspect that too. That's the priority, to inspect it. And then third is worker complaints and referrals, which is actually the most amount of inspections being done by OSHA, because they're all complaints. Really, they are. So the fourth one here, called targeted inspections. Anytime OSHA updates regulations or they change the rules, they can't say, hey, look, change the rules. Next year, you got to be compliant. They got to give you like 5 to 10 years to be compliant. Because guess why? Because they can't go to every business every year. That's a limitation of OSHA, right? That's why they rely on complaints, because complaints are live, right? If I get a complaint, then chances are something's going on right now. Versus a rule change, yeah, there may be a higher level of people not being compliant, but there's a lot of back and forth with, oh, well, notification this, and we didn't know the rules change, and this, so that's why that's number 4. And then number 5, the follow-up inspection. Any of these first 4 can result in a follow-up inspection, of course. So those are different types of inspections. Now let's talk about citations and penalties. Okay, so your first one here is willful. A willful violation. So this is you see that, right? It says commits a violation with plain indifference to the law. What does that mean? Indifference to the law.
They didn't care about it.
We don't care, right? So maximum penalty is 70,000. So there it is. So maximum 100% penalty of willful violation is 70,000. They use percentages, right? So if it's a 50% willful, then 70,000 is 35,000, right? So that's how they do that. Minimum 5,000 for each willful violation. So that it can't be smaller than a $5,000 violation, or minimum. Serious, right? Serious violations up to 70,000. I'm sorry, 7,000. Other than serious is a maximum of 7,000. But if you look at other than serious, this is more related to not having a SOP paper program that could lead to serious physical harm, right? So that's other than serious. And then any repeat, here's the thing about repeat. It's a multiplier. If anything seems like it was a previous violation that could fall under a previous, that could qualify as a previous violation, then they can max your penalty up to 70,000 for that. So if I walk into a company right here in California as an inspector, I need to make sure that I can walk out with 2.5 citations at 30% serious, right? That's a standard. They want me to ticket that much out of every inspection, right? So walk away with at least anywhere between 15 to 30,000 in fines from a company. That's what they require. That's someone's annual salary in California.
Isn't that relative to the gross revenue of the organization? If you're mom and pop, 70 grand can kill you.
Well, yeah.
But if you're a large organization.
Sure. No. Granted, there are adjustments. Yeah, there are adjustments, but the idea is to put so much strain on a company that forces companies to quit the business altogether, right? Or make vast changes, right? So that's their game plan is to knock you out. If you're hurting people, it's to knock you out. So that they're going to use that number and metric however they see fit, really. But you're right. It's an adjusted scale. So they're not going to give a mom and pop shop like a egregious fine, like especially if. But it also depends on the violation. So I'm not privy to that information, so I couldn't really tell you. All right, so we'll go with that. So so the topic 6, where can you go for help? And then we're close to our break here. Now, I wanted to go over this packet, right? Just real quickly. So let me go over this here first, right? So within the workplace and the work site, your first line of defense is always your supervisor, right? So anytime that's your default. If you have your next in command is your person to go to for any work site information about the hazards of your workplace. Okay, so that's your so that who's going to be in charge of this? We're going to dig deeper, right? Because that means that you have to have SDSs, labels, employee manuals, right? And also training, which is work task procedure instruction, right? Training. So that's worksite resources. Now, outside the workplace, you want to go to OSHA.gov as your main resource, or in California, right? It's going to be it's a long one, but what you want to do with this one, I'm gonna pull up a screen here. So if you want to type in Cal OSHA P&P like this, policy and procedure. No, that's not it. Always look for a .gov, right? So this is it here, dir.ca.gov. So the Department of Industrial Relations .california.gov. This is the California resource. Okay, so if you're in California, of course. So I wanted to show you that. So back to the slide, right? So compliance assistant specialist. So there are, you can call Cal OSHA in your area and have them come down to do a consultation. NIOSH is also a resource. So NIOSH, it's in the. I'll show you in the handout. but cdc.gov/NIOSH. All right, so what is NIOSH? Right, it's the sister agency of OSHA. I like to call them the science side of OSHA. What do I mean by that? Well, they do all the research to make sure that what the claims are for safety and health are actually true. They're actually applied, right? So they do test it out. So that's the NIOSH. The OTI, or they call OSHA Training Institute. They call it OTI for short because they didn't want to say OSHA TIEC, right? So it's actually called OTIEC. So that's the OSHA Training Institute Education Centers. There's one in Dominguez Hills. We are a partial because we do the general industry training, right? So that's for that. Doctor, nurses, and healthcare providers, mainly for health information, especially if you're in the workplace, if you've had any COVID, you have to COVID infection in the workplace. You have to provide information on that, right? It's a hazard, right? Public libraries, you generally, who goes to public libraries anymore, right? I just say GTS it. Really, that's a basic form of public library, right? Just go Google it, right? And then of course, double check your resources. Don't always don't believe everything you see on Google, but you can frame a reference, right? And then other local community-based resources. I can be considered your other local community-based as an instructor. I do have a network of other professionals, especially my instructor for the OSHA 30. So background on this, right? Before I became a trainer, I had to go to the trainer's class, right? So the trainer for that class, he is a 37-year retired Cal OSHA inspector. So he started out as a regular inspector and then became a manager inspector later on. Right, so but 37 years in Cal OSHA. So he taught my class, which is why I have insight on how Cal OSHA inspections are conducted, because he gave us the slide deck that said, well, this is how we do it inside. So now you have that insight. You have other side insight versus just the experience that you get when you actually get inspected. Right, so that's huge, big. Right, all right, so last parts here of the slide deck. All right, so perfect. So now we go to the handout. So here's I wanted to show you guys this, right? So this is very important. So this here, it says job safety and health is the law. So this is in your right by your OSHA 7500 paper, right? Information. We are OSHA, we can help. There's a lot of basic information here for you. And this is something that you can also use when you're on the job. These are all online. And if you need these resources, actually, there's a link I'll be giving you today to my Google Drive that has all of this stuff on there. And these are the things you can use also, let's say to create a program when you go to your job and they don't have anything there, and you can use these resources to start. Right? These are good to have, right? So and they're all free, right? They're all free online. So this next one here, the student handout packet. Right, you see this little. So we give you an example of an OSHA poster, right? And where do you put the OSHA poster? Kitchen, yeah, I could say kitchen, but what's a more occupational term for a kitchen? Break room, right? Or break room or lunch room, right? Like that. So that's what the job. This is the OSHA. Also, what else goes by the OSHA poster? Your federal job poster, your state poster, right? All of that goes next to this, right? So, okay, fact sheet, rights as a whistleblower. So this is where you go and read information about how to properly report an issue. Right? So there are steps. This is called rules of engagement, right? There are rules of engagement. If you understand those rules, the protections protect you even better, right? That makes sense, right? If you follow the rules of engagement, they say, well, when you follow the rules, well, we got to protect you because you actually did the right thing versus the employer who didn't do the right thing, right? So that's that. Okay. Handout number 3, refusing to work because the conditions are dangerous. See that? This is another little checklist from OSHA, rules of engagement, right? Refusing to work is protected if, right? Checklist there, check, right? And then conditions are met. And then next steps. What are the next steps? Then you ask your employer to correct the hazard, ask your employer for other work, tell your employer that you won't perform the work until the hazards are corrected. See that those are words you should use. It's like employer, I won't perform the work unless the hazard is corrected. Those are like, the right way to say, I don't do that. That's dangerous, man. Like you can't, that's not the proper verbiage to use in the job. If you really don't want to do the job, you gotta use the right verbiage. You know what I mean? Like, make sure that you're communicating properly. So that's, and then handout 4, employers must provide and pay for most PPE. Right, so this tells you employer has to pay for and what the employer they're exempted to pay for. Right, so that's number 4. Number 5. So this is a good one. Safety and health resources. These are all the websites. OSHA.gov. NIOSH is here too. There's a Cornell University. They have these COSH groups, nonprofit coalitions of labor unions. Right, so health and technical professionals. So again, resources, right? Unions here at the bottom. Not sure if you're dealing with unions. Okay. Now, number 6. Handout number 6. Navigating the OSHA website. So this is the different areas of the websites. You have your latest news, worker fatalities, things like that, top links. If you want to go straight to the source, you want to go to this website as far as for your job site. Now, again, if you are in California, you want to go to Cal OSHA. Okay? This is a foundation for Cal OSHA. Right? Remember that this California has more rules. Number 7, handout number 7 is identifying safety and health problems in the workplace. This is a checklist. Now, Fed OSHA for this example, right? This handout, there's a 2-pager. California has literally got a 20-page checklist that you can use, and they're everywhere. Cal OSHA's got one. Private groups have them. Whatever fits for your workplace. Just if you need to make one, I would first try to see if there's one that exists that I could use versus trying to make one. Right? Don't reinvent the wheel when it comes to safety and health. You don't need to. Safety and health has been in existence for, OSHA has been in existence for 50 years now. There's a lot of things they've already thought of, right? Especially forms. Forms online. Go look for them, right? All right, so that's the online or the checklist. Now, handout number 8 is filing a complaint. Right? That even rhymes. So there's a construction industry, general industry scenario. You can play with that yourself if you want. Read it and how to file a complaint. Not too difficult. Right? We can figure this one out. Filing a complaint. So keep going. Pass all that. So now, okay. So there's this section here is optional. So this is all of this right here is really just for you to practice. Okay. All this the crossword puzzle, right? This is the hazard violation search workshop. I mean, I'll try to do some of these this week since we have more time. We'll have more time to do it until we're going to be here till 4:00 tomorrow, right? And Thursday and Friday. So we'll try to do some of these. I'll find a couple of good ones during the correct module for us to do some of these handouts. Right. So just keep that in there. So I want and then also right on top of the knowledge checks we're going to do. I want to do some of these also. There's not a formal exam or anything like that, right? But there are some practice quizzes here. The practice quizzes in the section in the back, and that way you kind of just test your knowledge, right? It's always good to gauge where you're at. Okay, so that's good with the intro. Let me see if there's anything else I need to cover on here. Oh, you know what? Let me make sure. Connie, did you find this section here in the book, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I want to make sure you were following with this. Awesome. Okay, so that was following a complaint. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Any questions on the intro? This is just the intro. It's like when I go to the gym, right? Hey man, this is just the warm up, all right? Yeah, we're getting ready to get into this, right? So any questions yet? Okay, perfect. So let's do this. It is 10:19, so 10:20. Come back by 10:30 and we'll jump into our next module. So take a 10-minute break. There you go. And that. Close this. Oh. for the
So,
people. Yes, sir. Good.
Question, that card that we're gonna see after this break,
Yes,
it's a pretty powerful card, isn't it?
it is. It's absolutely a very powerful card. Yeah.
Just wondering, for a person like me, trying to get us to move forward, we'll be able to do that, so fine or not?
Engineering. Think about the implications of safety requirements on the job. So think about the power of, if I know how to prepare occupational safety and health on the job, being an engineer, what am I dealing with? So am I making new stuff? Am I improving old stuff? So what levels of danger am I going to put myself in, and how do I need to prepare for those dangers? So yeah, engineering very much involves, because there's a lot of unknowns in engineering. All right, so you have to take the unknown, factor in what you do know, and then come to an agreement of how to practice safely, right? That way you can go home at the end of the day to your family, right? The third person that's working can go, that's the idea behind. Yeah, no, it's very important. You would want to consider why. Well,
So if I apply for like a job.
OSHA 30 is. Yeah. And when it comes to safety and health, if you can understand what we go through this week and what I explained, if you can have a foundational understanding of it, and you can talk about it kind of freely, right? Like, then that's confidence, and then that will be seen in how you respond to answers. So like that first principle level of thinking, that the simplest level of thinking. That if I can give you that, that's going to transfer over to employers, and when employers know that you know it, then they're gonna see the value in that. Well, we don't have to worry about safety and health. This guy can handle it. Even as an engineer, okay, so pre-job inspection. What are we doing? What are we doing before the job? Okay, so all right, make sure that combustibles are out of the way. There's a checklist here. We do that. It's organized, right? So that way. There's nothing, there's no complacency. That's what we try to prevent in the workplace. It's complacency. It's if you're doing something every day, you might skip steps that you think that are not, I don't do this anymore. I'm pretty safe. I can do that. So, people short-sightedly, sometimes they decide incorrectly when it comes to, so that's why it's good. Oh, also think about this, right? Depending on the size of the company, if you have an OSHA 30 card, the employer sometimes asks for a copy of it, right? So they can submit it to their workman's comp insurance provider because they get a discount. That's how powerful it really is from one of the employer. Oh yeah. Sometimes they want like 3 or 4 people that way. That way it tells, like, depending on how many people are on, it really depends on how many people are working the job. Right. They want an OSHA 30 card holder for every 50 to 100 people. Because that's really,
Is that a requirement?
It's not a hard and fast rule, but if you think about insurance, right? Think about workman's comp, right? Think about that kind of insurance, right? If you have more people that are safety minded what's the likelihood of them being safer overall? Then let's incentivize that by, so hey, if you get the OSHA 30, not all companies do it. That's not all workman's comp insurance companies do it. That's why. But the ones that see the value in people in the companies that they're providing this insurance for, to save them money, to create this, like, it creates a sticky product. Think about it, right? If I'm an insurance company, right, would I want you to keep doing business with me versus someone else, right? So how am I going to keep you, right? Well, what if I give you a discount if you have safety people on your staff? Sticky product. So now you're keeping your business with me, right? That's the play of, A lot of people don't realize it, that's a bargaining chip. It really can be a bargaining chip.
I mean,
There's-
there's OSHA 30, there's OSHA 60.
No, there's
OSHA
no.
100.
So this one's a trainer card.
Okay.
So this one is so this one's a little different than this one, right? So if you have that,
Industry trainer.
I can issue these.
Right.
Yeah, so I can issue the 30s and the 10s.
Oh, I see. That's what 30 is for the 30-hour.
10 is for the 10. Yeah. This is as a trainer for general industry. I can issue the general industry. So there's a construction one that's yellow, and I can issue the yellow construction cards. Maritime, I believe, is blue, which makes sense, like water. And then the green one is agriculture. So that's the yeah, those cards are important because when you're OSHA 30 trained, everything you're gonna be learning this week, that's what the standard pretty much is for anybody that's a supervisor that really needs to know.
Right.
When they're on the job.
That's pretty good to know. Man.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right. I'll let you take a break. I don't.
No problem. I'm okay. I'm staying here anyway. I was gonna put on the video here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good. This is funny actually.
Is it class till 4 or 2:30?
Today is gonna be until 2 actually.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the rest of the week, we need to push it out a little bit because it's we need to do closer to 30 hours than not. But don't worry, we won't stay that. We won't stay up till 4. It won't be till 4.
Oh no, is this likely?
Yeah, like some of it is live leak. Yeah,
Oh,
some of it is.
just ran over by a forklift.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. This is a bunch of those videos here. It's a compilation.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've had my time messing on a forklift too. I remember one time I had my guy lift me all the way up on the forklift just so I could grab onto the rafters. It's crazy how just one misstep like that you could just ruin someone's life or potentially just take it away like that
Yeah.
just because you weren't paying attention.
Or you were trying to have fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Trying to play around. That's the importance of
Oh.
yeah, he wasn't even looking.
Yeah, but there's a driver named Stewart, huh?
Yeah, if there was a driver in there.
Yeah.
I think they're just pushing it out. Good thing they weren't. Good thing there wasn't one there. A lot of these videos, the main reason why I show them is because you can always learn from mistakes, right?
Yeah.
So that's why you always got to observe, like, how could it have been done differently, right?
I wonder if you called out to him saying like, hey, I'm coming through or anything or any call outs.
I doubt it at that point, but he shouldn't have been looking. The forklift operator
looking around, seeing if anyone's in front, seeing if even like maybe another boat could be there.
But I feel like the other guys should have.
They should have
He
been
should have
both.
said something.
Well, I mean, he probably did say something eventually, like "hey," like that.
It looks like he was like.
Also, they're usually beeping though.
Yeah.
On the forklift.
Hopefully, not all of them do, but he was driving forward. Remember,
Yeah.
he was blocked.
There's no beep when they drive forward.
No, he was driving forward. There's no beat.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, like what was he doing to knock it over? Like how fast was he going actually? See how like
He's probably going full speed.
he's going full speed. Look how like the exhaust of the
It all smoked up and everything.
yeah. I don't think those are electric. I don't think those are like
They're like clean gas. I don't
LP
know if the forklift we had to use clean gas. It
LP
used
is
some
like-
type of gas.
yeah, some kind of gas.
I think it was propane.
Propane?
Yeah, we
Or,
would like the air gas.
Natural gas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, NG. Yeah, this right here, look at that here. He just like totally, he didn't even turn out. He just kept on turning and then boom, fell. That's an injury. Right? That's crazy injury. And then there's this guy here. He's got his boss's Rover right there. Oh, he's good. He's good. This is where it happened. He didn't even realize. Oh, hey, there's a little pool here. A little pool right there. I just drove right by it when I was making my turn, but I didn't notice it when I was backing up. It's funny.
So.
Okay. Yeah, so you should never drive that fast with your forks up, especially when you're not gonna lift, don't ever have your forks up when you're driving, you don't need to, especially when you're moving. If you are moving, you better drive real slow. You swung it. There you go. That's heavy. That's not even the right forklift for it. And he wasn't even putting a seatbelt on.
At least he got out quickly.
He didn't have a seatbelt. Yeah, I noticed these small forklifts like this for some reason. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't see them very many here. Like that. They're all like in India. I noticed.
Yeah, it looks like the type of forklifts that they just try to keep repairing, and they just try to keep fixing.
Yeah. Yeah, they painted it over so many times to make it look new. Oops.
Yeah, I guess what that means.
All right. No, that's not gonna hurt. Okay. All right. We'll go back to the slides here. So I'm gonna give you all this playlist right here. There's a playlist here from YouTube. Like I update it sometimes. It's called OSHA into oh shit. And then I have the other one. It's called the OSHA 30 training videos. This is the one we're going to look at right now. So, walking working surfaces, right? So you would have to agree with me. If you work at your workplace, you have a walking working surface to work on. Like, you're not working in the air, right? You're working on the floor. So walking working surfaces, right? You want to make sure that the thing that we're working on, right? We're aware that, was it there's, and I don't know if you ever heard this before. I'm a basketball fan, so I watch like the Lakers, right? But in basketball, there's two elements that never lose in basketball, right? There's father time and the floor. They don't ever lose, right? They always win. If you test father time, you will lose. If you test the floor, you will lose, right? So that's the idea with the walking working surface, right? The floor will always win. Right? You hit the floor, it gonna move, right? So we need to respect the floor, right? We need to respect the walking working surface, right? So this little case study right here, you see on the screen there, a worker was facing, here's a ladder, step ladder. That's not very parallel, but you get the idea, right? So let's say this is a window right here, and this person was doing this. Tell me why this is not safe.
The center of balance is on.
Center of balance is what? Center of gravity is trying to take you off of the ladder when you're facing the other way. Versus if you're leaning the other way, then you're now leaning toward the incline, right? So what's a safer way to do this job? Let's say I needed to attach something, I need to drill something on the, this is about let's say 5 feet. Sideways is not good either. So if you're talking about doing it like this, right? So let's say you're on sideways, right? So what is this doing now? So you're still going to be falling off the other way, like other side. So that's still not going to work. You could You could do that, or there's a couple of ways to go about it. Now, remember, it's about your workplace and your work site. Okay, so there's a way to do it where you go get an extension ladder, right? And you find a way to get it up there. Well, you have to lean it up there and make sure it's
Above the glass.
right, and then you work through the opening.
You know the ones.
Yeah, in the middle of the rungs. That's one way, but the safer, more expensive way, which will probably be a decision to be made with your foreman or whoever's in charge of the work site, right? Is a scaffolding system, right? With a ladder, with the safe access, so that way when you climb, you can just climb over versus trying to hop over. Right, so that's again, it really depends on your work site. Right, so that's I'll make sure that I reference that. I'm gonna put so I guess it's too small on the screen there. Okay, so but that's that case study. So one thing you got to remember, you never want to work on a ladder facing the other way or sideways. It's hazardous, dangerous. So first statistic of the day, well, of this module, is slip, trips, and falls make up the majority of general industry accidents and cause 15% of all accidental deaths, which is only second to motor vehicle crashes. What does that tell you? Well, after crashing the vehicles, right, the next thing is you just slip and just fall and die. That's the next cause of death, right? The next, second major cause of death. So before we get into the objectives here, right, I'm gonna play this video on slip, trips, and falls. It's about 5 minutes. Anybody know what the fatal half-inch means, or the half-inch rule? Anybody heard of that before? No? Okay. Let's play the video.
On average, annual alignment hits cost 50% less than.
I can't. Premium is too expensive, man. I don't want to pay it. It's like $11.99 a month.
In this short video, we will show you something most people don't realize about what causes us to trip and fall and how to avoid this dangerous hazard. Slips, trips, and falls constitute the majority of general industry accidents and result in back injuries, strains and sprains, contusions, and fractures. Trip happens when your foot or lower leg hits an object and stops, but your upper body continues moving, resulting in loss of balance. But first, let's understand one very important thing that we all have in common. Can you tell what it is? When a person takes a step, their foot comes off the ground about half an inch before it steps back down again. Therefore, anything that sticks up a half inch or more can cause you to trip, and then your momentum can cause you to fall. If you're lucky, you'll walk away with a few bumps and bruises, but for the not so lucky, falls result in 15% of all accidental deaths and are second only to motor vehicles as a cause of fatalities. What did you trip over the last time you fell? People tend to trip over things that we see all the time, but don't normally notice. Things like a slightly curled up edge of a carpet or mat, extension cord, uneven walking surfaces like cracks in sidewalks or other walking surfaces, thresholds in doorways, tools, even those cute little pets snoozing in doorways cause hundreds of every day. Can you spot the trip hazard in this photo? Here's one where the surface changes elevation about an inch and another change in elevation. See this one? And two more changes in elevation, each more than half an inch. Anywhere you see a crack in a walking surface lurks a potential trip hazard. This is a joint in the sidewalk. Hard to see, but the difference here is almost 3/4 of an inch, more than enough to cause a fall. But can you see the other hazard? Here, almost invisible, but the crack should be enough to warn you. The elevation here changes only slightly, but enough to cause a hazard. We We can get so used to hazards we forget they're there. This one was painted yellow, but it's been scuffed over so many times, it's getting harder to see. A common type of hazard is any area where one type of walking surface ends and another begins, like where carpeting meets tile, or the edge of a parking lot. Sharp, unexpected changes in elevation are particularly dangerous. This one's much bigger than half an inch. A warning could save a terrible injury or even a life, maybe your own. A simple door threshold sticks up enough to trip anyone walking in or out. Hazards hide in plain sight, especially if the lighting is bad or if we are doing something that blocks our vision. Pay attention. If you're walking and texting, reading, daydreaming, or doing anything other than not paying attention to where your feet are going, you might as well be walking blindfolded because your eyes are not working for you, they're distracted. You can avoid injury because tripping and falling is preventable. Keep in mind that it's the little things we don't normally look for that can hurt us the most. As you're walking today, how many trip hazards can you spot? At work, at home, in the parking lot, or wherever you go? Remember, it only takes half an inch to change your day for the worse. Use your eyes and be aware of those little trip hazards as you walk. Thanks for watching and have a safe day.
All right, so that's the half inch rule, or the fail half inch means what? Your foot only goes off the floor a half an inch. So knowing that, right, if you're working in an area where there's a lot of traffic, right, that's a pretty high exposure type of a hazard, right? You want to fix that right away. We'll talk about prioritizing the hazards also throughout this this OSHA 30 training. So here's our objectives for the walking working surfaces module. So we're going to identify the hazards. We're going to identify best practices for eliminating and controlling, and then recognizing employer requirements to protect workers. So that's going to be a resounding theme throughout this OSHA 30. The one first and foremost skill you have to hone, it's a skill you got to hone in this world, is hazard assessment. Your ability to discover any potential danger before anybody ever does the job, before anybody even works in that space, right? That's hazard assessment. That's the one thing you gotta do real good at, be really good at. So let's identify some of these hazards, right? So first one is slip hazard, right? Grease, oil, water, ice, snow, liquid spills, polished floors, or of course, another slip hazard is not having on the right footwear, right? So you should never let people with improper footwear walk through a warehouse, like sandals, right? Flip-flops, right? So one of the trainings I did, anybody know Bandai? Anybody know the name Bandai? It's not familiar? They make toys. They make toys, right? So they have a warehouse out here in Rancho Dominguez. I did a training for them, I think back in, it was during the pandemic, because actually it was in 2020. And they had got the training, and I finally realized why they did it. The GM, the Japanese GM, Toshimada, I think that's it was like a very Japanese name, right? He's Japanese. Toshi was for short. So general manager, they brought from Japan, right? So mind you, Bandai is a company that's actually spawned from the Kawasaki Air. Like there's actually Kawasaki, the Kawasaki family they created another company called Bandai, and they make toys. So Kawasaki executive, the CEO, right? So stationed this GM, and this guy was wearing his Adidas sandals in the freaking warehouse, showing all the temp workers that come in that what he was doing, and then that's just some grumbling going on, So I was like, okay, yeah, I see what's going on here. So yeah, they basically, so after that, after getting all of the training, we finally realized, I better wear shoes, better follow the law. Controlling slip hazards, okay, keeping walking working surfaces as clean and dry as possible. make sure your footwear is slip resistant as possible. So again, as employers, right, as supervisors, you're checking for this stuff. You're making sure that people aren't walking on your floor without the proper footwear, right? So you have to require drainage for wet operations. If you have that, you have to have drainage. Clean up or mark and report spills. So remember that if you can't clean up a spill right away, you have to barricade it. Make sure that you cover it up and don't, if it seeps through, you gotta find a way for it to not seep through and create another hazard where you didn't expect it to move, you know, especially if the floor is slightly sloped, right? Right, so removing ice and snow frequently, we gotta do that. We always gotta make sure that we take away ice and snow. Trip hazards, such as the biggest trip hazard is poor housekeeping, actually, right? It's someone just leaving something where it wasn't expected to be there. Whatever, a rake, a rake in the middle of the floor, right? Yeah, that's something like that. Loose flooring, carpeting, or any uneven surfaces, right? No one should ever be exposed to partial decking. See that there? That's partial decking. Okay. That should never happen. Right, so cords, hoses, open jaws, protruding items, right? So you see some of these here, right? I mean, these are, you know, this can already be like lined up with this here, but there's a lot of wires hanging out. That's not good. Take a look at this right here. And this is, now, this is not safe, I understand, but let's just take some assumptions from the photo, right? And try to work with those assumptions, right? Let's assume I can't move this thing. And this is here. This is not adequate. We know that. But why is it not adequate? Well, okay, first of all, yeah, why is it not adequate? Yeah, well, you can kind of tell. I mean, you know, yellow tape means caution from general, right?
It doesn't prevent you from not going in there.
Doesn't prevent you from not going in there. Okay, I like that. I like that. So why it's not safe, right? The thing is also is that it's not eye level. That's the one. That's the main thing, right? Or it's not at the level of the vision, right? It's really, really low. What I would do, right, to add protection to this here, right, is to add guardrails about 3 feet away on either side with highlighted, you know, yellow, bright color like that on the top. That way you can see the waist level. If you're carrying something, it's not being obscure. You can still see that waist level notification. That's kind of where that would make it. But yeah, let's assume that this is like something that's stuck there. You can't remove it, but you have to make it more safe, right? This is not the safest way to do it. Protruding items, right? You have to fix them, you know, put them back or barricade the area so that no one can run into them. So that's protrusions, right? So now controlling trip hazards even further.
Good
Aisles
morning.
and passageways. Oh, I better mute you. Okay, I got you. Okay, so controlling trip hazards, right? Aisles and passageways should be well lit, clean, and marked. Okay, for the English speaking world, well lit, right, means what? Lighting, right? To the rest of the younger speaking world, right? I'm talking about like millennials, right? What does well lit mean to them? What could it mean? I'm not saying what does it mean. What could it mean? What could it mean? Just the fact that it could mean that should give you a little raise a flag for you, and then how you deliver the message in a workplace situation, right? I understand workplace and this and that, but slang, right? But it could still be misconstrued. Just the fact that it can be misconstrued, you should talk about it. But what does lit mean to a millennial? What does it mean?
It means something that's pretty cool. Like that's pretty much it.
Pretty cool, pretty fun, right? So you might miss, I mean, again, it's a very far connection. It's a very extreme connection, but just the fact that it does exist, you should be mindful of it, right? Because, you know, hey, oh God, hey man, this is lit, man. You're trying to get party up at the work. Oh, you gotta be well lit when you come to work. Oh, smoke up a joint, you come to work. Like, that's not what I meant by being well lit, right? That's not. Don't be well lit at work. Make sure the work you're doing is the space you're working at is well lit. That's different. But you know, again, I'm just saying, be careful. You know, language can evolve over the time, right? That's another thing we should be aware of. Is that some of the words we say to some people may not register, like, you know, until we find the right word that, oh, okay, that's what you mean, right? So remember, be careful with the words do matter. Words do matter. I'll tell you that, right? Material storage and work-related scraps shouldn't create trip hazards, right? So if you're working, that's why if you're working in an area that does create scraps, you need to have a spotter. You need to have somebody that can clean up the extra mess that's happening as it happens. right? Trip hazards, loose flooring, carpeting must be repaired or reported, right? So anything like that, protrusions, and any hoses or cables should be routed away from active work zones or walkways. So if you know that it's a high traffic area and you see a bunch of wires, and you probably should make a effort to clear a way for people to walk through, right? Section off the wires or whatever it is. Falling hazards, right? Fall hazards, whether you're going up or you can fall down, right? Those are fall hazards. Right, we'll talk about that. More fall hazards of structural collapse. If you've ever seen anybody worked on a load bearing floor before? Load bearing floor, like any kind of load bearing floor where you're either you're up on a second level, but it's not quite a floor, it's a load bearing floor, right? So what does that mean, right? Load bearing floors. No, not necessarily. Load bearing floors are they're designed to hold a load usually at a certain spot. They're designed that way. Sometimes the whole floor could be load bearing to a certain amount, or it could be just a certain part of the floor that's load bearing to a certain amount, right? So the thing, scaffolds are less permanent. This is more like permanent fixtures and things like that. So, but it's something like a catwalk. A catwalk could be considered load bearing floor because they're not really meant for you to stay there.
More reinforced.
Yes, it's reinforced, right? So, but whenever you see big machinery on a load bearing floor, especially on a second level where it's like wire floor, then you need a schematic before you start moving equipment around, because you don't know if that some parts of the floor can't support that weight and it could just fall right off. That's why whenever you see load bearing floors, you got to be mindful of that as a walking working surface minded individual. Well, if I need to walk over this surface or if I need to move something over this surface, I need to make sure that the weight that's going to be going over it can be supported. Right? So because this stuff happens, right? You don't want that. So falling hazards, controlling them. Okay, so now let's take a first dive in to what I like to call the ladder of controls, or OSHA will call it the hierarchy of controls, which is the same thing. Actually, a lot of professionals call it both ways. So number one, right, is hazard assessment. So what is the hazard are we assessing here? What's the hazard? What can happen in this picture? What's the hazard? It'll fall off, right? It's a fall hazard, right? So how do I protect the person that could potentially go up that structure, right? Now, first of all, you got to ask yourself, do we need to send a person up there? Right? So here's that first question, right? Can I eliminate the danger? Right? So that's a hierarchy. That's the first thing you think about. That's the very, very first thing. Do we even need to send the person up there? Right? That's elimination. So the second step is to substitute the danger. So can I substitute? Now here's a substitute method, right? So let's say, well, okay, all I need to do on top of this tower is to see if there are pigeons nesting there so I can get rid of them. Right? So do I need to send a human being up there for that, to do that? Do I need to? No, I don't, right? What can I do instead? Send a drone. So that would be substituting the danger, right? So I did eliminate, I took the person out of the picture. Great. Now but I still need to do the job. Okay, so I'm substituting that for something different to do the job. Okay, so now let's say that we send the drone up there, and then there are pigeons and there are nesting. It's becoming crazy up there. There's all kinds of stuff going on, rats and whatever. I'm exaggerating, right? But now I do need to send somebody up there, right? So what can I do to protect this person while they're up there? Well, I'm going to use engineering controls, and this sounds like fun for the engineers. Because now they can make something, right? You got to make stuff, right? And then let's say you've created the guardrails, right? See those guardrails up there? That's the engineering control, because they weren't there before. I had to make them, right? Now well, let's say, you know what, there's still a level of safety, or kind of, you need to work by the edge. You need to do this step, do that step to make sure you don't hurt yourself. But the next one here is called administrative controls, or admin controls, however you want to say that. They mean the same thing. Admin controls or administrative controls. So that's when a worker has to do something, right? So what am I talking about? SOPs, like standard operating procedures, right? So I got to do that. Someone's got to follow the directions, right? And at the very, very last resort, last level, not resort, actually, the last level of control, right, is personal protective equipment. So now let's go back to this structure, right? So we were at the guardrails, right? So very, very last level here, right? We tell this person, okay, look, this is what you got to do. Put this belt on, click onto this thing, right? And then we give you the personal fall arrest, and then you're gonna follow those instructions, right? So that's the hierarchy. We call this the ladder of controls. And what I mean by ladder, you're literally going down the steps. Ladder of controls, or if you don't like the ladder of controls because it looks like you have to like climb up, right? Well, then say hierarchy of controls, which is what OSHA says, hierarchy of controls. So what is this? What is this? This is the way you think about safety and health. This is something that you must imprint in your brain. Don't forget it. Like if there's one thing you want to remember, this is your moneymaker. This is the way you keep your job in safety and health. If you can mouth this out without thinking twice, you're a safety manager. I mean, you can make people believe that you've done it for many years. So with confidence, right? If I cover this later and ask you, okay, what's the hierarchy of controls? If someone can say it like that and then understand what the elements are from that first principle type level, you're a safety manager. It's pretty cool. It's good. It's good because again, it creates that job security in the safety industry for you. It's a big industry. So a little intro into personal fall arrest, right? It's the ABCs of fall arrest systems: anchorages, body harnesses, and components. Okay, but we have a fall protection section at the very, very end of the day 4. So we'll dive a little deeper into that. But one thing to know about working on platforms and runways is that you have to have proper guardrail systems at all times, especially if you're next to any dangerous operations. See that right there? So it says regardless of height, right? Anytime there's dangerous operations, you have to have proper guardrail systems. And we'll talk about what that proper guardrail system looks like in a little bit. Okay, so now there is a height limit and it's 4 feet, and we'll talk about that in a different slide. Structural collapse. So you got to be careful. These are other hazards in your workplace of a working surface, right? Be careful. This is an example of, this is an illustration of, right? A forklift going over a wooden surface that wasn't meant to support a forklift, right? So again, load limits must be posted. You know, if you can't bring a certain piece of equipment through here, then you better make sure you mention that very plainly for people to see. Now let's talk about what can lead to falls. Well, ladders, scaffolds, stairways, floor openings, and wall, and other elevated surfaces. Okay, so let's take a look at those. Ladders. So we talked about ladders very briefly. You have your step ladder, A-frame step ladder, extension ladders, so that the ones that extend. And then you have your fixed ladder systems or cage systems. And these rules have changed for the fixed ladder. Okay, we'll talk about that. So one of the leading causes of injuries and fatalities, right, is ladder safety. It's using ladders. So you got to make sure you're using the right ladder, free of defects, and make sure you're using it properly, which probably means you're going to provide some training before somebody uses it. So here's the thing about training, right? If I got training for the same exact ladder from a different company, do I need the training at this company?
Yes.
Yes, it's a what? It's an employer responsibility. If I'm gonna so here's the right employer responsibility. If I didn't train you, then it didn't happen. So if you get hurt, I'm liable as the employer. So that's why you want to train people, even though they've used the same exact ladder at a different, same exact anything, right? And another company. You never want to take someone's word for it. You always want to say, look, I want to make sure I gave you the training. Okay, so this is the wrong ladder, too short. Right? Never use the top 2 steps of a step ladder. Right? You don't, there's some that have the handle, but what's that handle for? The handle is not for you to be at the very top. If you notice those handles, they're below your knees. When you stand at the very top, they're right by, so what does that mean? They're really meant for you to be at the second step. It's a balanced support. It's not meant for you to be at the very top, ever. Right? If you have defective ladders, don't ever use them. Don't risk it. Don't risk it. You want to use a proper ladder, proper size, right? Especially if you're the foreman, it's on you. Proper use. I know a lot of males in general don't like to read directions, especially when they get stuff from, they buy stuff from Amazon and open the box, throw the instructions away and start using it, right? Well, if you're at home, fine, we don't care. But if you're on the job, and yeah, you want people to follow directions. You want people to read. You want people to see people understanding what they're doing. Because if, again, it's a responsibility of the employer. If the person did not understand in the vocabulary or educate in language, right, then that they can understand, then it's on the employer. It sucks, but that's why it's hard to be an employer sometimes. Like some people just don't want to do it. Like, you know what, running a business, not for me. I'd rather just work for someone else, right? And some people are the other way. I wouldn't want to work for somebody else. I'd rather be my own boss, right? But there's trade-offs, right? That's why some people just don't want to do it. Maintain 3 points of contact. So if you understand 3 points of contact, it makes sense. If you've ever been on a ladder and you've had only 2 points of contact, you know that you're about to fall off. You know, whoa, grab it, right? So we understand that. Maintaining proper positioning. Don't lean away from the ladder to carry out your task. Always keep your weight centered between the side rails. So side rails are right here. You're no longer centered with the side rails. Now you're centered with this side and the other side, which means you're going to fall off, right? So that's why you're always facing this way and then leaning toward your ladder. Okay, so move the ladder, right? Don't try to, move the ladder. Don't try to move with the ladder, right? Don't try to do that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the fastest way for you to hurt yourself. So when using a ladder to access another level, this is called safe access, right? And it must be 3 feet above the landing point. So what are you seeing here, right? So what you're seeing right here is that this part right here, right, is your platform. And so the ladder must extend 3 more feet above that platform to give safe access. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now the next thing is you have to angle the ladder so that the ladder is 1/4 the working distance of the actual length of the support part of the ladder. You see that right there? So what I'm doing here is that, see the X and the X here, right? So what does this mean? It just means that plug in the numbers, right? So if this is 8 feet distance to top support, what should the bottom distance be? 2 feet. Yeah, so 8 feet to 2 feet, right? So what does this do for you? Well, it makes sure, one, you don't topple over, you don't timber, right? You don't do that, or you don't slide from under, you don't bottom out. That's the angle where it stays put. So fixed industrial ladders, there were some new rules. If you have a ladder system installed on or after December of 2018, then you have to have personal fall arrest ladder safety system required. It was before, right? Then you were required to have a ladder safety system cage, right? Cage or well. It's installed before 2018. Right, so, and then of course it says there the requirement is the personal fall arrest system must be throughout the entire distance of the ladder. So that's the requirement for personal fall arrest. All right, so that's all about scaffolds. It's like scaffold safety, right? It's the proper setup. What's wrong with this picture? Right. So yeah, everything is a fair description, but let's break it down. So right here, you got this bent bar, right? So they're like, oh man, we don't have time to get a new bar, or we're too cheap to get a new scaffold, right? So why don't we take some metal, lay it on top, and then tie it with barbed wire? Not even welded. That's the type of barbed wire. And oh yeah, you know what? Make sure it's tight so these bricks don't fall. I guess. And here's another hint for you guys, right? If you ever see this right here, source OSHA, like they don't make this stuff up. I mean, this is like people submit this is either user submitted photos or officer captured photos. Yeah. So whenever you see a source OSHA like that. So of course, scaffolds must be set up properly, get the instructions if you don't have it, and make sure that they're all there. All the parts are there. So here's we're talking about platform must be fully decked in plank, so no partial decking, period, on any kind of surface, elevated surface. Right, so now when you have a surface that is 10 feet or above the next lower level. So imagine this, right? Imagine this. Next lower level is just means that this right here is 10 feet, but there could be another level right below that's another 10 feet lower. So every time there's 10 feet, you have to have personal fall arrest or more above a lower level. So if you're already above 10 feet, then you already need personal fall arrest for sure if you're in the next level. Safe access, we talked about that. 3 feet above the landing point. That's the requirement. Proper use. So making sure that you're a properly trained scaffold user, you are retrained by your company. So your company will either have internal trainers or they'll have a third-party trainer. So usually it depends on the amount of scaffold activity you're going to be doing. So for scaffolding or any kind of elevated surfaces, never climb the bracing. The bracing has to be designed as a ladder, and ladders are designed like this, right? Like the only way you can climb a ladder is when it's like this. If it's like this, right? This is a bracing. That you see like things like this, you never want to climb bracing like that. So whenever you're working with power lines, the employer must make sure that your distance is correct, right? 10 feet from power lines, 3 feet from insulated lines, but again, the employer has to find out if they're insulated and they're rated properly for you to be working that close to power lines. Mobile scaffolds you must lock all the casters before you start working on it. You can't work on them if they're unlocked because it might move, right? Not safe. Another regulation or rule type, right, is if the height of the platform must never exceed 4 times the minimum base dimension, right? What does this mean? It simply means that if I have a platform, right, let's say, right, this is 2 feet, then guess what? This can't be more than what feet? Can't be more than 8. Or if they are, then you have to have outriggers like this to make sure that you don't topple over on either side. And that's what that means. Scaffold or scissor lifts now. Scissor lifts have been a big issue for OSHA investigations have found that employers that run into hurting people on a scissor lift, they don't address fall protection, so having proper fall arrest. Like they just say, go use a scissor lift and then not give them a full body harness, right? Stabilization and positioning. So those are the main issues. So make sure you have fall protection when you're using a scissor lift, okay? And don't stand on the rails, man. The whole point of you being a scissor lift is so you can lift yourself up and down, right? Why would you want to stand on the rail to get higher reach? Shouldn't do that. So some couple of photos here. So tip over, be mindful of tip overs when you're on a scissor lift. When you have wind speeds that exceed 28 miles per hour, stop operation, right? You can get caught in between, and also that you can have contact with power lines when it comes to scissor lifts. You gotta be careful. All right, so let's control fall hazards with stairs. Make sure that stairs are properly designed and used properly. So how does that work? Well, you have your requirement of 1,000 minimum live load, 1,000 pound live load, must be 22 inches wide, installed at 30 to 50 degrees, no more than a quarter-inch variation. So talking about this right here, the variation of the riser, like these can't be a quarter, these have to be about a, no more than a quarter-inch variation if you have to make them vary, but they should probably be the same. Right, so those are the regulations, the requirements for fixed industrial stairs. Now let's talk about handrails. Handrails are required when there are 4 or more risers. Risers are just steps, right? Steps. They rise you up to the next level, right? So if there's more than 4, you have to have handrails on your right side as you descend. So imagine that we drive on the right side of the road, right? That's how we tend to walk also, right? We walk on the right side of the road. So in workplaces, we follow the same convention, right? So right side of the road is where we walk. So if you're descending, then your handrails are on the right side. And if you have an exposed side, of course, you must protect that exposed side with stair rails. Handrails, stair rails. Difference with stair rails is that they have that middle rail, right? Handrail, usually you're against the wall, so you wouldn't need that stair rail. The stair rail just helps you prevent you from like sliding on the side, right? Or it's for kids walking, right? The kids can use it to like as a handrail too. But you've ever been to IKEA, right? Like IKEA, the kids have their own handrail. And then you walk up the stairs. Kind of like that. What's wrong with this? Everything. But yeah, specifically, right? So what's some regulations that you think are missing here? What's missing? There's no handrails, no guardrails. Yeah, you can tell there's no guardrails on top too. If you look up above here, like you can tell there's no guardrails over here. Yeah, so no handrails, right?
Tools in the walk area.
Okay, so what was that?
Leaving tools in the walk area.
Yeah, tools in the walk. Yeah, that shouldn't be there, right? What did you say? Oh, but yeah. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. I always thought like the workers like heard the bell for the break. Like, oh, break time. Let's put all the hammers there and go for a smoke break. Like, just leave the hammers there. But yeah, you can see that there's definitely more than quarter-inch variation on the step. Right? You could tell. I mean, you could tell that that's varied by a lot. This one definitely dipping really low. So this is trash, right? This is what the kids call trash. Right? So proper use of stairs. Make sure you have your 3 points of contact, and if you have, I mean, I don't say if you have to, you should have signs around your stair areas where you like maintaining 3 points of contact. So that way, someone falls, they can't sue you. Be like, oh, there wasn't a sign that said I can't have 3 points of contact. Just be careful. Again, if you need to put signs on the walls, you should. Especially people being careful with this. Right? This should never happen. Even though it's water, like nothing should be on stairs. Especially because it's water, right? I mean, someone might get contaminated being on the stairs. Okay, so more fall hazards. So floor wall openings and open-sided platform and runways, right? So let's take a look at those. So first one is fall hazards and floor openings. Okay, so this should never exist. So you'll notice here, right? What's the thing? There's no guardrails, right? There. So they require a cover. The cover was just not covered, I guess, it's open, right? So you can do a couple of things. You can either have a guardrail system or have a guard, a person, but that's probably more expensive, so you probably don't want to do that. But this is for temporary access anyway. So that's a preventing a fall hazard. So if you're preventing falls with wall openings, so like let's say this looks like future like elevator shafts. That's my opinion. I'm not sure, but they look like they could be, right? So, but it looks like what's evident here is that there's a greater than 4 foot fall. So if there is if there's a 4-foot fall or greater, then you have to have standard guard railing systems. See there's this 3 right here. What is that system? Well, you need a top rail, mid rail, and your posts. That your top is 42 inches plus or minus 3. The mid rail is 21 inches. And then you have a toe board, which is 3.5 inches high and a 1/4 inch clearance above the floor. And this is for wet operations. That's for wet operations. Okay, so that's your standard guardrail system. So that's another thing too, right? If you're gonna be working on a working surface pretty much a majority of your entire day, you're working in the warehouse, it would behoove you as a safety manager to know this and to know the guardrail system. Because you're gonna be dealing with it a lot, especially if you're dealing with a lot of, like higher level surface. Like let's say you work at I can only imagine this, I've never been in one, right? But like a yogurt cereal company. Like they make cereal, yogurt. There's a lot of platforms, right, that you walk around. So those have to be properly guardrailed like that, like this. So if you're dealing with that, then you should know 42, 21, 3.5, 1/4 inch. That should be like standard in your head, like memorized, right? That could be something you can memorize later on. I'm not saying memorize it now for this class, right? There's nothing you need to memorize out of this class, right? Just I would say that's probably the only really thing you should try to find a way to ingrain in your brain. Right, so let's get some employer requirements here. So preventing employees from being injured from falls. The employers, they must guard every floor hole into which a worker can accidentally walk into. Provide a guardrail toe board for anything that is above 4 feet or higher off the ground or next level. Now, regardless of height, if a worker can fall into something dangerous or something that can hurt them, the minimum requirement here is that if it can hurt you or cause injuries, the OSHA phrase, right? Then employers must provide guardrails and toe boards. And then other means of fall protection may be required. For instance, we'll also see this later on. It's like harness and line, safety nets, the stair railings and handrails you just saw, but safety nets you'll see later. All right, so more employer requirements, providing working conditions that are free of known dangers. Okay, keeping floors and work areas in a clean and sanitary condition. Selecting, providing required personal PPE, personal protective equipment at no cost to the workers, and training workers in a language that they can understand. Vocabulary and language, okay? So remember that. Vocabulary means that, hey, look, if you got a trainer that's like this doctorate graduate, whatever, then you better make sure that this doctorate graduate can talk to your normal, not as educated individuals, right? That's, they can't be like, oh, I didn't, because if they understand them, then they go back to the job and then they hurt themselves. That's something important. Remember that. You can't be saying things like, well, if you didn't get it, you didn't get it. Too bad if you hurt yourself. Like, oh, those are like some fighting words on the job. Too bad if you hurt yourself. Like, that's not something you should ever say. You should never hear that from a manager. All right, so let's do some hazard recognition. How do you protect, or what's the problem here and how do you protect? I'm sorry? So say open, it's an open pit. Open pit, right? And then how do you protect? Cover is one. Cover, perfect. That's one solution. What's the other solution? Guardrails. Then the one more that's more costly. Have someone guarding it, a guard, right? So this one is it's a hole, a floor hole, or it could be a grate. It could be a drain, actually. So I gave you the answer. What can you cover this with? A grate. But you want the requirement for covering a hole is that it must be secured. Right? OSHA requires for it to be secured. Now that's secured could be defined loosely sometimes. But don't make it too loose, all right? Literally, the grate. Right, so what's the problem here? Tripping hazard due to poor housekeeping. So that's the overall underlying issue. Yeah, tripping hazard. This is also this is like a fire hazard, really. There's some wood there. I see some materials. They shouldn't, I mean, could they have found a better place for this somewhere else, like that's not on the floor? Yeah, probably. This is called laziness to me. When someone just piles up, being like, well, you know, where do you put a ladder in the middle of the floor? Like, really? That's being lazy, right? So yeah, this is called let's clean it up. That's the solution, right? Like housekeeping. All right. So how about this right here? Right? Yeah, it's on the top step. Yeah, he's inside of the attic or whatever, right? But what if someone runs into this, you know, bump it and then he falls off, right? That's, you know, he's gonna have a longer fall down, right? Don't worry though, the unicorn's gonna save him right there. See that little horse? The unicorn right there is gonna save him from falling. How about this right here? What's the problem here? It's on uneven ground. This is not, yeah, not on stable ground for one, right? This is not the proper way to use an extension ladder, right? You need solid foundation to put this on. This is not safe, right? How about this guy?
And it's not 3 feet.
Not 3 feet. No, okay, it's not safe access. Yeah, there's no safe access. It's not 3 feet above the landing point. And yeah, this is definitely, and he's using a step ladder, or yeah, step ladder to get up there. Yeah, that's not, that shouldn't happen either. That's an exposed, that's an exposure right there to fall. All right, next one. This one here, you'll see these ones later too, but you could tell he's not what? Not wearing a harness. Yeah, and this is definitely more than 4 feet. I mean, that's clearly more than 4 feet. Yeah, so the guy that took a picture of him was trying to bust him. He's like, oh, he's all the way further back. And like, I don't know, trying to zoom in, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of this guy. All right, so this one is a wall, a hole in the wall, and I don't mean like a restaurant, right? Like, what do you do for this? And this is definitely more than 4 feet. What does this require? Cover it up. That's the best solution, right? Or in the interim, what can you do? Put proper guard railing. Yeah, guardrails. While you're waiting for that order from Amazon to put the cover back on there, if it gets there in time, right? How about this one? What's it look like? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. This was challenging, but they built a new ladder on this side because this was already about to fall apart. But when they do that, they should remove the old ladder too. But this is a fall hazard. There's another one. Here. Yeah, there's no protective guardrail system right there. Because that's looks like more than 4 feet for sure. Okay, so a couple more. This one here. Yeah, this one's, yeah, you get this one. The ladder right there. This one's the cage that just completely like wrecked off. It's wrecked, literally wrecked. This needs to be this like removed. Like you need to remove this part. This is dangerous right here. That's protrusion that can be that can impale you. And getting impaled is never fun in any way, right? And then this one right here. So this is a stationary tank. If it's a stationary tank and you have a ladder, you're going up there, what do you need? Well, you need the 3 feet safe access. That's the one thing that it's like it's not being, they don't give you the hint that it's, you know, you need this, but you can tell that you need that 3 feet of safe, it's a safe access to climb to the top of this tank. Because why is this ladder here for? Right? That's all right, next one here. You like this one. This is easy. Got this one right. You understand this one. So no what? No handrails and no guardrails up here. This is more than 4 feet. Oh, I mean, it's quite. I mean, it's yeah, it's more than 4 feet. I think it's more than 4 feet. All right, this one. So first of all, what is this? It's a roller coaster. So should this even be here?
Probably not.
This is another form of laziness. The workers didn't want to have to like walk around here to get to the controls, so they wanted this little access point here. Well, I'm skinny enough, I can climb this thing and then jump up here and, you know, take a big step, whatever. but that's not safe, because I mean, you're not gonna walk when there's that coming, but you don't even want to put that there in the first place. Okay, so how about this one here? This one's a little more. You might think, okay, well, toe board is missing. Yeah, that's not. I would think that's not the major issue for this one.
Sort of an access. Seems like it's kind of close all the way.
Well, I mean, this is supposed to be an upper level. I mean, you could tell there. This is like this. You could fall down right here. So this is right. So this is a. So the issue here, right, is that chains are not standard guardrail material. You cannot use chains as a guardrail because they're chains, right? It's not a rail. So that's the one thing to be cognizant of. So when you see this, here's the worst case scenario you can imagine. Handrails and steps don't look deep enough. Yeah. Well, me for the last one. I think I missed your chat, Connie. But no, yeah, I guess you can. I muted you earlier because you were on the phone. So you can unmute yourself if you want. But this right here, now here's the worst case scenario for this right here. Imagine the chain. Imagine that you got hurt, right? Something like, you're working here, you go boom, something hit your eye. Oh, you're falling back, and then you hit the chain, and the chain doesn't support you, and then you fall off of it. That's a worst case scenario. Now, is that a prospective risk? Absolutely, it's a prospective risk. I mean, hopefully it's never happened before, right? Hopefully it's never happened before, but that's something that you have to think about when you're in safety and health. You're thinking prospective risk, but you're thinking most likely prospective risk, right? I mean, and you want to gauge, because anything you're spending on safety is money, but what's the point of excessiveness? You're gonna have to decide that on the spot, pretty much. You can't. It's hard to formulate excessiveness of safety, because I mean there's a point where you're spending too much money on safety. I mean, which is not necessary, right? But something like this, yeah, you gotta make sure that it's properly guardrailed right there. So that's not standard. Okay, so got one more picture. Yeah, one more picture, and then we got a knowledge check here. So let's identify. So what's wrong with this one here? What does that look like? I don't know if it looks like it's still liquid or if it's about to dry, but I mean, if it looks liquid to you, right? What does it? What should I tell you? It's not stable. Yes, it's gonna sink. It's gonna move. It's gonna shift around, right? Then yeah, you probably don't want to work on that. How about these two guys here? Yeah, so partial decking for sure. What else? What else? No guardrails, right? And this guy's wearing jorts. That should be a violation, right there. Wearing jorts on the job. Jean short, jorts, all right, jean shorts. And this guy's wearing a wife beater. Oh, I guess I shouldn't be calling it a wife beater anymore. That's kind of insensitive, right? To be calling it a wife beater. Tank top. I mean, I don't know. Those don't look safe to be wearing on the job to me, but that's that's not my work site. Okay, about this one. Climbing bracing. Yeah, it's climbing bracing. That's not safe. Yeah, this should not happen. This looks like a ladder, but it's not a ladder. It's not going to support a human being. Right, so don't do that. All right. So knowledge check, and then we'll what do you need to leave by a certain time, Bob?
Yeah, 12:15.
15. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what I'll do here is we'll do a knowledge check, and that video is only 10 minutes. So I'll start a little bit on the next module just to get it started, and then break for lunch. That way we're trucking along a little bit here. So, or maybe I won't. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we can discuss this. All right. So number one, slip, trips, and falls make up what % of all accidental deaths? Bravo is right. B. Good job. Number two, what is the easiest and most accurate way to use a portable ladder according to the manufacturer? I like the fact they worded it accurate way. The most accurate way. Charlie, right. Read and follow all warning labels and stickers. Correct. Number 3, when using a portable ladder to access another level, which statement is true? Charlie is correct. So it should be 3 feet. This is called, what's the OSHA term for this? Bonus trick question. Well, it's not a trick question, but it's called safe access. Yeah, safe access. Safety access. I guess you could say that, but it's known as safe access. The maximum work level height of a freestanding scaffolds platform should never exceed blank times the minimum base dimension. 4 times. That Charlie, correct. Right. So just remember that if a base dimension is 2, like the simplest example is 2, then it cannot be, then the height cannot be more than 8. Right. So that's, or and then if it is that way, then you have to add outriggers. Right. That's the next step. Which best describes a safe scaffold? All the above. Thank you. Number 6, which scissor lifts rated for outdoor use are generally limited to wind speeds below 28 miles per hour, because 50, 60, and 75 is category 1, 2, and 3 hurricane winds respectively. That's people don't realize that. Like, oh man, those are category 1, 2, and 3 winds. All right, so the height of a proper guardrail system is blank plus or minus 3 from the walking working surface. B, 42 inches, correct. Which hose are you talking about, Connie?
No, it's good.
This one? Oh, this one. Oh, this one. This hose. This one here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure either, to be honest, right? I can only guess. I can only guess that if it's red like this, that it could be like electrical, but it could be a gas too. A gas, you know, some kind of.
And either way, even the hoses look like they pose a strangulation threat, just like the chains could.
So you're familiar? See, okay. So is that, how dangerous is that?
It's for welding, so it could be.
So oxyacetylene is pretty dangerous, right? Yeah. Okay. So even that right there, right? Like, why is it running through this? Right? Like,
It could potentially be like slashed open.
yeah, exactly,
or
right.
torn open
Yeah,
or something like
exactly, right. So yeah, that's. I mean, so Jonathan identified, Connie, the line there could be oxyacetylene, which acetylene, right? We all know is very dangerous, right? So, okay, so that's good. All right. So let's. What I've got here next for you, then, what I'll do here, since Bob is going to be leaving, I usually try showing this video later, like the last video of the day, but since he won't be here, then I want to show this for him now, since he's in the class. All right. So, and then we'll break the lunch, and then you'll get on out of here. So, this is also part of my OSHA training video playlist. When I give you that, actually, you know what? Here, let me do that. Let me do it all with you guys here now, so I can make sure you guys get it. Just take me just a second. Let me just. Okay. No. All right. So now let me get everybody in here. Let's see. Okay. All right, so this is the, I'll go over this for you in a second once I email it out to you guys. Okay, so make sure I got everybody here. John, what's your email?
Jonathan.tim@yahoo.com. Jonathan, TH, yeah, period, @10, THINH, @yahoo.com.
Oh.
Listen, I know that Connie in there already. Okay, Connie Dar. Okay, got that. Alex, what's your email? Alexander dot what?
Rainbow RAN 7 @gmail.com.
John. One dot John, WON.JONG at yahoo.com.
Oh, one WON.
Dot JONG.
At
Yahoo.com.
Yahoo. And then
It's RG Frigid, PRIDGEN at gmail.com.
let's get it.
Oh,
Okay, and then
Ed Lopez, 122785.
75. Janine, let me get your email.
Okay. Let's see it.
Is that 30? Then
Álvaro laboring at yahoo.com.
I get it right? You see that?
That's the side of the board. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna email this to you now. So make sure, let me know if you didn't get it. So what did you get? Okay, so here. All right, so I hear some deepen, cool. So this little link up here is the Google Drive, right? So when you click this, you're gonna get these folders. So you're only gonna worry about OSHA 30 and PMP and logistics and supply chain, those three. Now, if you click on this leadership training, there's actually some slides in there called the essential soft skills. That's actually good for you to look at too if you want to look at that. I usually do a soft skills class, but they've kind of removed that from the curriculum right now temporarily. But here is the OSHA 30. So remember I told you about the resources I told you. So all the slide decks that you have in the book are here. Right, and then on the bottom, see, remember the pages I showed you, right? This one, and the handout, right? All this, and then there's also another one thing that's not part of the book, that's only on this Google Drive, which is the useful links. So this is a Google Doc. Okay, what is this? Well, there's all kinds of links here for different kinds of resources for OSHA. All right, so that's all in there, and then. Now, what's also in the email is the playlists. So here's the YouTube, the OSHA 30 training videos. There they are. The playlist for the OSHA into oh shit, right there. And then this is some of the stuff from project management. I'm not sure if Chief emailed these to you, right, or not, or if not, then you have them here, right? And then these are the very bottom here. They're called personal development videos. I invite you to look at some of these. I'm a very big believer in that. How can you hope to lead other people if you can't lead yourself? I'm a big believer in that. So I like to read into learning. So here's where I found out more about neuroscience. This one here, how your thoughts are connected to your future. This one here, how to unlock the full potential of your mind by Dr. Dispenza. That's a really good one. So that that it gets your mind open to some of the new studies I've been developing in the last 5 to 10 years about our brains. Right. So that it's good stuff. Right. So I put that all in there for you guys. And I do add content. I mean, I know that this has 6. I think there's like 7 or 8 videos now. And I'll probably end up, I just didn't add them here to this email, but they're in there, so just check them out. They're a lot of fun to watch, and those personal development. I mean, this stuff is. I don't know about you guys, but I get excited to try out new things I've not really heard of before that are actual real things, like neuroscience. That neuroscience stuff is to me, it's like, oh, this stuff is actually. Try applying some of the philosophies of how this stuff works. I'm like, wow, it actually works. So here's the first one I'm going to show you guys. It's going to be before we go to lunch. Yeah, so it's called The Good Life Chemistry. It's about 10 minutes long. Right? So it says how to achieve a blissful life. Okay, so this doesn't just apply. A blissful life doesn't just mean like your out of work life. I mean, you can have a blissful time at work too. That does happen, but not as common, right? But here's the thing. So I want you to pay, well, I mean, he's gonna talk about them. I'm gonna write them down. Right? So endorphins. Oops. Dopamine. Serotonin. Oxytocin, not to be confused with Oxycontin, okay? I made that mistake before. Oxytocin, right? This is the neurochemical. Oxycontin is the produced drug, right? And then the last one is cortisol. You know where I first heard the word cortisol? It was like back in the 90s. I'm like, what the hell is cortisol? And like, I never really figured it out until like 5 years ago. Oh, that's what cortisol is. All right, so let's watch.
Inside our bodies are chemicals that are trying to get us to do things that are in the best interest of us. They are endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. Endorphins. Endorphins are designed to do one thing and one thing only: mask physical pain. If you're a runner, if you've heard of the runner's high, what's happening is when that runner's out there pushing their bodies harder than they've ever pushed before, they feel good. And then an hour later, they're in pain for damage they caused their muscles an hour before. Endorphins, they're designed to mask physical pain. Dopamine. Dopamine is the feeling when you accomplish something you set out to accomplish. The whole purpose of dopamine is to make sure that we get stuff done. This is why you must write down your goals. There's a biological reason for that. Very, very visually oriented animals. You have to be able to see the goal or to biologically stay focused. And every time we achieve a goal that makes us feel like we're making progress to the vision we can see, we keep going and going and going until we achieve something remarkable. Be able to see it. Dopamine. Dopamine comes with a warning. Dopamine is highly, highly, highly addictive. Here's some other things that release dopamine: alcohol, nicotine, gambling, your cell phone. We can also get addicted to performance in our companies when all they do is give us numbers to hit, numbers to hit, numbers to hit, and a bonus you get, and a bonus you get, and a bonus you get. All they're doing is feeding us with dopamine, and we can't help ourselves. All we do is want more, more, more. One of the things we know about dopamine addict is they will do anything to get another hit, sometimes at the sacrifice of their own resources and their relationships. Dopamine is dangerous if it is unbalanced. Serotonin. Serotonin is responsible for feelings of pride, status. This is why public recognition is very important. We are social animals and we need the recognition of others. This is why we have commencement for graduation.
And a COVID ruined that, but
says congratulations, we fulfill all the requirements for graduation. So please print out the PDF of your diploma. Wouldn't feel so good, right?
some people prefer that though, but for the majority of us, we want that.
Friends and our teachers, all those in our tribe who supported us and watched our backs as we've made it through. And then we show up on that day, we go up on that stage, and we take our diploma. It's great. We feel our status rise, we feel our pride go up. Here's the best part about serotonin. Exact moment that you took your diploma and you felt that surge of serotonin go through your body, your parents sitting in the audience also got a surge of serotonin and also felt an intense pride. You graduated. This is what serotonin is trying to do. It is trying to reinforce the relationship between parent and child, coach and player.
But the employee and an employer, it can do that too. We can use that tool to reinforce the relationship too.
The problem is you can trick serotonin.
Problem is
we live in a materialist society, so we judge status very often in our country based on how much money you make. So any conspicuous display of wealth raises your status. This is why they put the logos on the outside. No good on the inside.
confidence rise when you put on the stuff. Because it's showing this display of status feels great. The problem is there's no real relationship that was reinforced because of it. You tricked the system. That's why we keep trying to accomplish things and accumulate more and more material goods, and yet we never feel successful because there was no relationship. Tricked it. Gained it.
Tell ya.
Oxytocin. This is the best chemical of all. Oxytocin is the feeling of love, trust, and friendship. Oxytocin is that intense feeling of safety that someone's got your back.
It's another thing that's important in the workplace.
There are multiple ways you can get oxytocin. One way to get it is physical contact. Hugging feels wonderful. When women give birth to children, huge surge of oxytocin in their body. This is what's responsible for the mother-child bond. It's all that oxytocin in the system. Another way you can get oxytocin is through acts of human generosity. Doing nice things for people. Remember, our bodies are trying to get us to repeat behaviors that are in our best interest, and it's making us feel good when we see or do acts of human generosity, so that we will
Hear that? That's a very key point there. See that? That's
in fact, the more oxytocin you have in your body, the more generous you actually become. It gets better than that. Lots of oxytocin in your body inhibits addiction.
I don't stop that for a second. So if you have a lot of oxytocin in your system, it inhibits addiction. So if a child feels like their parents got their back, they're less likely to do drugs. It's crazy to think about that. Makes sense, right?
It boosts your immune system.
It boosts your immune system.
It makes you healthier. That's why happy people live longer. It's why couples live longer.
Well, happy couples, anyway.
It increases
caveat
our ability
there.
to solve problems. It increases our creativity. It's really good for us.
Increases
And it's
creativity.
addictive. It just feels great.
Last one there.
There's one more chemical I haven't told you about. Cortisol. Cortisol is the feeling of stress, the feeling of anxiety. We share these chemicals with all the social networks. Cortisol is designed to keep us alive. It is the first stage of fight or flight. It makes us paranoid. It makes all of our senses hyper attuned to look for danger. It injects glucose into our muscles to make us stiff and ready to go in case we need to fight or flight. It increases our heart rate like crazy. Cortisol, to get all of that extra energy, it needs to shut down non-essential systems. So it shuts off things like growth. You don't need your fingernails to grow at that moment. It shuts it off. The other thing it shuts off is our immune system. You don't need it in that moment. You're not supposed to have cortisol in your system all the time. You're supposed to have it in and then gone. One of the things cortisol does, it inhibits the release of oxytocin.
There you go.
Biologically, if you work in a high stress environment where you don't feel safe, you will biologically less sympathetic, less generous. Alcoholics Anonymous has been highly effective for decades. Alcoholics Anonymous knows that if you master all 11 steps, but not the 12th, you will drink again. The 12th step is the commitment to help another alcoholic. Service. Service to another. Oxytocin wins. Serotonin wins. The more we look after each other, the safer we feel, the more we feel like we belong, and the more we will work together to confront the dangers outside.
Read this last little bit here. So I'll stop right there. And this is I've watched this video many times before, right? and I still pick up something different every time. But if you really think about how the parallel of like being a parent to your child and being a manager to your workplace employees, right? If you apply the same mechanics of neuroscience, it applies in the workplace. Would you agree with that? So if you create an environment where people don't feel safe, like not physically safe, mentally safe. You ever felt like you were not mentally safe on the job? Like someone's like out to take your job, or someone's out to step on you, or someone's, you know, if you feel like you're not safe at work, then you're gonna, one, be less productive because you're gonna try to protect yourself. Two, you're not gonna trust anybody else. Therefore, you know, you don't really create that connection. So you'll feel even less generous, less empathetic. He's talking about that. So then you don't care about anybody else in the workplace, right? So we'll talk about that from a holistic sense of an organism. Like if you think about an organism, if there's some like a cancer, you know how like in our bodies, if we have a cancer, right, then there's some parts of our body that tries to fight it, right? But if it's not strong enough and it overpowers it, then over time it degrades and then it dies, right? That's the same thing happens to organizations, right? If we're weakened on the inside, well, guess what? The company weakens and it falls apart, right? They break up and whatever the case may be. So really understanding that is important, because if you don't recognize people on the job, like imagine this, right? Like you work for a company for like 5 years and no one said anything. Oh, hey, good job. Thanks for doing the work. You'd be like drained, right? No one recognizes you for the hard work you're doing. You know, that's why it's very, you know, if you think about military life and that experience, right? What do you get? You get recognition, you get ribbons, medals, you get put in front of a stage and go, here's a medal of honor, right? Things like that. We don't do that in the corporate world. It doesn't happen in the corporate world.
Understand that. Do not send your resume prior to.
Right. So, right. So we'll go ahead and break here. So it's 11:51-ish. So we'll just say we'll start lunch at 12, come back by 12:30, and then we'll continue on from there. So actually we'll give you like 40 minutes. This gives you a chance to get food, and, you know, buy it, eat it. But if you feel like you're going to run out of time, if you buy the food, feel free to come back here, eat it in the room. You know, we're all adults. You know, we know how to clean it up for ourselves, I hope, right? And then that's fine. I'm totally fine with you guys eating in the classroom. That's why we even offer some snacks too. Actually, I'll probably refill that tomorrow. So yeah, let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll see you guys back here at 12:30. Cool deal. So I'll type that in there for you. 12:30 or back at 12:30. Oh. Yeah, you have access to that video. Yeah, definitely. It's insightful, you know, it's insightful. I'm telling you.
I guess I'm
Yeah, it's telling you. Some people think, oh, okay, that's interesting. You know, it's interesting to know. And think about neuroscience as an actual study. We haven't dug that deep that long ago. Right. 5 to 10 years max. Right. Like really like doing brain scans and like understanding the real. Before it was all theory. You know, before the 2000s, it was all just theory. Yeah. Now it's like real science. Now they're actually getting into taking brain scans and pictures and seeing how thought forms physically in your brain. It's that stuff blows me away. It's really like, it's like excites me to learn about that. You know, I don't know.
So you should probably let us know your podcast where we can find it.
Yeah,
Here,
it's right here. So so I'll show you right here. So this is I got 10 subscribers so far. I need more. Help me out. So yeah, it's so I'll see you tomorrow, Bob.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, yeah. So I'm actually going to I'm gonna set up I'm gonna do like a pre-launch, like a live stream launch. So that's it'll be coming through here. So it's my company's name is Financial Fundamentals, or my corporation name is Financial Fidelity Academy, but this channel is called Financial Fundamentals, and then I capitalized fun and I capitalized mental. So like, you know, so it's like, you know, to my so this channel will be discussing the fundamentals of finance, which entails personal management, budget, time management, prioritization, financial management, stocks, crypto, investing, mind management, peace, joy, and fulfillment. Actually, I'm gonna add gratitude in there. Gratitude has got to be a part of it too. So this is my nonprofit. My nonprofit organization is really geared for honing invaluable skills, offering personal services to young people. So young people, teaching young people early about fundamentals of banking, credit, investing, entrepreneurship. We are driven to bring resources to those who are seeking enrichment. That's kind of my. So this video right here is actually is a personal management merit badge class I did last week on Thursday. Yeah, so if there's my link is on this right here. Click it, it's like brings you to my website. Bjorn, yeah, you're right. Okay. Bjorn, that's me. Not very many people can like. I mean, if you yeah, I think you're in the military, you know how to pronounce that. But anybody else, like like people that were born here, like
the only reason I knew this is Bjorn.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, that's pronunciation. It's a Nordic. It's actually Scandinavian. My dad named me after the tennis player Bjorn Borg. So
it's a good name.
Thank you. Yeah, it's actually not even pronounced that way. The Nordic don't pronounce it that way. It's you've seen Viking?
Yeah, actually,
I
tried getting into it.
Björn. That's how you pronounce it. Björn. like you're saying it like a Byrne. Björn. Björn. You gotta say. Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that was a pretty good show. I got too busy.
Yeah, you got it. Oh, call me Reggie, man. I'm not really a full-fledged professor.
You are mine.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? I need to work on I guess giving more. I feel like it.
It takes time. But see, the thing about the hardest part about giving is you can't give something you don't have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you have to have it first, whether it's inside your head already, then you'll feel better about the giving. When you have it already, so for me, how I think about it is, if I like things, karma, there's there's an energy force called karma. I see it as buoyancy.
Yeah, it's balance, right?
It balances out, right? So if I give something away, it's gonna come back.
Yeah, I actually feel the same way.
Yeah, so that's the thing about me now, right? Like, you know what? If someone needs to borrow something or a book or whatever, or like $5, if they say they'll pay it back, fine.
Yeah.
And if they really need the money, sure, okay, I'll help you out. But, you know what I mean? Like, I won't expect it back.
Exactly, as long as you don't expect it back.
Don't expect it back, and that's the thing about.
You expect it.
If you expect it, then it puts the weight on you.
It's like a poison.
It is a poison. It's like, yeah, someone made a comment, right? It's like there's a comment of like it's a quote saying like, hoping somebody, like you take the poison hoping they die. Like that's it's something. There's a word. Blank is like when you take the poison and hope they die.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard that.
Resentment.
Resentment.
That's what it is. Yeah. Resentment is a poison.
Sense.
Resentment is a poison. It's a poison that you take and then hopes that they die.
Right.
Because that's what's going to do is you have resentment in someone else. You're the one that's going to suffer. Your mental health. So
I feel like I used to be a lot more giving. I don't know.
Something might change.
It's gonna sound kind of weird, but ever since I started a family, I don't know what it is. Maybe I've just been spending too much time, and I should probably start teaching them. Because I have 3 kids, you know what I'm saying? Or
me too.
2 and then 1 on the
Going
way.
away. Oh, I have 3 kids too. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's the fact that I've just been real busy with school and trying to get my career going, plus raising. It's sort of taking a lot of time from me. And
Giving doesn't have to, and giving doesn't have to be the physical form of giving. Giving could be giving of your time to your kids. That's a form of giving, right?
Yeah.
So that's. I mean, you can look at it that way, and in that sense of like fulfillment. So that's, if you're looking at giving and fulfillment, then that's what you're probably looking at. Doing something that's going to cause that fulfillment. So that's what you think about the giving portion. So, but I mean, in my opinion, you're already giving a lot because of the fact you're a father, you're taking care of your kids, right? That's one. But I get that too, right? My wife tells me, hey, you should spend more time with your kids. I'm like, well, okay, fine. I better make sure I give more of my time. So that's kind of where that, sometimes, if you have a significant other, they're gonna check you.
Oh yeah.
Especially if
sure.
they care.
Yeah.
They're gonna check you. So that I watch for the signs. Especially if I'm veering one side or another too far.
Mhm.
So we're not perfect. I never realized that. So, but also one thing you gotta realize is we can't be too hard on ourselves.
Yeah.
That's another thing too. That's probably the harder part is being too hard on
That's a
ourselves.
good point. I feel like I probably do.
Yeah.
I always had high expectations.
Yeah, I bet.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you on that. And like when you start to reduce your expectations, when you start realizing like your time horizon is shortened, and you're like, crap, you gotta be more realistic. But
Right.
But there's still some things that I'm very hopeful about. I mean, there's still some things that I think you should always have this childlike enthusiasm for. I think there should be something. There should be that keeps it keeps you with that curiosity, the childlike curiosity that makes you want to explore. And and that helps me actually feel like I gives me a little bit more fearlessness.
Mhm.
I believe having that childlike curiosity.
Yeah.
Because it reminds me that I shouldn't be afraid to fail.
Right.
Yeah. My knowledge now, like because I remember being a kid, like I just tried it, not really thought about if I was gonna fail or not. But as an adult, you get older, you're like, oh, this is my time. Is this worth it? But there's some things that
Probably because you have so much responsibility
That
on
too.
your back. You know what I mean?
yeah. I have. I mean,
If you mess up once, it could sort of have this ripple effect that basically, travels through your family and whatever.
Yeah. So I think another. My oldest is 13 now. He's 13. I got an oldest is 13.
I got a 14.
My middle is 8, and we got a daughter who's 4. So
cool.
So now, I mean, for me, I just try to observe more. I just try to really pay attention more to to them instead of me trying to say something or do something. I really just want to be there and then to interact with me. And then maybe if they're not interacting with me, I'll interact with them. But just to observe, really just to be there and be supportive. And the one thing that I'm trying to work on, I'm still working on it and I'm really, I'm making some progress is because if I want to gain the trust of my children as they get older, I cannot quickly react to anything that could be considered negative.
Yeah, you know
So
what? I'm with you there.
I can't react.
feel like
I shouldn't
have that
react.
too. I actually apologized to my son the other day.
I do
because,
too. I apologize to my son too. I do. I apologize. And I think they respect that. They really do.
Yeah, they do.
So,
They do.
but also at the same time, I gotta watch myself before because I noticed myself, and I notice sometimes when I talk to my mom, and I don't mean to do it, it just comes out. I talk at a higher
I feel you. I kind of do it too.
So it's kind of
but I think it has a lot to do with how you were raised.
That's
too,
what I'm saying.
you know?
I'm thinking about that. I'm going, well, I shouldn't do that to my kids if I don't want them talking to me that way when they get older. So that's why now I'm now I'm seeing the vision of my future. I'm going to prevent a similar pitfall that my parents took. I better create this trajectory that's different than what they did.
Balance, right? You're right in the middle, right smack in the middle.
Yeah, you gotta give them a nudge when they need it, and then just be there when
they need it.
Exactly. Yeah. When they need it. Yeah.
Right.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. I brought that.
I got some. I never. That's one start really.
we took the lunch for doing all.
All right. Good to see you. Yes, sir. All right, I'll be right there. Got this new app on my phone, Reggie, because now, everybody everywhere.
You said you're also interested in the house.
Yeah.
Yes, I know VA hospital. It's Mr. Frank, he's the hiring manager for the housekeeping. I'm gonna give him a call and find out if he has any information about.
So you just said it.
Yeah, he's in Pittsburgh, VA hospital.
Oh, no, I just had a big old lunch. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's good.
Organic, different.
It's different. Yeah. It does. Say that again? No, no.
For the test your technology question we just had, first of all.
We sent the, right?
You find.
Yeah.
But you gain 6 marks.
Also, I heard you're the one who puts in the microscope.
No, I was.
You went for the first time without the mask.
Oh, in charge of,
Is it open next week? Because I mean, I have to be in the same week in the follow-up or the next week.
because
Continue or
since I
follow-up?
already paid for this course, it's already, that's already seen, like it's finalized that
Oh.
you're in this course. So, I mean, maybe next time, next time, so the physical year ends because,
Oh.
so,
It's like another.
yeah.
It only goes to one class or one physical.
Yeah, because, they did
I just signed it.
yeah, so. that's-
wonder
Yeah, but, I mean, this one's gonna help you, so maybe later on you can go into that one.
When do you think we'll have time to, I guess, generic? Generic, you said generic. Yeah. Because you said I require one, right? Because of bachelor's degree. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I got one more question. I just got approved with the DA. I was wondering, what's the all right, thanks, man.
Project management, yeah, you're not gonna need to worry about that exam, yeah. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
The review will cover you just fine, yeah.
Got it. All right. Sounds good.
You know me, I have full
Alright.
writing.
You're
Oh, it's like sweet
a release of what, serotonin or oxytocin?
Tomorrow I have a follow-up in the hospital.
Sure. What
Appointment.
time you,
There's no time, but I have to be there like early.
Okay.
But probably be here around 10:30 or 11.
okay, that's fine, yeah. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that, yeah.
Is it not too far?
Yeah, the 7th Street, VA, yeah. I actually live close by the VA. I'm closer to that side, yeah. All right, so, well. The sound's coming from your screen. I was like, wait, where did that sound come from? All right, we're good. There you go. There, okay. All right, so yeah, I'll keep you muted for now, Connie. That way the sound doesn't it kind of brings into the room. Okay, so we're good. Let's get started on this. Exit routes, emergency action plans, fire prevention plans, and fire protection. Now, the main points of this slide deck here, as much as we don't want anything bad to happen in our work site, right? We have to prepare for it, right? So let me go ahead and go to my video screen there. This one, okay. That was it. That was it. Excellent. So there's about a near 3-minute video I have here from a vendor. They're called Seton. Right, so 6 steps to developing an emergency action plan for your facility. So remember a couple of things about developing. Okay, so developing anything. If you don't know how, you always have a resource like companies to go to, like a third party, like Seton. They will, it's a Google lookup. Hey, who can help me with my fire prevention emergency action plan? You could do that and get vendors. You could do your own research and find out what's required for your work site, or you could just, what you want to do is do a string search, Google search for a particular emergency action plan for the kind of work environment you have. So for instance, what I would do is like manufacturing emergency action plan, something like that. That gives you like a template, emergency action plan. I wouldn't put template. I don't know what I'd get with that, but I'd probably I'd just try to find out other companies that may have either published it or made theirs public. A lot of times, nonprofit organizations can do that, will do that, or schools, universities within the state, because if they're operating with state budgets, then they have to make that stuff public, right? So you can go that route too. So again, don't reinvent the wheel. Use resources that you may have already available, but if you don't know how, then get professionals. Right? That's probably the easiest way to really say, make sure you're doing it right.
The most effective way
This video
to
here.
respond to any emergency is to prepare for it before.
I love how it's very calm, right?
Very few people have the ability to remain calm and think clearly in a
crisis. So it is important to do so in advance when you have the time to adequately plan for a wide array of workplace emergency scenarios. Any unforeseen situation that threatens your employees, customers, or the public, disrupts or shuts down your operations, or causes physical or environmental damage is considered a workplace emergency. It can include natural disasters like floods, tornadoes, and hurricanes, or man-made disasters like fires, chemical spills, explosions, and outbreaks of workplace violence. When developing your own workplace emergency action plan, outline what situations would require a mandatory evacuation of your workplace. Establish a clear chain of command, specifying exactly who is authorized to handle a facility-wide evacuation or shutdown. Post specific evacuation procedures, including routes and exits, where they are easily accessible to all employees. Ensure that evacuation routes and emergency exits are clearly marked, well-lit, and unobstructed at all times. Make plans to help assist the injured or disabled during an emergency. And lastly, develop a system of accounting for personnel following evacuation. To ensure that
That's OSHA compliant, 1 through 6. Pretty good.
Designate assembly areas where employees should gather after evacuating. Take a head count at the assembly. Identify the names and last known locations of anyone not accounted for and pass them on to the official in charge. Account for all visitors to your facility, including customers and suppliers, and establish procedures for expanding the evacuation in case the incident worsens. Once your employees have been properly trained on your workplace emergency action plan, it is a good idea to hold frequent practice drills to ensure that your employees are sufficiently prepared. When possible, include outside resources, such as fire departments. After each drill, gather management and employees together to evaluate the drill's effectiveness. Identify your evacuation plan's strengths and weaknesses, and if necessary, take concrete steps to improve. See, everything you need to develop a complete plan of action.
See there, they're gonna sell your service. See,
Visit us online at Sinek.com.
that's why I'll stop right there. So, you can subscribe to their channel and see the next video. So they actually have an active YouTube channel, I think. So, it's a great way to promote your company, right? YouTube. I recently saw a YouTuber revealed what he made in year to date. Right? So someone's got take a guess. Someone's got 1.6 million subscribers. How much do you think that person can make in a year? Take a guess.
A million?
More. Not that much. 1.6. That's more than 100 grand a month. So his best month was actually December. He made 522,000 in December. For the rest of the year, just ad revenue, like literally, like the ad that played before this video, whatever. That's
You probably got like a very strict context for these videos.
well, yeah, he does. Yeah, it's Meet Kevin. It's on. He's this guy right here. This guy, Meet Kevin. So I follow him for a lot of the stock content, crypto content, like Cryptos Are Us for crypto content.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of great ways to really find your audience, on YouTube. So that's just something that you can make. I'm in the wrong business. So trying to if I can build up to 1.6 million in 5 years, 10 years, I don't know. Sure, it's a long-term play. It's if I can create that kind of an audience that will catering to an audience that really could benefit from the information that I'm going to give them. Sure, why not? That's what he did. But people just want, and plus it's entertaining. He can be funny too. So, that's good. You got to be likable in some regard. People come back, So I might even do like OSHA trainings, like on live stream, who knows, stuff like that, just for the views. I don't even care about the, like if I can get paid on the views, I mean, shoot, that's, I'll just make it like entertaining OSHA. Like I'll do like live like mishaps. people will watch that out, tune in for that, huh? Like, let's try to make this ladder fall today. Like, like stuff like that, right? I don't know. I'm being ridiculous, but that's that's part of getting an audience, right? Is to get that draw and like the attraction, right? All right. So objectives for the EAP, which also contains the FPP, which is the Fire Protection Plan. So we're going to be discussing EAP, which pertains to emergencies, fire protection, which pertains to potential workplaces that have dangers, right? So here's an example for you. Mechanics work in a place where there's a really huge fire danger, right? Because they work with oils, fluids, right? Things like that. You're familiar, right? I mean, oily rags, catch fire, right? So that's when you need a fire protection plan. We're going to talk about when we need evacuation and when we need to stay shelter in place. Also, identify the characteristics of an effective escape route, as well as 5 types of different extinguishers. Only we'll cover 4 in detail. And then proper maintenance of portable fire extinguishers, the proper procedures for that. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing in this module. And we'll probably end there. I think I'll get closer to 2 o'clock. And if we're closer to 2 o'clock, we'll break for the day because we need to get this room ready for another presentation at 3 o'clock. So that's why we're kind of cutting short today, 2:30. But tomorrow, I'll try to make up for it and try not to stay until 4. I put that there because we have to make sure we do 30 hours. I'm doing 30 hours in this class, all right? That's what I'm doing. So I'm not on camera when I do that. All right, so that's what we need to do. So what's the benefit of an EAP? Well, we all saw the video, right? It says, what happens when you're in an emergency situation? Do you tend to think more clearly or less clearly in a emergency situation? Less clearly, right? So therefore you want something to help you think clearer or follow a process clearer when that situation, right? So that's what an EAP does. So it gives you fewer and less severe injuries, which is one of the things that we really need to make sure, right? Is no one gets hurt on the job, right? While they're trying to escape a what do you call that? An accident, right? Now, order hierarchy, right? So things for people and then things, right? Not things and then people, right? That's the hierarchy, right? Fewer or less severe injuries, and then damage or to equipment, whatever, right? That's we don't want to save our equipment first. I know equipment's expensive, but you can't replace a life, right? As we've heard that before, but we got to stay true to that. So the EAP describes actions taken. They use floor plans and maps to show the escape routes and also tells employees what actions to take. What does it mean to cover reasonably expected emergencies? Covers reasonably expected emergencies. What is a reasonably expected emergency here in Southern California? Fire is number 1. Number 2. What's number 3, you think? It's sad to say, but number 3 is getting active shooter. Yeah. So active shooter, yeah. That's becoming more of a problem, right? So those are our emergencies that we are planning out ahead of time, right? So remember that. So what are your required elements? Means of reporting. How am I reporting? Am I talking by phone, by mouth, by string to a cup, right? How am I reporting? Okay, so evacuation procedures and escape routes. What are those? What are those? Right? Procedures for critical operations. What's a critical operation? Well, think of it like this. If there's a machine I'm operating and there's an emergency, can most machines be left unattended? Get out of here, skedaddle, right? Sometimes you have to do a critical operation of shutting it down, make sure that it doesn't cause any further hazards, right, or more danger. Right, so that's what critical operations are. Accounting of employees. How do you do that? Do you guys have a cloud system that keeps track of attendance? I won't say attendance. I'm going to say attendance. It's the same thing. We call it attendance at work too. Is it a sign-in sheet, right? Well, how do you keep track? How do you account for them? So the system that Bandai had when I was over there doing their training, So they had a core group of about 8 employees that were full-time employees, right? So ranging from manager to forklift operator and admin, right? So they had all those roles, but they wanted them all trained, right? So that they could have they kind of have this standardized training for their on-site. Now, when we're talking about emergency response and critical access, right? So knowing where everybody is. So they also had, so they only had the core of 8 employees, but they had everybody else were staffing agencies, right? So their system of accounting for employees was, well, everybody had to go through the same door. So when everybody came to the same door, everybody signed in to the sign-in sheet if you're a temporary worker or a staffing agency worker, right? So that's how they kept track. If they had an emergency, now they know exactly who's inside the building because they had signed in, and you make them sign in, right? That's a procedure, right? So, and the rescue and medical duties, who is going to be doing that? Sometimes you're going to ask, your staff, hey, anybody here did any medical work or was a corpsman in the military or anything like that, and then ask them if they'll be willing to volunteer and help out, right? To help, either save people from, not necessarily rescue them from a burning building or anything like that, but let's say, somebody's in a wheelchair, right? Help them, get them pushed up, or someone got a cut or first aid, right? Hey, can you help us out with first aid? That's what we're talking about with rescue and medical duties. You want to put that in the plan ahead of time. That way there's no confusion. And if you do have somebody that maybe, you maybe if they're there all the time, full time, great. You should still always have a backup, right? A secondary person, a primary person, secondary person, right? Something like that. And then the contact persons are people that are actually going to be in charge of the plan. So the managers, maybe the EHS manager, right? That's the person that I would put in this section. So training employees on the EAP. When does it happen? So you have to do it initially, right? When you assign an employee to the job, or any changes to the plan or employee actions or responsibilities. So anytime what is the resounding theme here? New and change, right? Because change is essentially a new thing in a sense, right? But they cover it that way. So any brand new thing or any changes to the current things, then you have to do what? Review the EAP, right? So if there's any changes to those elements in the EAP, we have to train on that. Now, it says here, OSHA says annual retraining with drills. Now, yeah, we understand companies have to operate and everything like that. So you probably can't do all 3 drills. Like you can't do earthquake drill, fire drill, and an active shooter drill. So pick the one that's going to be the most level, like high, you could say exposure for the danger. Drill that. And then you can do what's called a desktop exercise for the rest. Desktop exercise is more like, okay, so you're all in a room and then, there's someone who leads the discussion. I give a scenario and then the person who's supposed to respond is the person that's got that job, right? That does, what happens next, like that. That's a tabletop. But the real drill, right? Like earthquake drill, fire drill. Probably fire drill is the one you should really definitely drill, like physically do it. Okay, let's turn the alarm on, boom, and then do. Okay, everybody get up, everybody get out, right? That's something that you should drill. Something like that. Okay, so you gotta make sure that you're drilling. And if you have no records of the drill, some companies do this too, right? We'll just make documents say we drilled and have everybody sign it. Okay, whatever, you wanna do that, to be compliant, right? But what if something really happens, right? And then someone gets hurt, and then, well, we never drilled. Well, this paperwork right here, oh boy, yeah, that's a big can of worms right there. Right, so educate and train. The types of emergencies, what to do in those situations, what are your functions and elements of your EAP, what are special hazards if there are any, and then fire hazard and fire prevention plan. So fire hazard, fire prevention. So you're not necessarily training everybody like on firefighting, right? That's one way, but you probably want to have like safety captains be trained in that sense, like you have people like leads that you want trained more, because you can't. We understand that you can't train everybody. You can't just stop production and then train everybody and then hope that you can meet your numbers at the end of the month. That's and then plus a lot of employers are very resistant to that anyway. But that's why OSHA requires these things, because if you don't require it, they won't happen. That's think about it, right? You're the manager. You're not doing it. You're not mindful of it, so you're not going to do it. So the people out there are getting hurt. That's not what OSHA wants. General training, roles and responsibilities. So what do you do when you do general training, right? So the general training has to include, right, as it pertains to the EAP, what are your roles and responsibilities? What are you doing when it starts to happen, when emergency happens, right? What are the threats, hazards, and protective actions, right? So this goes together. What are the threats and hazards, and what do you do to protect from those threats and hazards? What types of notifications, warnings, or communication systems are you using? Make sure that's lined up, and you're actually, see this, the plan. I know you're seeing multiple slides for this section, but think of it as a document, a document you're forming, right? This is a plan. Anytime you see the word plan, program, right, it means it's some kind of a plan that you're creating, a paper program that you're making. So locating family members, this is a time where you should update emergency contact information, right? And I was making a scenario, and someone actually confirmed that this is true, right? So you want to do this once a year, because what if that person that submitted a emergency contact was like their ex-girlfriend, and then it's like I don't know this guy anymore. I don't care if he dies. I live in Berg. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and like someone confirmed, like one of our participants was like, yeah, actually that actually happened. I'm like, oh, I was just kidding, but I can't make this stuff up. It's someone that confirmed that it actually happened, right? So locating family members, want to make sure that you're updating, emergency contact, especially when you're doing. I would do it when you're drilling, when you're doing the annual drill. People, hey, let's update your emergency contact. Make sure you don't have your ex-girlfriend on there. Right? Location and use of emergency equipment. So this is where you train people on where they are, where this emergency equipment is, if they're even allowed to use it, right? Then you have to train them if they're allowed to use it. What am I talking about? Fire extinguishers, right? Water hoses. You can't just be like, oh hey. You can't just use that, especially like the meant for fire department ones, right? Especially you need a key first of all to open it. You can't even use it, but that's the thing, right? So fire extinguishers, they need to be trained. And the procedures, how do you respond to emergencies, right? Who gets to know first? Do we evacuate or shelter in place, or what situations or circumstances have to occur for us to trigger an evacuation or shelter in place? Right? How do you account for all the employees and assemble them? Like where do you go? You have an assembly point? You should. And then any emergency shutdown requirements that need to happen. Okay, so that's your general training can be. And the thing about general training, that it doesn't have to all happen in one day. You can always spread training out, do it over a course of a month, right? So but you have to do it. You have to stay compliant and do it. That's the one thing that some companies. Oh, well, we can't do it this week because we're so busy. Oh, we can't do it this week because we got something else going on. Like you gotta make the time for it. It's a requirement, right? So when it comes to emergency action plans, so here's some examples of the procedures, right? How or what type of methods are you using or implementing to report an emergency? Is it we have Teams. Anybody know Microsoft Teams? Have you heard of it? Right? So Teams is an app. It's a enterprise-wide app that you can, if you have work computers, you install all the computers, and now you can use Teams to like, oh hey, I got an emergency to report. There's like I hear a leak here somewhere, and people can use their mobile phones and install an app, but still be tied to the network, right? And it's part of their enterprise. It's not like you wouldn't necessarily be, I don't know. There's like this employment type thing deal where like if I'm if I'm using my cell phone for work, do I have to be compensated for that? But some people don't mind just installing an app to make their life easier, not have to carry two phones. You know what I mean? So there's that give people the option, I guess, if that's the case, to either install it in their phone if they don't mind, or they need to have like a second device to actually have the ways to report the emergency. That's kind of where I'm leading with that, right? So describe that in your EAP, right? You have to basically you're jotting that down as one of your rules. You're creating these rules for your company, pretty much. This is how you're looking at it. So instructions for exit, and also instructions for limited mobility. Limited mobility is anybody in a wheelchair or crutches, got casts, right? Anybody's got limited mobility. So those are your examples of procedures, right? So now let's talk about fire prevention plans. So now we should switched over from EAP to FPP. So FPP, same thing. Everything must be in writing. When it says kept in the workplace, this means that it can't be locked up behind a manager's desk. It has to be available for workers to freely access. That's what kept in the workplace means, right? Available for employees to review. Available for employees to review. Review is actually like examine it, looking at it. So you can't just tell somebody, oh, that's enough reviewing. You gotta go back to work, right? So that's FPP requirement, especially when the jobs are hazardous. You need to make sure people understand the hazards of the job before they do the job. Because we'll show you some videos tomorrow for electrical. I mean, you would think a welder will know not to weld in water, but someone died because of it. I'll show you how, right? So again, that's this, and it's one of those things where if you're the work site manager, you are the main employer for that. So anybody you hire, like staffing agency, labor union, or a contractor, then you become the main employer, responsible for safety and health of the workers working on the work site. Right. So it's very important to understand that. So employers, right, must inform employees of fire hazards when initially assigned to a job. That's pretty clear, right? I can't bring someone into like a refinery room and say, okay, look, that's dangerous, this is dangerous, don't touch that. Like you can't do that. You can't bring somebody into a dangerous situation without giving them the training first, right? So you have to give them whatever orientation videos, diagrams, SOP manuals to inform them before they actually are doing the job or in the area where there are dangers of the job. Okay, so that's a requirement, right? So, and then the employer must review with the employee each of the applicable FPP parts that that pertains to their job. Okay, so what's included with the FPP? All major fire hazards, how to handle and store, ignition sources and controls, and then the equipment for protection. Okay, so that's one. So, and then of course, next one, how to control flammable combustible waste. So that's another environmental issue right there, right? So controlling flammable combustible waste. But if it's combustible, then it falls under FPP. Procedures for maintenance of safeguards on heat producing equipment. So if some equipment produces heat, right? So maintenance and safeguards, what are those in your fire prevention plan? Okay, and then any name or job title of the employees responsible for maintenance or repair of the equipment. Okay, so that's the FPP. Okay, so let's talk about preventing fires. But before we can prevent a fire, let's understand it first, right? Requires 4 elements. I thought it was only 3. No, it's 4. Well, oxygen, ignition, which is the spark, fuel, and then that 4th element is really the combination of the elements, right? That's that element. It's not necessarily an element, but it's a factor that you need to have in order for there to be fire. Okay, so let's talk about ignition sources. So be mindful when you're working in environments that have open flame, environments where smoking is permitted, right? So like workplaces that like break areas or whatever. So make sure that those smoking areas don't like happen to be by a lot of dry brush or just stuff like that in the work site, in your workplace. Hot work or static electricity. Static electricity is a source, right? So here's where the danger of static electricity is. If you have a flash point of on your NFPA labels, if you have a flash point of 3, which is 4, which is a 73-degree flash point, what does that mean? What's a 73-degree flash point mean?
That's when it ignites.
Right. So you only need static electricity to ignite it. That's all you need to ignite something like that. A flash point of 4. Right. So that's you got to understand the relationship, right, with those. So that's the static electricity. Hot work, definitely a source, right? You know that. Slag chips flying over the place. Hot surfaces, you may not immediately think. One, because it's harder to detect hot surfaces until you touch it. Right? So what do? You have to identify it. You have to like hot surface, right? Bright letters, like do not touch, cause burns, whatever. You have to do something like that to warn people. So sparks and electrical mechanical sparks. Yeah, anything that can arc, like arc blasts or arc flashes. Those are definitely very dangerous. And of course, one of my favorites, lightning. Anybody know what happens to lightning? Or anybody ever seen what happens to a body of water when lightning hits it? Well, this body of water is specific. It's like I think it may have been a fresh water. Because it's like a lake probably. But what happened? What has anybody ever seen lightning when it hits a body of water? Oh yeah, it spreads all right. That I don't know for sure. I didn't see that in the video, but I'll show you right here. So this is like a door, like a ring video system right here. And the lightning will come from the side, which does happen sometimes. Yeah, that's what happens. Now, why do you think that happens?
Steam.
It's something in the water. No, that's not steam. There's already alkali metals in the water that ignite. Something's already in the water that the lightning is that ignition source, and that's what causes the pressure to from the bottom like that. It's not I don't think this is the ocean, honestly, but I mean, it's very calm. It looks more like a lake or a creek of some sort. It's not like tied. It's not tied directly to the ocean. Leads me to believe it's fresh water. So I don't know. I just wanted to show you that. That's what happens when lightning hits water. This is the ocean. So this is probably a little different. I think this is the ocean right here. I just show you that one video. All right, lightning. Next one is, okay, so what tasks require fire protection and the examples of hazards? Well, any hot work you're doing, right, it requires a 30-minute fire watch. We'll talk about that. Hot work has its own section. We'll cover that. But fire protection, you need it when you're dispensing flammables or combustibles like gasoline, diesel, natural gas. So when do you dispense gasoline, diesel, or natural gas on the job? Besides going to the gas station. You probably done it.
Someone pours diesel in their car?
Yeah, you pour diesel, like when you pour, whatever, you hook up. Let's say you're hooking up a new tank to the forklift, right? That's a potential dispensing of flammables or combustibles, right? So you gotta have your fire prevention plan ready to go in that case, right? Because I mean, boom, something happens, right? You get emergency. You gotta be ready to jump. And then anytime you're working with any flammable waste, solvent waste, oily rags, or flammable liquids, you definitely need a fire prevention plan. You need an FPP for that. Right? So all these require FPPs. Okay, so handling of flammable hazards. Now, anybody ever seen those plastic gas containers, right? This is a metal one right here. So when you're talking about transportation of gasoline, it's okay to put it in that plastic one. But guess what you should do when you get to the place where you're dispensing the gasoline? Use it all. Put it all in the car, right? Don't leave anything inside of the plastic, because it's a combustion danger, right? So boggles my mind. People still take their plastic, partially filled gasoline tanks and leave it in the tool shed in the backyard. That's dangerous, right? You should always put you should always put gasoline or anything, with anything explosive or like, liquids in approved metal safety container. Metal. My point in saying that is metal. Especially if you're doing it for the job, like, if I have to keep any kind of fuels on site, right, they better be in a metal container and not a plastic one. That's, always practice good housekeeping, right? Always. You gotta be, have you heard this saying before? How you do one thing is how you do everything. So you ever seen people like with their cars that are like not as clean, like very like not kept as well. Imagine how their house is, and then imagine how their workspace is, right? That's that's what I'm saying about practicing good housekeeping, because where you do one is where you're gonna do it all. So what I'm saying, that's I'm just saying, I'm not trying to put anybody on blast, but practice good housekeeping. No, keep containers closed when not in use. Don't be that person that allows this one guy to leave a bottle of paint thinner open while they walk 5 feet away and then come back for the next 10 seconds. Like, no, close it up.
Our painters used to do that all the time.
Don't risk it, man. That's so, like I was just gonna get a paintbrush. Like, no, close it. Like, that's, you don't want anybody, oops, and then there you go, right? Oops once, and you never know what happens next. Store away from exits or passageways. Anything ignitable, right? They should never be in an emergency or even in a passageway, right? They should never be near any doorways. And then of course, there's a regulation for this. It's 35 feet, but you got to keep away from ignition sources. Whatever, anything is combustible or flammable, combustible, 35 feet. If it's explosive, it's 50 feet. Right, so that's and with good reason, right? Right, so fire protection equipment, PPE, and fire suppression. So those are some of the tools we'll use to prevent fire, right? So, or prevent us from getting hurt from the fire. Okay, let's talk about some of this other stuff right here. So a workplace evacuation, when do we need it? Well, in these situations like man-made emergencies or natural emergencies, then we might need to get out of where we're working, right? So those are requirements. Now, how does your response affected by what's happening? Well, the type and extent of an emergency. Let's, you had a little 30-second, five, what do we call that? 5 magnitude, shake versus like an explosion with a fire, right? Your response is gonna differ, right? For that. Where the emergency happens can also differ, because sometimes one part of your warehouse may be more dangerous than the other part of the warehouse, right? You have to cater your response to the situation. Where the workplace is located, maybe you have a certain type of layout that you have to do. So you have to account for any type of physical limitation from getting out of the building into your assembly points, right? And then of course making sure shutting down critical operations. That's an important thing. You can't leave machines running that can't be left running by themselves, especially in an emergency situation. You want to shut everything off. All right, fight or flee. This is a fire that you see here. This looks to be a practice fire, right? Something that they did to just try to put out, right? Yeah. So you would fight that fire. So here is the evacuation. So this slide is just really to tell you about the options for evacuation. So there's like 4. One, which is most common, total evacuation. You don't want to be in a room where something can explode or catch fire. We'll just wait for the emergency services to do that, to come in there and do that. Whereas 2, designated employees authorized to fight the fire, all of us evacuate. If you're in a situation where, if you're in a workplace where there is inherent danger of explosion or catching fire, and maybe you can't wait for emergency services, you have to train some people in firefighting or fire, at least the fire prevention or emergency rescue, that regard, right? So you have to know what your requirements are for your industry. Okay. Number 3, all employees authorized to fight the fire. That's true in the Navy. True in the Navy, because what happens in the Navy, you're on a ship, you're in the middle of nowhere, you ain't gonna wait for no 911, right? They ain't coming. Yeah. Right. So all employees are authorized to fight the fire in this case. Yeah, exactly. Then number 4, extinguishers are provided but not intended for employee use. This is actually most common in a lot of business complexes, business like this right here. All the fire extinguishers are usually in the hallways for the firefighters to use. Like we'll have our own in here, but that's just for us. This is for our safety. Like there's actually there's no real requirement for an office space to have a fire extinguisher. Like there's really very little fire danger in here, but we have them in here. But they're all in the hallway. If you notice, they're all out there. So, but that's because no one here is trained to use a fire extinguisher in this office. It's very low danger. So, where would you need somebody to be trained with firefighting or fire extinguishing capabilities, right? Refineries for sure. Hot work, right? You definitely need somebody to be ready to fight the fire there. Other situations too, right? So again, you have to know what you're doing in order for you to really say, well, can we just leave or do we have to fight the fire, right? That's, you have to think about that. Now, for this one, you will definitely flee this thing. You got all the guys here running crazy already. Like, oh man, like see, like, oh, he started. Like this guy's pointing this guy saying he started the fire. He's running away like, oh man, this guy's gonna burn us all down, right? Huh?
Is there a fire on the shoulder?
yeah, like the fire. I see, like he ran outside, like the fire's on the shoulder. Yeah, yeah, you can see right there, huh? He started the fire because the fire's on the shoulder. He caught fire, right? So yeah, for this one, you are evacuating this type of a situation. If the fire's too big, the air's not safe to breathe, especially when your visibility starts to really get low, like you can't see where you're going. I mean, you better get the heck out of there, right? If it's too hot or too smoky, that should be a sign, right? And then make sure that you know where your evacuation path is. Hopefully you're in the building where you're working. Hopefully it's not your first day and there's a fire, right? And then you don't know, and it's like a maze, like, oh crap, where do you go, right? So that would suck, like so that's why you got to make sure that if you have the inkling to make sure you stick to, hey, how long you worked here? 5 years? All right, I'm following you out. Make sure I don't get left behind. All right, so let's talk about evacuation. So you have to make sure that you have 2 ways out, a primary and a secondary exit. Now, that's just an at least, but depending on the size of your building, you definitely want more exits, right? So just depends on your building. Technically speaking, you don't really have to worry about exits in the building because when the building's constructed, they have certain building codes, right? So they're already abiding by those building codes, but you as a company have to designate what is the primary exit, secondary exits. And if you have more than that, then sure, you have to notate that, right? Here's a handy way to ensure that people are, this is like a guide. This is not a hard and fast rule, but if you have an exit here, right, then you create a quadrant or a segment, right, and make sure people follow the arrows to go out to the shortest exit, right, the shortest way out. The blue section here, right? They go out this way, and then there's a gold section that goes out this way, right? So it's a good system. You're color coding where the region is, and then tell them, okay, go out through this door, and then arrows for that. And then other things on your map. See those little notches right here? These little things. Those are actually supposed to be the exit signs. That are the notches for the exit signs. So that's where you can see them. Okay, so, and then what else, right? What else you put? Fire extinguisher there, fire extinguisher, and then you have all the other the legends. So here's legend is here, right? So I'll show you this real quick. So you'll see this, right? And then you'll see this in the middle. My only qualm with this is that you're taking another millisecond, another fraction of a second to see that, hey, look, this is white background here, but it's in the pink background here. In an emergency situation, I want to remove all possibility for confusion, right? So what I would have done instead is make this background here white on this one, so that way it stands out. You follow me on that? Like, because this it's white back here and a white background. But I notice this is the unshaded region, but to give it this singularity of a complete icon, I would make this side too, the inside of this white too. Just so that it's easy to spot. Because if I lose a fraction of a second, that fraction of a second could mean my life if I don't exit the right way. Right? I'm thinking worst case scenario here. I'm thinking like perspective risk, like no other. That's a nitpicky thing to say, but I'm bringing that up to you guys to let you guys decide on what you want to do with that. But to me, it might shave off, a couple of like 50 milliseconds, from the person looking at the map and knowing where they are and knowing where to go. Right? That's my opinion. All right, so evacuation actions, right? Alerting employees to evacuate. Right? So what's the alarm? Do you have an alarm, or do you have a speaker panel like you're talking right over the PA? Right there, here's an example of what actually happened in the real world. So there's anybody know Fashion Nova, the company? Like they sell their online clothing. If you look them up, Fashion Nova, like there's some influencers that can be on Instagram, and then they'll promote Fashion Nova, whatever. So worked at a warehouse. So remember the Ridgecrest 7.1? It was like last year sometime. Ridgecrest 7.1 magnitude earthquake so remember we had the Northridge 7.1 back in like the 90s, right? I don't remember that. So Ridgecrest is like 100 miles north of us. Like it's by Lancaster, but we still felt it all the way down over here. It was like, whoa. It ended up being like if it epicenter was closer to us, it would have been like a 4 or a 5. But that 7 just shook us all over here, right? So what they did, he was working in that shift. So instead of scaring people in the emergency, everybody exit the building, they had already trained everybody ahead of time. There was a pretty big call center, like 200 or 300 people working. I think it was less because it was graveyard. Or no, when did it happen? No, it was daytime, right? No, they had a full staff. So safety captains instructed people on their floor to exit versus enunciator speaker panel. Hey, everybody get out, emergency's happening. Which could do what? It could freak more people out because it's an earthquake. It's not like a fire, like where you could see. Earthquakes in the ground where it's like you just feel it. You don't really see it, right? So that's what you have to specify. What are your alerting actions, right? You're alerting. How do you alert the employees, right? And then of course accounting for who has exited and making sure keeping people informed with what's going on. Okay, so those are your evacuation steps. Now let's talk about shelter in place. Shelter in place. Remember what happened last year during we're still in the pandemic, but during the start of it, we were instructed to shelter in place, to lock down, right? So how this works for the workplace? There's one example of one of our veterans that came to the program said that we had to shelter in place at our job because there was a neighboring release of ammonia gas. Like from another, and they couldn't figure out, it wasn't their company because they didn't make that kind of stuff. So fire department instructed them, shelter in place, stay in there until we figure this out. So it took them about 2 hours. So they sheltered in place until the fire department told them, hey, look, all clear, you guys can come out. We figured out it was the next door business that was leaking all this ammonia. So that's ammonia is dangerous, especially because of gas, and you inhale it. That's create some irreversible damage, right, to your body. So shelter in place. So the actions, right? Sheltering in place, we all know means you're going to go inside. You're going to stay in. So the actions are shelter in place. Make sure you account for who's in refuge, kind of the same way you would keep track of everybody, right? At an assembly site, assembly point. And then making sure you keep your employees informed. If you're inside somewhere, if you're physically all inside of a room next to each other, and everybody in there and their mama is trying to use the network, and so you can't make a phone call. Have you ever experienced that? Like especially like an earthquake. Like you're trying to call somebody during an earthquake. Are you okay? But all you're trying to say is, "Are you okay?" You can't do that. It's overloaded, right? The network's overloaded. So that's how do you keep people informed? If you're inside, you're probably freaking out. You want some information, so maybe have a radio, right? Something on news to make sure that you are still kind of keeping on top of whatever news is happening, right? I know we were doing that during the pandemic. Everyone was on TV, like, oh, what's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next? You know, like that's the same idea, right? We want to know what's going on next. And if we don't know what's going on, more uncertainty, more stress, more cortisol, and then you might start getting snappy inside that little box. Like, hey, man, it's your fault. Like, whatever. I'm being exaggerative, but you know, that it can cause more uncertainty can cause more uncertainty, right? All right, let's talk about exit routes. Exit routes must be a continuous and unobstructed path of exit travel from any place in the workplace to safety. Okay, so you're talking exit access, your exit, and your exit discharge. So where are you going? How are you getting out? And then where are you ending up? Okay, so they should always be clearly marked, well lit, appropriate with, unobstructed and clear. So this exit sign right here, you see this, right? There should be nothing around it or near it that could possibly obstruct that exit sign. Like nothing, if you notice in this picture here, right? There's absolutely nothing around it at all. There's no camera, there's no potential obstruction in front of it. This has to be clear. All right, so now let's talk about basic exit route requirements. So how does your exit route, your door, right? How must it look like? Well, it must be permanent, right? It can't be 1 week, it can't be a exit door and then the next week it's not, right? It has to be a permanent door for exit, right? Separated by fire resistant materials. If you're looking at a fire door, I'll probably just show you a picture here. It's easier. Fire rated door. Images here. Yeah, there you go. So that's a fire rated door right there. So yeah, that's see door like any like metal, like anything that's, have you ever heard a door that like that's a fire door. Big door, right? Like some like push bar doors that have the thing. Oh, here's a good one. Zoom in on that. Yeah, so like schools, schools have these kind of doors. Oops. Yeah, so that's I wanted to show you those fire resistant materials. That's what they mean. Limited openings, must have an adequate number of exit routes, right? So when it says adequate, it's very subjective, right? Adequate to OSHA, there's no like, oh, if you have 100 people, you have to have 4 exits, or there's no like hard and fast number. It's all dependent on the way your exit routes are. Not all buildings are the same, layout. So you have to understand how the building's laid out, what's the fastest way for people to get out, and then designating the number of exits, permanent exits for that particular exit route. So, or for your warehouse, you know what I mean? All right, so you need to have a discharge access, right, that leads directly outside or to a place with access to the outside, which means that, again, you're supposed to have a clear path going to your assembly point. That's what that really means. So when you talk about exit door unlocked from inside, right? To be compliant with that, you can have the push bar lock door. That's fine. And side hinged, right? What this is right here. You see this is side hinged, right? You ever go to a grocery store, right? And then you see the door slide, they slide sideways, right? Yeah. Well, isn't that an exit door? Well, actually, if you look in from the inside, you're gonna see that there's a hinge and a push bar for it to open. If it's actually like powers out and it won't open, right? Now the only downside to that is that it has to be completely closed for it to actually do that. So you have to actually close the door so it can open like that. So I don't know. I'm sure there's other ways, but that's what I've seen. Anyway, so that's a requirement for an exit route for a permanent fire door, right? Or permanent exit route door. So I meant to say. And then must be an adequate capacity. Adequate capacity is like ADA compliance. If you have an ADA compliance, then you need to comply with that. Adequate capacity for the door. And then minimum height and width. Okay, so which is pretty much the same thing there.
Just in case, FYI, if you ever get stuck in the elevator going down,
yeah,
it has a tendency of doing.
Yeah.
One trick that we learned in the program is stop, start, reset. So you press the button that open doors, close doors, all of a sudden it starts moving.
Yeah. You know what I do with that one? It happened during the break. So and it's happened. I could probably count on my two hands now. The times it's happened, in 3 years here. I think it's like 7 times. So every time that happened to me, I always just press the emergency button. There's like, or a call button. There's a call button there in the for some reason after that it works after that. So that's what I. But you said open, close, stop. Was it?
It's like open doors and it jolts
Well,
and it starts moving.
this what it did earlier. I don't know if you guys have. It actually we were on the first floor and it went up and it stopped. Rip like that, like it break, it stopped, and then I was like, oh, okay, I've seen this before. Okay, and then press the call button. A few seconds later, it started moving again. So that's if you get stuck in this particular elevator, you might want to try that method before you scream or make a phone call. Right. So, but that's yeah, be careful with that. That's the elevator. I mean, the elevator is pretty. I don't know. They fixed the other one and it's out of order again. So. And guess what, guys? That elevator that says out of order, it was out of order for the last 2 years. It worked for like 2 months, and then now it's not working again. So, yeah. All right. So let's clearly communicate the 3 elements of escape route. Okay. So you have to clearly express the exit access pathway, the nearest exit from all points of the building. So the exit signs that point you to the nearest exit. And then the pathway away from the building structure. So the pathway that takes you to the assembly point, right? That's what this is the escape. All right, so let's take a look at this section here and understand more elements of, of an escape route map. So first, you're gonna, we said, designate primary, secondary exits. No emergency exits in restrooms. As much as you want to exit the restroom, don't. Exits away from rooms with hazardous material. So that's the thing, right? So if you notice in this particular map that the arrows are what? They're pointing away from that region, right? So that's what you want to, that's also what you want to do. Make sure that you're not creating an arrow through combustible rooms or areas. Right? So remember that. No emergency exits into narrow passages. If you gotta turn like this and like, that's not exit access, okay? You have to be able to run like forward, right, like that. Not side like that. You can't. I mean, the chances of you tripping and falling are a lot higher because you're balanced, right? And you're not. Yeah, it would be really hilarious to see that someone try that, but not fun, of course. Exit signs indicating the nearest emergency exit. So this is good to have. Right, those little notches on top of your map to tell you which way is the exit. And then, of course, your assembly area, designate your assembly area. Remind people never to use an elevator when there's a fire emergency, when there's an emergency. Like, you don't want people, we're creatures of habit, right? So, like, if you didn't see, like, there's times too, right? Like, I'll forget the sign was there. Like, don't use this in the case of emergency or in the case of a fire, don't use the elevator. So make sure that people are trained on that too. And then indicate exits with wheelchair access. So that way the people know that, so maybe, see like this one here, this particular area does not have a wheelchair access. So maybe it's a side door that takes you right out, I don't know. Or maybe it looks like a stairs, right? Yeah, it looks like stairs. So this maybe goes to the lower level or something like that. So like a garage, I'm not sure. So gotta notate that. And then indicating your employee's current location. I discussed with you earlier how I would rather see that than this way. All right, so now let's talk about fire extinguishers. Well, first extinguishing fires. Okay, so fixed extinguishing systems are sprinkler systems, right? When you talk about a brigade, what could fall under fire brigade? So first one I'll give you is your normal LA county or your county fire departments. That's a fire brigade. And so what else could be a fire brigade? Well, trained employees, sure. Yeah, trained employees to fight the fire. Absolutely. Fire brigades doesn't have to be your county people, right? They could be private fire protectors. They could be CAL FIRE, where, you know, how, like, you know, during, we have a CAL FIRE department, right? Because wildfires here go crazy, and the fires don't always happen in the same area. So CAL FIRE covers the entire state. So the people, you know, they deploy, they get deployed to the area that they have to go to. So that's a fire brigade, but that's not like, if you call 911, CAL FIRE is not coming. You know what I mean? Like CAL FIRE handles a different side of fire. And then there's private fire companies where, let's say if you're a refinery, right, and you're not going to call 911, you have your own fire protection on site, your fire brigades on site. Yeah, so that's what fire brigades. And of course, we are going to be talking about next fire extinguishers. Okay, so portable fire extinguisher training and education. Remember, it is required for employees authorized to use fire extinguishers. Okay, so that means you have to give this person training on the general principles of fire extinguisher use, train them on the incipient stage firefighting hazards, right? What is the dangers of fighting a fire? That just, what does incipient stage mean? Anybody know? It's just the start of. So if you've ever seen the movie Inception, right? Incipient is the start of, right? It's inception. So operation of equipment, instruction and hands-on practice. Remember that, instruction and hands-on practice. If you allow somebody to use a fire extinguisher or deploy or, you know, use it, right? Then you better have made sure that you gave them hands-on training and practice. And then of course, required, you know, the requirement of initial and change training, right? So and then of course annual thereafter. So now remember this. So here's a question for you. If I got the same fire extinguisher training from the last company I worked with, which I just worked with them 2 weeks ago, right? And I work for this company now, and they do the same exact thing, but just a different brand name company, and they use the same exact fire extinguishers. Should I be allowed to use the fire extinguisher in the case of an emergency? Not according to the company. Perfect, because they haven't trained you. Perfect, that's a perfect answer, right? So remember, the company that hired the person has to train the person. That's, if it goes back to OSHA, it's the employer's fault, right? So that's why employers got to do it. Okay, so let's talk about fire extinguishers. You have A, B, C, D, and K. We're not going to talk about D, class D, fire extinguishers, just A, B, C, and K. All right, so first things first, fire extinguishers, they remove the heat, displace or remove the oxygen, and then that stops the chemical reaction. All right, so let's see about the parts of an extinguisher. Okay, so we understand all the parts, we kind of get that. Why is it important to have an Underwriters Laboratories tagged fire extinguisher? What's the significance of UL?
It's been inspected. Maybe?
Inspected, tested, I get that, yeah. So they tell you dry chemical fire extinguisher, sure. Classification, tested, yeah. So yeah, that's good. What else? Why is also important too? So think of it in terms of liability, and well, liability is probably a good giveaway. So what do you think? So think of it in terms of liability.
Maybe the old-fashioned page for that, they're just now being lawsuits that it causes cancer.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so when it causes cancer, you're told to remove it. Okay, okay. So here's why, right? Here's why you want to make sure that you are using a UL listed. Anything. It could be an outlet. It could be extinguishers, right? They all have UL tags on them, UL listings, right? On the job for your company, right? If you don't use UL tag stuff and then you try to file an insurance claim, good luck with them paying your claim. That's the way insurances work, right? So if you're not using their compliant materials, that which UL is, right? Then you're not, file your claim, see what happens, right? So that's why it's important to make sure that you're compliant with, especially being, UL tag requirements for, fire extinguishers. So that's important. Now let's talk about the types of extinguishers. You have water, carbon dioxide, dry chemical. I don't think you guys have seen too many water fire extinguishers, right? So but they do exist. Designed for Class A fires only. So Class A is just ordinary combustibles, right? So paper, wood, things like that. So these types of extinguishers have about 2/3 full with water, and then they put detergents in it to make detergents to stop the reactions and also cool the surface to remove the heat. You will never use, right? Never use this for liquid or electrical fires because it makes it worse. You don't want to find out. Right? So that's Class A. Then you have your Class B and C for carbon dioxide. Now we're talking about carbon dioxide. So only B and C, right? Not A. So this one here, you gotta remember that you never use in a confined space without respiratory protection, right? Because it's carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide does what? Takes away our oxygen, right? So you want to make sure that you're aware of where you're going to be using this carbon dioxide extinguisher if you have those. That's why a lot of companies, they do what? They opt for dry chemical. Dry chemical could be Class A, B, and C, or just B and C. You got to remember, look at the label, right? It tells you what? If this tells you A is slashed off, then you better not use it for that. Right, so dry chemicals is probably one of the most common, one of the most best ways to put out a fire, because again, it's non-flammable gas propelled, and there's a fire retardant extinguishing agent, right? So that separates the fuel from the oxygen and interrupts the chemical reaction. Class K, I'm pretty sure, pretty confident you guys have not really seen Class K either, because they're more. Have you seen them? So what environment?
Oil fires.
Oh, okay, there you go. That makes sense. Some of these are usually, so other places you'll find them is if in industrial kitchens. Kitchen fires is what they have here, but yeah, but if you're talking about
No, I worked in the kitchen too before.
they use this. But you said you worked in the.
I worked at two places. I also worked at a shop before that. I worked in the
Well,
kitchen.
what type of, so in the shop, right? What was the what kind of what was going on like in there? It was like it's like body is
Yeah,
like
auto body.
auto body. Okay, that's what it. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so yeah, so what they're spraying in there, if something catches fire, then they dump Class K to put the fire out. Yeah, because that's already built in. If you think about what are you spraying in there to the body on the cars, right? It's paint. Paint could be considered sometimes flammable. So that's what they use Class K for the kitchen fires. So that's. So I haven't heard it used for that, but that makes sense. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I mean, for like when you're cooking in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Say when there's a.
That's for industrial kitchens though, not like your regular kitchens. No, but I'm talking about when you talk about for the body.
No, I worked in an industrial kitchen too.
Yeah. No,
I worked for
but
like
you
a-
use it there too, right? You use the Class K in there too, right? You said
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay,
We
that's
used
why-
the
okay.
A, B, and C one at the shop.
you did it in the kitchen. Okay, got it. All right, there you go. I was confused. Okay, never mind.
That's okay.
All right, so if you are trained to use a fire extinguisher, right? So here are your steps to follow. Okay, so you sound your alarm, call the fire department, identify a safe path for evacuation, select the proper fire extinguisher, discharge using the pass technique, back away once it's extinguished, and then evacuate if you need to. Like if the extinguisher is empty, right, and the fire is not out, then you better get the heck out. Right? You just leave, right? Or if the fire progresses beyond the incipient stage, right? So get out of there. So here's the pass technique: pull, aim, squeeze, sweep. Right? Pull the pin, aim at the base, squeeze the handle, and then sweep side to side. And then if you still see the fire, repeat 2 to 4, and then it says, when in doubt, I was like, when in doubt, get out. When in doubt, get out. Leave, right? So let's talk about inspection now. So inspection is a very important factor. Because, okay, here's a funny story. So you guys, I was talking to you guys about Cal State Dominguez Hills, right? has the OTI. The OTI is the OSHA Training Institute, right? So OSHA Training Institute at Cal State Dominguez Hills. Okay, great. Sounds great. Sounds great. Okay. So one day, so the instructor's giving the story, right? So one day he gets a phone call from the dean in the science department, or some department head in the science department. So, hey, his name is Dick Monod de Freudeville. So he's a French Indonesian. So people just call him Dick, right? Hey, Dick, can you help us out with this? We had an inspection a couple of days ago, and we need your help. I'm like, we have I think it was like, we have 58, I don't know, 58 to 108. I don't know, I can't remember the number now. But he said, we have 58 fire extinguisher citations. Like, well, you couldn't have told me this like when it was happening? Like, okay, let me get this across to you guys, right? Why does that look bad for Cal State Dominguez Hills to get cited by Cal OSHA when they have an OSHA training institute on site? Why does that look? Why does that not look right to you? Why does that sound bad already?
They're not doing their job.
Like, why couldn't the OSHA people help Cal State Dominguez Hills be compliant before they, right? It didn't make, yeah. So that really happened. So Cal State Dominguez Hills actually got cited. I don't know how many, but here, let me just here, I'll do a quick little. So here's a way to do this. So google.com, and we'll do this tomorrow again, but with a different company. OSHA establishment search, it comes up, cool. So OSHA.gov, establishment search page, that's awesome. So here's what you want to put. I'll put Dominguez Hill, let's see what comes up. There it is. Cal State Dominguez Hills. Oh, it was 18 citations. Okay. I said 50. It was less than that. Okay.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money.
So all of this right here, look. And these are all serious citations. I mean, well, some are other, but you got to think about this, right? They're contesting it now because, you know, they have somebody that was a retired college inspector that can probably help them with this, but it's still, is this closed yet?
Open.
It's still open.
Yeah.
Look, I did my training at the OTI May, and I did that trainers class in June that year. So a month later, that's why he told us that story. So this is what happened. See this? I mean, yeah, look at that. California State Dominguez Hills, right? So it's like, wow, really? So here's what I tell you guys about inspection of fire extinguishers. When you get inspected by an OSHA inspector, that's like one of the first things they look at. Is so easy. Why? Why do you think it's so easy? What do you do to the fire extinguisher? No, well, if you're inspecting it, what do you do? Check the tag. So here's the thing. Okay, now let's show you another graphic. I'll back up here. This one is not so. This one's not as impressive. This is not so impressive because here's what I'll show you about this. Oh, right. Oh, shopping. Yeah, I guess I see why you would think that. Oh, here we go. Enlarged. Okay. What can and can't you do on this tag? Well, you can write in the year here and then fill in the appropriate month, initial it, right? As the month goes. What shouldn't you do? Pre-fill it to the end of the year. What also should you do? Leave it blank, right? Okay, so that's what happened. Cal State Dominguez Hills, it was all blank. No one checked it. And here's what, okay. So here's the requirement. Now I'm gonna give you the requirements. And you're gonna be like, what? Okay, so elements of inspection: inspect bottle, handle, hose, gauge for proper working order. Okay, inspection tag, month and year put into service, current, annual. Okay, so Usually when you do this, someone, a third party comes in and checks the, because you have to be certified to check fire extinguishers, right? And a company's not gonna pay you or pay you to get trained, so you can do it once a year. So they're gonna hire someone else to do it and just get it done, right? Monthly visual inspections completed. What is a monthly visual inspection? There's the fire extinguisher. Then you go sign the tag. I saw it, done. That's all I needed to do. And that wasn't done. For however many fire extinguishers they got cited for. Right, so that's it. That's a visual inspection. You only need, there's two things that you need to do for a fire extinguisher. One is the monthly visual inspection, which is just saying, oh, there it is. Let me sign the tag. And then the annual is making sure that it's charged up, works fine, someone checks it and everything like that. And that's, someone else does that, right? Extinguisher product still free flowing inside, turn the bottle upside down and shake it. On the monthly, you don't need to do that. That's not a requirement for fire extinguishers. You just gotta do that on the annual, right? So now it's telling me how bad that mistake was for Cal State Dominguez, how bad it looked, right? So I mean, especially if someone's looking for it, like, hey, the Cal State is, if I'm going to class at Cal State Dominguez Hills for OSHA training, let's look at their safety record, right? And then they're gonna see that, right? That's yeah, it's kind of, it's discrediting, right? It's a little bit discrediting, right? So, but he was telling me, oh, it's okay, I'll figure it out. All right, so here we go. What is wrong in this photo? Give me a number, what you think is wrong, and then the solution.
Number 5.
One thing's things in the way. What's the solution? Get it out of the way, right? So 5, you said 5. What's wrong with 5?
The cameras in front of the exit sign.
Obstruction. So they can't be obstructed. Good. Now we have 2, 3, 4, and 6. So here's 6. Here's all of 6. Okay, there's all 6. You see the bottom, so you know that there's no door there.
Number 6, there's a chemical stock room right next to the exit.
So this is okay. So that's that. What can you? So what's the solution? Fire door. Fire door is a solution. Yeah, you don't have to move your exit route somewhere else. You just got to make sure that the fire door, and you're not, the thing about the map, right? You shouldn't be making people run through there unnecessarily, right? If it's the only way out, then yeah, they have to kind of get out that way. But if it's something where like it's in the corner and you're making somebody run from one side of the building to the other side, going through there to get out, where there's another exit on the other side, I mean, that's when you don't want to do that. That's why you have to be good at hazard assessment. I don't know where you're going to work at. I can't predict what kind of workplace you're going to go work at when you're done with this, right? So I have to give you the tools to be good at hazard assessment. That's why we're going through this, right? So that's good. So you got 6. All right, so we got 2, 3, and 4. Now 3 and 4 are related, right? But I'll give you that, and that may be a little tougher. But what's 2, you think?
The glass.
Has to open outward. That's another requirement, right? So if a door is open inward, it's no longer compliant. Okay, here's you guys remember the Chicago warehouse fire, the Chicago club fire? It was a fire back in the day. That's what prompted the rule change. You remember that? So here's what happened, right? Quick little story on that. So imagine this is like an entryway here. This is like a choke point, right? This is the club inside. So the door open inside, right? So if you're trying to exit and you're trying to go this way and you're trying to open the door this way, what happens?
Oh, people push up on you. Can't even open the door.
Got deadlocked. Yeah. So smoke inhalation killed everybody in there. That was back in, I believe it was the 70s, something like that. That's how far back it was. 70s or 80s. But so that's why now all doors, exit doors, open outward, side hinged, and locked from the inside, not the outside. Because you know how there's like doors, like storage doors you can lock from the outside. It can't be locked. They must be able to be unlocked from the inside, like that. Like there's deadbolts that lock on key lock on both sides, right? It can't be like that. Right. So that's a requirement. Okay, so that's 2. 3 and 4. Okay, so 4, you have to state the purpose of the room. In this case, the purpose of the room is a stairwell. And then 3, if there's a change in the grade or elevation, right, then you have to denote the change in the greater elevation. In this case, up. This is only up because this is the base floor. There's no down, right? So you have to write somewhere here it goes up. Like there's a like sign on the side because if it's changing elevation, it could present a hazard, right? A change in elevation means you could either fall down or you could trip and it's something else, right? So that's why you have to give people a warning, right? That's the warning. Oh, okay. So stairwell is here. You're gonna go up, right? That's the notification you have to get. Okay, so good. We got that. Next one here is looks like a basement room of some sort or whatever. I don't know, but you can see the room. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Now, you'll notice. Okay, I'm gonna move this over so you can see all the numbers. In this area here, right? So just think of this as people are gonna be coming into this room to do work. This is a production area. Okay, now tell me what's wrong with this picture.
Well, that trash can and
Number 4, yeah.
yeah.
It's causing
It's
obstruction.
controlling the way,
This is an obstruction causing it in the way. So 4 is right. Move them out, put them somewhere else, find a place for it, actually. Right? Find a right place for it that's not in the way. Right? So that's number 4.
Number 3, can't see the exit sign.
This one is actually this is a protrusion. So this one here is if anything protrude, if it's 6.6 feet 8 inches from the surface level, if it's lower than that, then you have to protect it. It's a protruding item from the ceiling. 2, yeah. So 2, there's a requirement to the letter size, right? And there's also a requirement for. Now the sign doesn't have to be lit up in itself, right? But it has to be well lighted. There has to be a light that can see it, right? So that's one requirement. But the other requirement here is that you need to have your principal stroke letter, right? So imagine this letter right here is the exit sign, right? So the height of the letter cannot be less than 6 inches. Okay, that's the requirement, and then the principal stroke of the letter must not be less than 3/4 of an inch. Right, so you get that, right? 6 inches tall, and then the stroke of the letter must be no less than 3/4 of an inch. That's an appropriate, compliant exit sign, and of course, the requirement of it being lit up, not lit. Exit signs don't get lit. All right, so that's 2. And then one is
Not enough light.
yeah. The one is the lighting of this area is pretty much blocked off. Like you can't get the lighting in this area, so it's casting a shadow right there. You can see that, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And what's 5? What's wrong with this picture? I'm sorry.
Is it opening the wrong way?
Opening the wrong way, right? Because if people are going to go inside here to work, how should the door open? Open outward, right? Yeah. So that's because if people are going into a room and they're going to be exiting for any reason in an emergency, then you want them to be open the door outward. All right. So with that, we get our knowledge check, and we'll be done for the day. This is pretty much 2 o'clock. Which of the following statements is true regarding emergency action plans? So eliminate the wrong answers and it'll leave you with the right answer. Bravo's right. Right, so exactly what it does. 2, fire prevention plan requirements include all of the following except. So what sounds like it's the wrong answer out of all these? Yeah, Delta is right, because the rule here with communicating orally is that it's communicating orally of safe work practices. So if you have less than 10 employees, it's okay for you to talk about that just verbally. But if you have more than 10, you're required to have written instructions, because it's harder to communicate to more than 10 people in the room, to train them. So they require that requirement set in place already. Okay, so which of the following elements are required in order for a fire to occur? According to Cardi B. Just kidding.
Oh, God.
Occur. Alpha is right. All right, sufficient oxygen, fuel, ignition source, and a chemical reaction. Only those employees who have received training on the use of a fire extinguisher can be authorized to use a fire extinguisher during workplace fire. True. Yep, that is an easy one. Which of the following statements represents an element of a good emergency evacuation floor plan? C is right, Charlie. Good, good. All right. Number 6, which of these, which one is class A? Class what? Class A, I said answer. Trash fires involve paper and wood products are class A fires. So ordinary combustibles. Paper and wood are considered ordinary combustibles. Which fire extinguisher is appropriate for use on a fire involving gasoline in a confined space when no respiratory protection is available?
Carbon dioxide extinguisher.
That was the one you shouldn't use.
Oh, okay, no.
Dry chemical, yeah. Carbon dioxide will knock out the oxygen. That's why you don't want to use that in a confined space. Okay, past technique for using a fire extinguisher means Bravo's right. Pull, aim, squeeze, sweep. And then at minimum, how often must maintenance checks be performed on portable fire extinguishers? Once a year. Good job. So maintenance versus visual inspection. Right. So maintenance versus monthly, yearly versus monthly is maintenance versus visual. Okay, remember that, respectively. All right. So it is a las 2 and skedaddle. See you guys later.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Bitcoin's at 36,000 right now. I don't know about you guys, but that's good. Oh, you did? Yeah, you know what? I cashed out and rolled it over to ADA when it was
I rolled it over
to like 50,000. Oh yeah. All right, sir. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yeah, this is fun stuff to watch. I like watching the market.
Yeah.
When we're alrighty, so oh, thank you. Yeah, so yep, I'll take that. So everybody sign, everybody, I should have 8. Yay, okay, good. Got 8. The great 8.
Cryptocurrency scares me.
It shouldn't. So imagine this, right? You know, Bitcoin is like buying all the digital land. And then all of these other altcoins are like, it's like the banks inside that land. You can look at it that way. So it's scary at first, but once you
it's just, I guess, the volatility that I'm saying, because I'm seeing a childhood friend and he keeps like, well, I don't know anything about stocks, but I keep seeing screenshots from him and he's an investor and he's got like 7 million in, and I have a coworker who's doing the same thing, but he's going down. So I'm just like,
it's you need some fundamentals.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't.
So the best method to make money is called buy and hold. So that's what the best,
like
holding is the best way, right?
Long term
thinking, right? So I don't day trade. I may swing trade, but I don't day trade. See you tomorrow. Yeah. But swing trade, you have to kind of watch trends. You have to be really paying attention, right? I think your friend that's losing money, he's copying moves. Sounds like he's copying moves.
Yeah, he was the type of guy who jumped into the game once like that whole GameStop thing happened.
See that, and then he's probably on Reddit. He's following. He's probably behind on Reddit. Like meaning to say, like he'll do a move like a few hours later, and you have to be with the apes. You have to be like right there with them.
Yeah, that's
doing the moves with them, because it's not gonna work if you do it later. All the pressure, the selling pressure like, they go to Wall Street bets on Reddit.
Yeah.
They have guys that have access to the Black app, all these apps that give hedge fund people access to information like short interest. Short interest is huge because a short interest can actually imagine that if people are betting that the stock's going to go down, and then you have a big enough group of people put money in the stock, they have to liquidate their position. They have to put money in where they lost. And then it makes the value of the stock go up even more. That's what the short selling squeezes are. They're saying short squeeze.
They buy them for cheap and then sell them and then they just keep the profit.
Well, not even that. Yeah, no, well, not even that, right? Like, let's say GameStop, right? What happened to GameStop? So all these hedge funds had short positions on GameStop. They think the stock was going to go down.
Yeah.
So the apes, what they did was they basically said, no, you know what? We understand there's this short interest pressure on the stock, that if we had a big enough group of people and we dumped a whole bunch of money, one, it would double their money, and it would make the hedge fund people pay out because they would have to cover their positions for being wrong.
They're like, okay, we like the price is going up, but we still have to.
We have to liquidate. Yeah, they have to liquidate because they have margin. So margin means they have money with the bank, but they're playing with credit.
It's not their money to begin with.
It's not their money to begin with.
Like they owe.
So they have to
force their position.
Or forces them to liquidate shares that they do have.
Just to make up
for the cost. Yeah. See, that's why prices go up. So there's this really weird relationship between like selling pressure and if you have a big enough people to dump, you watch out for that and you kind of follow their moves and just throw money in when they're doing it. Like my wife did it for AMC. Yeah. She made out. She did it on Doge too. Actually, she bought Doge at like 4 cents. So she's still making money, When he shot up to like 74, she was like, damn, like I'm about to make $1,000 at $40. That's a pretty big turner. That's a big. So they say, here's what Michael Saylor, he's a very famous guy, MicroStrategy, the CEO, been around for like 30 years now, the company actually. He's a very big Bitcoin bull. He's no longer a maximist, but he's a Bitcoin bull. He's a cryptocurrency bull, right? He says that the price of enjoying the gains is the volatility in crypto. That's why you buy and hold. That's why you buy it and never let it go. So you ignore the FUD, ignore the fear, uncertainty, and doubt of the market. Yeah. So ignore that FUD. You believe what you believe, but other people are believing it too, that we're creating this brand new world. So think about I'm still finishing this masterclass on from one of the podcasts. And this is one of the ways he explained Bitcoin, right? Imagine you had gold. You had $1 billion worth of gold, right? How easily could you move that from US to London? He explained it. He says it takes you 30 days to do it. Yeah. How fast can you move Bitcoin from London to England? What are the advantages? What are the advantages of Bitcoin? There's infinite number of advantages right now, Bitcoin. And so he's saying that Bitcoin is going to be the one that outlasts everybody because of the single fact that we've already mined 18 million Bitcoin, right? With the next 3 million to be mined over the next 140 years. So, but once it's done, it's out, right? There's no more. It's like think about like if the Earth was a stock, right? At some point, there's going to be no more.
Is Bitcoin like?
It's deflationary, yeah, limited.
Oh.
It's a deflationary supply. Yeah, there's some coins out there that are unlimited. They're inflationary.
Yeah,
this is deflationary. This is deflationary. It's actually, that's why it's a good store of value, because once it's bought out, it's done. Like people are going to trade it for more because they want a piece of it and they're willing to pay more for it. Yeah,
very scarce. So
very scarce.
A higher price. Yeah,
store of value.
That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't think of it like that. I didn't think Bitcoin was limited.
Paraguay, so El Salvador just adopted Bitcoin. If you heard that in news.
Yeah, I heard that.
Paraguay is about to do the same.
In Mexico trying to do the same?
In Mexico, there's a billionaire bank owner in Mexico who wants to do that. So he wants to be the one to open it up and also make Mexico be more open to Bitcoin.